Looks like somebody's been riding the couch. It's my choice, so it's not embarrassing. Okay, I don't want to get involved. Now you're already involved. You got her sister pregnant. And if I was you, I'd sue for custody now. Because by the time the kid's 17, you won't have to play one for all. Who the hell they think they are?
We're sugar and spice and everything nice. So fight me.
I just might like to walk.
You don't even like to walk at all.
I have no idea how this discussion is supposed to begin. You're supposed to apologize. You're the one who lied to me.
Well, it's not like I feel good about it. I mean, get it out.
One thing would have never happened if you hadn't brought David into this house. What the hell were you thinking? Why?
Well, because maybe I was just thinking to get rid. Gee. Maybe I have no idea. You never know what it'll be. Oh, sure.
Why are you taking David aside?
Somebody has to. Daniel, the whole thing is kind of like me. Well, Darlene was there too, you know. It's not like David forced her to fight him out there.
All I know is before David came along, Darlene was still the kind of kid who would move in with her teenage boyfriend. You know what I mean? The teenage boy, they can be very persuasive.
Have you met Darlene at all? To see the control she has over David? I mean, David isn't even his real name. She just made that up.
Say after years. Probably gonna agree with me. Army pigs. We think we're ever as golden as Darlene was. We have to persuade you. Remember our second day? You were upset because you had this big fight with your mom. I wasn't thinking about your feelings. I was thinking you were right for the picking. Show a little charm, pour a few drinks down her. We're at the Blue Rooster Motel. Knocked it into the
Mom was in Indiana. I just said, open it up to me. Better to me than my phone. Face it, man. I seduced you. And Darlene may very well have seduced David, because you can't keep on doing this whole thing. Darlene had sex because she wanted to have sex. The fact that I had my nightgown in my purse and it tipped you off. Since this is my house, I should have some coffee. Make in the kitchen. Still in my house, so I'm not really leaving.
No, I just don't like you.
Dad, you don't exactly have to raise me mad after having sex with you. Expect me to be a virgin for the rest of my life?
No, I expected you to be a nice kid.
Dad, I'm not even kidding.
I know that. I don't like it, but I know it. I also know I'm going to let me and your mother for the last 3 months.
If I after you guys were freaking out. I mean, I had a good reason for everything that I did.
That's right. We gave you reasons. I just don't know if that's between me and you or other reasons.
I mean, this is straight off the look with Mark. I mean, we let her off the hook.
Yeah, I expect her.
thumbnail. Ah, thumbnail on thumbnail.
David, just go back to Jack.
I thought he was sleeping with me. Just as much of a man as you are.
I'm not the only friend you ever have.
Hey, Darlene was a lot more like a guy when I first met her. Oh, yes, you did. You remember last week I was having that big fight with you? You were telling me how a man's got to stand up for himself. Well, it was different. I was sleeping on the couch. I had nothing to lose. It made a lot of sense to me. So I talked to a lawyer and he said, you're right to recommend suing. Just I'm glad you got recognition. That's good. We'll go with it. If I try to do everything else, I don't want this kid to be locked down and on me. If it was your kid, would you do anything to be part of mine? Well, not now, but maybe before you but I understand your side, but your Jackie has a side too. Indeed, your wife's here. Here it comes now. You're going to have to go and sit this one out. We had a big crisis and Dan had to rush in and take care of it right away.
Somebody hit the crawlers again. You cannot sue Jack. Before she went out with you, she went out with a whole bunch of really bad guys.
That Roseanne doesn't even care about mom.
You are not listening, okay? Her last boyfriend used to beat her out. And it's not so easy to prevent that or something like that. And you're not doing anything but selling her. Yeah, I knew you. Jackie and I can be persuaded to share our pain. So you would do this to Jackie after what I just told you?
Anything to Jack. I told you
he was the best thing ever when you see your kids. I'm way more powerful than any law.
fighting for my rights and my kids' rights.
And I'm telling you, walk alone. No, you're not sorry, Glenn, but you are going to be. Why don't you make your life a living hell?
Kids scare me out of this.
Maybe I can. Because Dad is the kind of man who automatically defends all women because he knows how helpful and vulnerable we are. And when he gets wind of the fact you're trying to pull out my marriage, it's like it's been secrets of misery for years. Did you get a chance to talk with Fred today at all?
No, I haven't seen Fred all day. Must be avoiding me or something.
Brace yourself. Fred is suing Jackie.
What?
And Dan, I know it would be unfair to put you in the middle, so you'll be on my side.
Like Fred would listen. Like anything I've ever said, any bearing at all on what Fred has done.
And Dan, don't tell me that you can't go to my man approach to jail. You are going to have to decide who's going to small Fred's or yours.
It's my feeling, Roseanne. I can't fire a city employee because he's suing my sister-in-law.
Well, you could if he contact the city boss and handcuff himself to the wall. Well, you have to.
Why?
Because this won't you don't want my sister.
You seen him on some dance?
Why would you say it? It was shut up.
This is why you don't talk very much.
How about something like this?
Roseanne made you a big fight about Darlene. I was mad at every woman. Fred comes in. Who won't take me seriously?
Okay, but now, when you want it on a date, after all the other meals on the road have decided that it's your turn to use the brain, you can see the error of your thinking, right?
Roseanne, if you're going to push me harder, I'll tell you exactly what I think.
And you agree with Fred too?
Damn right. You guys got rights.
Okay, so after you had so far put in what, 8 months, and Fred, you put in 3 minutes, and I think very generous here. Does anything that there's equal hyperthinking?
Roseanne's got a strong everything. He just wants to be a part of his child's life. Maybe if you may understand the word.
Good question. Thank you for giving me a really honest answer.
Sorry, David. We ain't one-on-one married. We have a baby. And the father doesn't want the father to have anything to do with it. She had that right. So, she has the mother. She's working. He doesn't count. He said he'd be a man. Unless, of course, the man wants rights. And then I think the women should just do what they're told.
Should have known, Mom. Men stick together no matter how butt-headed their argument is. Well, then, I guess you're just a man like the poor. And I wasn't doing anything.
Took Lorena out for dinner tonight. All right. I'm not making anything fancy. Mom just said we're in the bathroom as well. She shot me. She said, oh, so technically, yeah, we're speaking. Well, let's He's actually a lot more sensitive than you think.
See, maybe, David.
It's jealous. I'm jealous. Yeah, it's jealous. Our guys are jealous because we can't have babies. No, David, that's the biggest secret of all.
Makes so much sense.
Changed my mind. I'm dropping the bus. Just say I still think I'm right, but I don't want to put Jackie through this. Please.
He came here to do evil, but he was drawn into my circle of love.
Don't drop it. You'd be crazy. Please let me see the babies.
Not like me, I'm going to pull the whole thing off. You don't see what he's doing? What am I doing? You're dropping it, so I'll think you're a really great guy and agree to go out with you again. When are you going to accept the fact that I don't want anything to do with you?
What are you to accept the fact? I accepted that fact a long time ago. But just want to see my kid once in a while.
Yeah, well, once in a while turns into all the time. Now you see when you're seeing the baby in me. And you end up attached to my wife. It's so obvious.
Okay, so let me get this straight here.
Well, Frank will show you. That's because he wants to be with you, right? Now that he knows first, that's because he wants to be right? So everything on earth, Frank never does this. He wants to be with you. You better hope that kid's head ain't as big as yours.
Listen, Jackie, everything was okay. I don't want anything to do with you. Go out with you if you were the last pregnant woman on earth. See,
He's not a jerk. Look, I know you have bad relationships, you know, you've been through a lot and everything, but get over it. And complete over it. He's trying to do something decent, and you should with friends. Now, I'm not getting together. Oh, I know you're not getting together with that. Fred is gone. But if you don't snap out his neck and you stuff, you're going to go on the wall and then you can stay with me. You know what I went through. You think you could just say snap out? I went over it. No. Like Fisher, okay? Not like that.
Yeah, you're right. Hell yeah, baby.
You are my sister. You love me.
Hookah.
Yeah, I'm still mad.
how come you didn't tell Rosita what she said got us together?
Oh, because me and Dan have a bet. So you could make Roseanne apologize first.
That's just mean. I gotta like this family. I know I was doing around all this once. I was being nice.
No, I love hearing this. Finally decided not to learn about this on my papers.
Months of candy and flowers. I got nowhere until I sued you. Like in my car.
No, I was angry and hurt and disgusted. But that day,
I am so excited for fantasy football. I fucking love it. I love how it makes football. Watch this. perhaps, if this ever becomes a thing, in reverse, and you'll see. Let's see here. I would have. This is my third season on camera of the NFL, and I didn't watch any college football, and I watched and any pro football for the last. I haven't watched pro football since 2008, and that was the last year I did fantasy league, and I football fantasy football league, and I didn't watch college football. I know it was it's been like 7 years, something like that. And you see how much I love college football. I don't like pro football, but I love fantasy. It makes it so exciting, and it is like a motivation of my life. I can't believe I'm saying it. Sounds so lame. Oh yeah, may it be an easy fast for y'all. Anyway, when we're talking fantasy football and Yom Kippur, why not? Your face, why not? I haven't done anything wrong, so I don't have anything about which to atone. I'm fucking perfect, baby. Just ask Kenny Robertson. Anyway, I showed this girl this video of me allegedly fapping, and she said, "Not gonna lie, yeah, I know, I'm fapping, me fapping." It's very meta, allegedly. Anyway, I am so fucking excited for Monday Night Football and Thursday Night Football. Who plays Thursday night? Who played last Thursday night? I don't know. But that bitch, I think she's dead, but she's super hot. What's her name? Mario Hemingway? She's like Ernest Hemingway's daughter? Some shit like that. Anyway. Is that the end of your story? You just literally got on here to talk about how much you like fantasy football. What do you like about it? Well, firstly, I don't really have a pro team. I had the Niners in the 90s, but then it's like the players get traded. I don't know. I don't really like. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I don't really like the whole transfer system in college. It basically, I just don't like it. But I guess if it's a thing, fine. But some of these kids are so old. They're just too old to be in college. It fucks up the college experience, I think. Like the university's quarterback, I think he has an apartment. He never lived on campus. But I mean, he didn't have like a dorm life. He doesn't. Maybe he did at Wake Forest, but it's like he doesn't connect with the university like someone who lived on campus and such, or even just someone who had a dorm there and lived with me my senior year. But I mean, still, there's, like, it's just different. I think that I don't know. How'd your squad do this week? There were some guys with huge games. 2 guys had over 45 points in fantasy football on the same team. The Dolphins scored 70 points. It hasn't been done since the 60s. I saw somebody scored 70 points in pro football. I'm like, that's unheard of. I've never even. Is that some kind of record? And what don't you like about fantasy sports? It's pretty fair. I like. What do you like about it? I like the fact that you take ownership of the guys. You learn their names. But what don't I like about it? They don't associate the colleges with the guys. So it's difficult for me to remember. Like, I think Deshaun Watson went to Clemson, and I think like um, but like if I can connect them, it's like, oh, okay. And then also, if you're a fan of that college, you might pick up those guys more as opposed to not. I can see why fantasy owners don't want to do it, or fantasy companies don't want to do it, because it's like the NFL. They're no longer in college. And sometimes guys might not want to be associated with their college, but it helps me to remember who these guys were. And I might have watched them in college, but it's like I didn't either know their name, but like, oh yeah, that guy was really good for that team, or that guy was really good for that team. The pros, and then you forget about they get drafted, and you don't know where they went. And then you might have like drafted him, or you might think about drafting him. I don't know. I just know that Zach Ertz might get some trades this week. He might drop him, might trade him for this fucking guy from the Lions. So I can get him. How'd your kicker do? He did well. He did well. That was a little bit of a surprise. What about who was your favorite quarterback of the week? Tua did well. Pat Mahomes did well. Like Deshaun Watson. I just said that. He went to Clemson. Who's the other guy? Lamar Jackson. He went to Louisville?
This is Steve Wade. Steve used to take your wife. So your husband. So do you still play football? Yeah, it's coach for Northwestern. Right. Going to college, football.
Lamar Jackson is his name. Where did he go? Louisville. Yeah, but like it would be easier for me to remember if they put it in there somewhere. Because that's really the only thing I don't like about. What else don't you? Oh, what up, girl? Thanks, baby. Yo, something's gonna happen or we're gonna die. I would say that I don't like. You like everything about. Do you like everything else about? What else do you like about it? I don't know. I like it. I like a lot of aspects about it. What don't you like about the NFL? I don't really know. I mean, what don't you like about the NFL? You don't like. I mean, the parody. You should like the parody. I don't know. They don't run enough trick plays, in my opinion. I like fast plays. I like misdirections and play. They run a lot of play. I don't know. The defenses are just so good, but it's not as wide open as college. What else? I wish they did college fantasy sports. I'm sure they do, but not like on ESPN, and they should. That would be good. Okay, what else do you like about fantasy? I'm pretty happy with my teams. I mean, for me to not have really much fantasy football experience, what do you think about your draft? I mean, I just did our draft, so. But for me to not really have much experience with fantasy, to be winning in most of my, hopefully winning in most of my leagues, that's pretty good. I mean, I care about it way more. I bet I care more about fantasy football than I'm like in the top 1% of people who care. But I know that there are other people who care more. Anything else that you want to say? You want to go into specific about? Well, Puka Nakua needs to have a really big night tonight. And I read on Reddit's fantasy football Reddit that tight ends are a wasteland, and it's true. I think that NFL teams should. I think if I were, let's say I was a college football coach, I really think I would only recruit. I would like, let's say I was at some fucking random college. I would only recruit tight ends and fullbacks and have a really big team. We could just move, hopefully, the line of the other team. And if we couldn't, we'd have like bigger receivers and well, tight. They'd be tight ends, but we would just be like receivers and then fullbacks instead of running backs, and just unless you could get like a really fast running back, but fullbacks are very valuable, and nobody gives a shit about the fullback. Everyone forgets about fullback. I think there's like a website or something, like a Twitter handle the last fullback. But tight ends are big. Tight ends are like the most underrated position. Like with good tight ends, it's huge. I'm so excited for Monday Night Football. I mean, I'll probably fall asleep. I know where they are. I get into this weird death spiral. I gotta wait for this motherfucker, Santa Smith, the Nazi cunt, to come upstairs and use my bathroom. And then when he does, I have to wait up all night to tell Alex and Simone because I can't sleep. It's just crazy. And then I get into this fucking death spiral. What would you do if you were Alex? Well, I would have done what I told him to do before, and I would have written him and told him he's not allowed upstairs. And then I would give him a final warning on it, and if he chose to do it again, I would say, look, you're done. Your last day is XYZ, and I told you. Because if I couldn't trust him doing that, I couldn't trust him doing other things. Is that the end of your story, fantasy football boy? No. How'd your college pick'em do? It could be good. Okay, so that's something that I don't like. Well, I guess they need time to allow the picks to like lines and stuff for college pick'em, but I feel like you could start doing that on Sunday. And what about the waiver wire? At least in the ESPN system, I wish it told you in what order you were for a player on waivers. I feel like people underrate waivers. I mean, I never used waivers. I never think I love waivers really. I would always wait. Oh, I know what I don't like about fantasy football. There should just be a button that you can click that automatically puts in the guys who are going to be healthy, who could play that week. And because you can fuck up, and there could be a guy who's out and you not see it, and I mean, I guess there should just be like a way to auto manage your team. Because I know if I had a job, or I was in school, or both, or whatever, I don't have time to manage 25 fantasy football teams. But what I would have time to do is just turn on an auto manage, where basically I would have drafted them, and then whatever player is healthy, they're automatically gonna take those spots. Because if you fuck up and there's like a bye, you're done. You could be done. Or if your guy's out, that's another thing. Questionable statuses can fuck you. You really have to stay on the ball when it comes to a guy who has a questionable status. And it's not like you can force him to play. What else don't you like about the NFL? It's just the teams are so evenly matched. I mean, that should be really good, but the games seem really long. Okay, so would you have a 2-minute warning in college? I would seriously, I would. The NFL should have 1 foot down rule, but I would get together with college and say we need to play by the same rules. It's too complicated to be like, oh, in the NFL it's this way and in college it's this way. There should just be like a football rules committee, not necessarily the NFL rules committee or college football rules committee, that makes sure that all the rules are the same when it comes to the actual play. Because it's too hard to keep track of who's playing, or like, I don't know, the rules are different, and it's really big. You know what I don't like about the NFL and college? I mean, this is what I don't like about football. And the vets doesn't know this. They're like, oh wow, football is really great. No, stop. There's a penalty that could be called on just about every single play, and that is known as holding. And the definition of holding is can't hold a guy outside his armpits, basically. Like if you grab onto his shoulder, that's holding. But you can like you can't grab his jersey. It's it's really vague, and it doesn't make any sense. So I wouldn't get rid of holding. I would play 7-on-7 football. I just don't think you need lines. And if guys who have people have interbred their families to be linemen and stuff, then play rugby. That rugby would be a giant sport in the future, bigger than football. But I think you just need position players. So what's 7-on-7 football? Um, it's, I mean, it would be like flag football basically is what I would have it be. I honestly think flag football would be more exciting than professional football. Why? Because the guys don't get hurt as much. I watched this like game, and you're just waiting for people to get hurt, and it's unfortunate because I mean I see how I treat these running backs. It's like, oh, he's hurt, you're gone. He's hurt, you're gone. He's hurt, you're gone. And these are real people with real lives, and they're moving all over the United States a lot of times because they get injured. And the average length of a running back's career is like 2.5 years. I mean, there aren't many. I'm looking at these running backs, and they're all young players. There aren't players who are there for a long time. I mean, that's what makes me respect guys who have long careers. Barry Sanders, Walter Payton, Emmett Smith, and being able to do what they were able to do. Because nowadays, these guys, it's 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 I feel it's happened to this. I don't know why OSHA, Occupational Safety Health Administration, doesn't come in and say it's like illegal or like it's an OSHA violation to be a police officer because you're getting shot at, and it's an OSHA violation to be a running back. And you know, like football playing, a lot of ways they don't get involved in like police work really, or it's what Occupational Health and Safety Administration, I think is what it is. I'm tired of that, but especially when it comes to concussions and things, or like soccer players and heading the ball, I'm surprised OSHA doesn't come in and say you can't do this. Like if you were working in a factory and they said, hey, we want you to slam your head up against this wall 3 times a game or 3 times a work day, they like OSHA would come and say you can't do that. But yet they allow soccer players to head the ball without any protection of their head. I played racquetball, and I used to get hit in racquetball with the ball, and it hurts like a motherfucker. And people will say it doesn't hurt, and I say you're a liar, or you're not playing with people who hit the ball very quickly. And I bought this. What was it? Oh, it was a goalie helmet. That's like a soft shell helmet, and I would wear that, and I would wear goalie protection backwards, and I really think that's how racquetball players should play. I think you could just wear a padded suit. It doesn't have to be really big, but it hurts so badly. I mean, yeah. And I also think there should be, they should work on, especially after COVID or whatever the hell that was, the anti-flogging. Like, these football players, they want to take their helmets off. They want to be all big and bad. You see, they're dating Taylor Swifts of the world, and they'll date the big actors, but nobody knows what they look like. Nobody knows who they are because they're football helmets. I think they could have a clear type of football helmet. I've seen it before. Let me see if I can find it. It's like a futuristic one. But let's see if I can find it. I mean, it allows you to see their face, and I also think they should wear something in basketball, but I'm not seeing. I saw a design of one once that I really thought could work. But in the future, I don't think humans will be playing football. I think that, again, OSHA or somebody will come in and say, this game's too violent, but people will still want to watch the game. And so it'll be played by whatever the fuck that Fox football, it's called Fox NFL Sunday. What do you call that? Mascot? Where it's like a robot? Read this guy. People will just watch this kind of shit play. And these owners won't have to pay players anymore. And they won't have to. Because, I mean, that would be a cool game, just watching a team of robots play each other. And I don't really know how it would work, but I think it'd be cool. All right, so you're done talking about fantasy football? No, but I'm really excited for Monday Night Football. It's a weird thing, though, here in California, where Monday Night Football starts like 4 p.m. It's like 4:30 p.m. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, eventually there'll be more people who move to the West Coast, and I think they'll change the times. But I just think that they need to shorten the game, put it live video pause reconnecting, or it should be. You want to sing the live video pause reconnecting song? It goes like this: live video pause reconnecting, live video pause reconnecting, live video pause reconnecting, live video pause reconnecting. Internet's been great, really. Yeah, as opposed to when it sucks, which is all the other time. I think that rugby would be really big in the future. Ultimate would be really big. Golf would be really big. Anything else? Would anything else be really big? I'm not going to go into all my future predictions of sports, but I think women's sports would be really big. I think slam ball would be really big. Slam ball needs some improvements, though. They need to. I don't know. It's too complicated. Where even like Marshawn Lynch, who's doing the play-by-play. He doesn't even know all the rules. But it's a cool game. I mean, it has a really good start, and it's fast. Indoor soccer, I think, would be really good. Anything else? Yeah, I think a lot of sports would be good. I think that What about fantasy sports? Fantasy sports I think would be really good. Baseball would be probably the big one though. Why? I don't know. I think, how would you improve baseball? Metal bats. They'd have to wear more protection, and they would have to be faster. Like the pitcher could have balls in like a little basket, so that they don't have to keep throwing the ball back and forth. And, um, I don't know. The whole sliding into the catcher, I don't think that should happen. I think. Uh, anyway, back to fantasy football. I think that hockey, I think, would be really good. Um,
You're only 3 days overdue.
I think handing off the ball. I don't know. In pro football, I think, how could it be improved? They should have a running clock, I think, until the last, like, maybe 5 minutes or 2 minutes or something. I just think they have a running clock is better. Gotta make the game shorter. They last too long. I mean, the Rebetino doesn't know this, but there's only in an hour-long football game that lasts 3 hours. There's only about 2 minutes worth of actual action. That's the exciting part. What else would be cool? The way the XFL used to do, XFL I think would be really big. Or USFL might come back, and that would be good. Arena football I think would be big. In the NFL, I think they would allow, like in Canada, you can run receivers before the snap of the ball. That would be big. The whole thing about illegal formations, I don't think should be a rule. I think you should be able to have any fucking formation you want. If you don't want to have 7 guys on the line or whatever, you don't have to have 7 guys on the line. Somebody's got to make the argument to me why it has to always be this one certain way that we've just seen. Where you got 7 guys on the line, 7 guys on the other side, maybe some linebackers, and they just all run into each other. That seems kind of boring. It'd be much cooler if you could have like 3 guys on the line, and then a bunch of other guys maybe a little further back. Another thing I think any player should be able to catch the ball. They make these stupid rules like illegal linemen downfield. Like you have to limit the amount of rules that there are in sports. When you create many rules, it becomes too complicated for the common person to watch. Illegal lineman downfield, ineligible receiver downfield. I hate that rule because it's too complicated. Also, I think holding. How would you fix holding? They should just have some kind of algorithm that literally is watching all the players at any one time, and it'll automatically call it on them so that none of them do it. Because if not, you do it until you get caught, and it's literally done on every single play. And because of that, holding can be called on every single play. Another thing I would do is have some kind of algorithm or some kind of special jersey that if the other player's glove touches my jersey, it would give off some kind of passing interference penalty. I feel as if as a cornerback, you shouldn't ever touch the receiver, and they allow that. They're like, oh, incidental. They call it incidental contact. It's like, no, because what is incidental contact versus passing interference? It's ridiculous. There shouldn't be line judges anymore. They should have all that shit be laser. And I mean, what the crazy thing is at one time one time. 4 times in any football game, you'll have one referee who's right in front of the ball, say it's a touchdown, and then some other motherfucker run from across the field, whisper in his ear, shh, shh, shh. They'll get in a little huddle, and then it'll be like no touchdown or, the previous place being reviewed. Now, that's something. The review system has improved football greatly. Before you had the review system, oh my god, the amount of blown calls there would be. But there's still blown calls. And the other thing that pisses me off about football is the referee in the middle of the fucking defense. They just have a referee who you're not allowed to touch, and he's always trying to get out of the way of the players, but it's like there's already so many guys who are sprinting across the field and things like that. They don't need to be looking out for another person. And not just that, I think that the referee should wear some kind of padding. They're unprotected, and these guys have pads that will literally like destroy the referee if they hit them in the right way. You can use cameras and drones and things to have. I just don't think you need a freeze on the field. I think you could eventually have a robot that just. I mean, the only thing for which you need a referee is to place the ball somewhere, and I think you could eventually do that with drones or a robot or something. But I just don't want. I don't. There are already 22 guys on the field. You don't need to have another. I don't know what it is. 5 guys with one of them in the middle of the defense. It's just like it's ridiculous that. I mean, I know that's how it's done. How about kickoffs? Did you say anything about kickoffs? Well, yeah, if I ran a team, we would onside kick every single. We worked on onside kicks during practice, so we'd get them like, I don't know, 50% of the time or something. But we would only run onside kicks. I would only go for 2, and I don't think I'd ever kick a field goal unless it was the end of the game to win the game. I would always go for it. I think that you should get more points for what do they call that? Drop kicking the ball into the field goal. I think we only currently get 3. But I think if you drop kick it, you should get like, I don't know, 4 or 5, something like that. That's hard to do. I think that they should all use a standard ball. So Pee Wee ball and pro football, they should all use a standard ball. The NBA should go with the WNBA ball. There's no benefit to making the ball too big. And people are going to say, well, I mean, these guys are big guys. Yeah, but then it makes it more difficult for the sport to catch on. If you have Pee Wee leagues, and then like girls can't, their hands aren't usually as big as guys. Okay, so for basketball, and sometimes I've seen this, girl, especially in college, there'll be like an errant men's basketball that gets mixed up with the girls' basketballs, and they'll end up using a men's basketball during a game and not even know it. So I would say that they should just use one ball. Football should be one size. Basketball should be one size. You shouldn't have youth basketball. You can have small balls, but like I think this is a youth ball. It may be. I think it is. You should just use a youth ball. I mean, these guys can catch this ball, and then you can catch one-handed, which their hands are getting to the size. Like this one. This is a. Okay, let's see if we can see the difference. Okay, yeah. So this is an NFL ball. This is a Pee Wee size NCAA ball. They're not that different in size, as you see. And then how about this one? I don't want to get this one, but that's yet another ball. They should just use the Pee Wee size. I mean, I've got my hands on them, and I can tell you that they're not that big. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a difference. So just have one size ball. Use the Pee Wee ball. Why the Pee Wee ball? Because you want the sport to grow. You want kids to to catch on, and they don't need to have to keep buying different balls. If you ever want to see me on a porn, just Google Tesla porn and check it out. I still have this girl's tutu from this movie I made with her. She blows me in a Tesla that I rented. Okay, is that the end of your story? Allegedly. No. Anything else? No. But I really like fantasy football. I played it when I was in college, and my friend and I, we didn't play it our first year together, our second year together, to my knowledge. We played our third year together, and we watched. Oh no, we might play our second year together and our third year together, and we watched so much NFL when we normally never watch NFL. And we got to know guys, like their names. It helps people to learn their teams. How else would you improve pro football? Make the game shorter. I would use a running clock, and I wouldn't even have a punter. I would go for every fourth down. And if I needed to, then I would just have somebody pooch punt. Like, okay, so we had to punt. These guys are good enough athletes. You don't have to use one entire scholarship spot for a kid to punt when you could have that person be a tight end or a running back or something else. When I bet you most tight ends could kick the ball 70% as well as a punter anyway. Have them practice a little bit. They could probably punt 80 to 90% as well as a really good punter. I'm not saying you don't need any kickers, push reps, but I'm not saying you need. Sometimes these teams have an NFL team has a kicker and they have a punter. Those are two roster spots that I don't necessarily think that my teams would necessarily need. You wouldn't have a kicker? No, I don't think so. Maybe. But I wouldn't have a kicker and a punter. I'd be like, you can figure it out. We don't need a spot for both of them. I would have more slots in the NFL for. I don't know. I think there just should be more roster slots. But I don't know. It's pretty good now. Without changing the game too much, I could not wait for Monday Night Football. Who plays tonight? The Rams, who I never. I lived in LA when they won the Super Bowl. I watched 0 Rams games, along with the entire city of Los Angeles. We don't give a shit about football. If you live in LA and you give a shit about football, you're kind of lame. Why? Because there's so much other shit to do in LA that it's like nobody's going to Rams games. No one's fucking going. Definitely not going to Chargers games. And I'm not saying I am saying that you're lame. There are people who go to Tufts games and Tuckwood games and Upper games, but that's different. The NFL is you look at the stadium and it's like 50% full. To this day, I've lived in LA for now 7 years. In total of my life, I've lived here about 10 years. And I have never met one pro football fan here. I'm not saying they don't exist, but at least not for LA. Not for an LA team now. Granted, it doesn't. Okay, we'll say for those 7 years that they've had pro teams here, I have yet to meet someone who's not in the media. Even still, I don't know anybody who is a pro football fan here. And I've been around Jews mostly, so it doesn't necessarily mean. But not necessarily. I've been around Jews mostly, but I've been around Americans, Mexican Americans, African Americans. There's Caucasian Americans, people from Mexico. people from all kinds of countries. No one here likes these teams. You look at the stadium, and it's pretty empty in comparison to some other big stadiums, like other teams. Like you look at Green Bay, you look at Chicago, you look at New York, you look at Boston. I mean, they have big fan bases, but here, why hasn't football caught on? I think I could help it catch on, but there's so much to do here that it's like, and I don't know. The city has just been screwed out of. I never understood this. I mean, I get it, but it's like these pro teams started manipulating cities to build stadiums for them. Back in the day, if you wanted a new stadium, the ownership and the team had to buy it. But then what they started doing is saying, we'll leave your city if you don't buy it. And they know how much money I don't know why I say this is so bad. They know why, they know how much money a pro football team brings to an area. So then all these people started, like, tax dollars started paying for these things, which is not for what tax dollars are. Anyway, I'm not here to discuss that too much, but it's like you've got. I've been to SoFi Stadium. It's a beautiful stadium. There is no reason why that place shouldn't be sold out, except it's very expensive, and it is like, why don't you go to any programs? I don't know. NFL is just not that exciting to me, and but also I just didn't have the money. Let's say you had the money, would you go? No, I would think they would be boring. I guess because they have television, it's different. But like when I was a kid and I would go to football games, they didn't have replay. Like I love instant replay because my vision's bad, and so I guess that's the thing too. I can't see that well, so looking at the field doesn't necessarily, like I have to see it up close usually. But I think having more screens at a stadium would be better too. They only usually have like one big screen at a stadium. That's fine, but you could put up other screens at stadiums. I mean, you could sell advertising on them if you needed, but in addition, you can show different angles of what's going on with the game. I think jumbotrons specifically, and that's a brand, but they call them jumbotrons, are great for stadiums, and they don't utilize them enough. I mean, while you have the game on one, you could show, player profiles on another, or whatever you want it to do. I just think having one made, it's just, that's not gonna. I mean, it would help the game. It helps the time go by more quickly. There should be a word quicklier, just faster, but more quickly. A running clock. What about, NFL should go with the college overtime. College overtime is very exciting. In fact, I could see the whole game going to just whatever they do in college overtime. It's very exciting. I would say no ties in the NFL anymore. That is a shitty part of NFL, where you'll have teams. And why do they have ties? I think it has to do with their with television, and they don't want these games going for like a really long amount of time, and that's fine. But I just don't. Americans in general hate ties. That's why soccer is never one of the reasons why soccer is never fought out in the United States. You need a shootout at a certain point, and I think you just go with the college rules and have a longer game. I mean, it's the NFL. It's going to have big ratings. Anybody's going to be happy to have that. So I would say go with the college rules. Even if it goes like 7 or 8 or 9 overtimes, okay, then it does. But what is shitty is when you have over the course of the season, like teams going 8-8, and then one goes 8-7-1, and another team goes 8-7-1, and it's like only a couple teams tied over the. They'll be like over the course of an NFL season, like maximum usually. It's generally something like if any ties occur, maybe 1 or 2 ties. So all the teams have like normal. Oh, this team is 9-7 for the year. Oh, but this other team is 4-11-1. It's like it just it doesn't it it's inconsistent and people don't like it. So I would get rid of ties. What else would you do? I'd have helmet cams on every player, and I'd have every player mic'd up. And I think you like in NASCAR, you can choose the radio, whose radio you want to which you want to listen, using some different systems that they have set up. I think it should be the same thing. You should be able to like watch any player you want. If you want to sit there and just watch a POV of Pat Mahomes the whole game, you should be able to do that. Now, what if how about when they're in the huddle? I think probably they could mute it while they're in the huddle or something like that. But I don't think that it's a bad idea to just have cameras on all the guys. Would you do anything else? I'd pay the cheerleaders more. Cheerleaders don't get paid shit. I think the cheerleaders should get paid a lot more than they currently are. And they should be there should be more of them. Like in college they have different squads, but it's like you could have like a gold squad and a blue squad like they have at the university or whatever, because people get hurt, people get sick, women get pregnant, hell, even men get pregnant nowadays somehow. Anyway, so I think you could do that. My nose itches. I don't know why. Would you do anything else? I think lingerie football would be really good. Nobody talks about that. The puppy bowl would be good.
I'm so sick of this. Your dad is not letting that greasy engine out on the lawn for one more day.
Did you watch the Super Bowl? Yeah, we watched the Super Bowl, I think for part of it. And at least part of it. Yeah, who did the Rihanna did the thing? She did a really good job. Was it Rihanna? Something like that. What happened?
DJ, your shoes are caked with mud. Get them off my
Was that this last year? I don't fucking remember. Anyway, I think that I've named enough things to observe the game. I think scoring should be higher in the NFL. And that's one of the reasons why I think the college game is more top in a lot of ways. Okay, and it's not, but so how do you increase scoring? Allow wide receivers to run in motion before the snap. Anything else? No, that'd be fine. Is there anything else you would do until the game? No, but you were excited for Monday Night Football? Yeah, who plays? Who plays tonight for serious? The Rams versus the Rams, the Eagles, the Rams, the Eagles. Who else? The Rams, the Eagles. I don't think we haven't played. The Rams, the Eagles. How do you think of that? Where is the Eagles? Those players. Rams, Eagles. I don't know if they play each other. I don't think they play each other. I don't know who they play. Rams, Eagles, and go through the teams.
Well, it's a little hard to apply eyeliner when something on your face. I know, that's why I make
Tampa Bay. Anybody else? Tampa Bay and somebody else. I don't know.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna top them off.
Who's that? Oh, Bengals. So it's Philadelphia, Tampa Bay, Rams, Bengals. Who's next week? Seattle Giants. Green Bay, That's another weird thing to have 2 Monday night games. Do you like it? Yeah, I do. But 4:15 p.m. is just too fucking early on the West Coast. 5:15. I don't know. I guess it's very late in New York though to start a game at 8:15 is pretty late. But it's like, if I went to sport to catch on Mondays, I would. I mean, it's already pretty big, but it's just like it's 4:15 in the afternoon. Nobody's got time in LA to watch. You're never gonna get a Monday night, like a regular Monday night crew. So I might change it up. I would maybe have like a 5:15 game on the West Coast, and then it's so late on the East Coast. Okay, so 5:15. 5:15 is the earliest you can start, I think, to really have any impact on the West Coast. just people can't leave that early. 4:15 is very early. I would do 5:15 and like. Here's the thing: competing games. I don't know. I just don't think that's the way to do it. I would do like 4:15 and then I might do 4 games on one day. 4:15 and 7:15 and 2 games at 4:15 and 2 games at 7:15. Okay, 1 game at 4:15 and 1 game at 7:15. But 7:15 here is 10:15 on in New York, but if you could get the game down to 3 hours, it's still going to end at 1 in the morning. The thing is, that's about the latest I think you can do Monday Night Football. That's still really late. But it's so early, 4:15 on. No, I mean, no wonder the NFL hasn't caught on out here. Also, why hasn't it caught on out here? There's too much other shit to do. It's very expensive, and everybody. Not that people want money here, but it's like, why do Lakers games work? Because they get celebrities there. I don't know why the owners of do what Jerry Buss did, and make it a celebrity event. Like, Jesus Christ, they had fucking Taylor Swift at a Kansas City game, and people are all up about it. You should have some. You should say to Jack Nicholson or someone like that, you're gonna always be at this game. I know he's a little old for it, but they should have a celebrity. Like, you're always gonna be at this game. We'll give you season tickets, and we'll pay you to be here. We're gonna pay you millions of dollars to go to these games, and bring your friends, and it'll be a big deal. And then people in LA would go because it's like, oh, celebrities will be there. I can see X, Y, and Z there. As opposed to now, there's just none of that, and it's different. I mean, like in LA, you can see like who's sitting courtside is a big deal. It's not like that in the NFL, and they should make it that way. People are in boxes, and it's like, okay, so the people are in boxes. You can't see anybody in boxes. It would be like you need to have celebrities who are down by the field, not on the field, but in their seats, like the normal person, and just pay them. I would pay celebrities literally. If I were William Morris Agency, a creative artist, creative artist agency. I'd be like, look, we're gonna get. I mean, it's a good idea that they have like this like kids football game on Disney Plus or whatever. But I would say we're gonna get kids to watch this game. We're gonna get celebrities to watch this game, and they'll all sit together and they'll hang out together, and they might even tailgate together. But when people start seeing that in LA, it will become a big deal, and people will pay to go to the games and watch what's going on because it would be exciting then. Not only would it, like, women would want to go, oh, okay, they don't really care about the football game that much, and many women don't. And I don't want to just paint with a wide brush, but generally. But if they saw, I don't know, their favorite male actor or female actor there, or music artist or whatever, that would be a big deal. And they'd want to go. And then it's not just going to be random. I mean, these teams are making billions of dollars. They're worth billions of dollars. They could say, and that's easy advertising for them. I don't know. That's what I would do. If I owned one of these things, I would have it so that, but they can't sit in the box. You could sit in the box sometimes, but people want to see you at the games, and I think that would be important. So anyway, you're fine. Go fuck yourself.
So why are you so surprised, Jeff? You think a guy wants to know that women he's with has slept 20 times more people than he has? You should lie. I would never lie. Why not? I like to dance now because really? Well, yeah. He said he was with like 7 women, so I figured that meant 5. And I was with 6 guys, so I said 3, to make sure to put that under the spot. When you think that was good, I think that was brilliant. Well, what's the big deal? Why can't the man just accept that maybe the woman should their experience? There. He knows that she knows. Well, Fred's good. Especially considering it's just the 3. Where did you go, Jackie? Every man has a thing. Well, I'm not gonna lie, and I think I'm along with Fred would want me to tell you. No, men want to hear that they're strong and handsome and smart. They do not want to hear that they're absolutely not. Charlie never lied to me. I'd be really hurt. Well, that isn't true, David. Remember how upset you got when she told you that you had food up there? Maybe she was sparing your feelings, but I guess you feel a lot better now that you know what's really Yeah, I do. I feel a lot better. What do you guys think? I think it's great. It looks just great. And what's done, Roseanne, he has to know the truth. And David, the truth is that your hair was on and on. Thank you for being so honest. By the way, everyone's telling you that it's
And the Irish only had 10 men on the field for that last touchdown. What's going through your mind as you were watching all of this unfold?
Well, I think isn't there a coach on the sidelines who's supposed to be in charge of that? Yeah, there are, like the defensive coordinator, the position coaches, and the head coach. That was a major mishap for Notre Dame, and it very likely cost them a spot in the playoffs. And I know some Irish fans this morning waking up going, you can't say that. We still have many more games to play. Well, that was the biggest game on your calendar because it was against probably the best team you'll see, for possible exception of USC, and it was at home, and you have to win those games. And the Irish's arrogance about not being in a conference could come back to cost them because they will not have a conference championship game to make it up.
If you want a job, I got one. I talked to him. And I'm going to take care of it. Tough. You've got old responsibilities. Danny, are you going to make a speech? Because if you are, I think we got to get more chairs. We'll call the neighbors. I'm not going to make a speech. What I'm going to do is try to remind you of your obligations. Listen, you're gone, man. She was crying on the phone. It's her way. Not like this. She was crying so hard I couldn't understand her. And sometimes you can't get a mother. She gets very emotional. Everything kind of gets into perspective, you know? I mean, you have a tendency to get upset when you treat him like crap. There's nothing wrong with Mom. I didn't say there's anything wrong with it. Who said there was something wrong with you, Mom? You know that she's had it hard. I know that. This kind of stuff is not good for her. Yeah, Rosie and Sydney might be wrong.
German with trips, lab throws under duress, incomplete. I think Quinn Stevens heard a lot of footsteps. They came up at the 25-yard line.
Thanks, baby. Josh, I'm gonna die, or something's gonna happen.
Slept with a lot of guys, he'd be upset.
No, Fred, I really don't think you would. You know,
And Dan knows that he doesn't have this is me being insecure.
you have no reason to be insecure. Jeff is wonderful. She also told me that best love she's ever had. On a solid You're the best. What did your mom do when you gave her the money? Did she do that kid last time with wash each and every bill? Hey DJ, haven't seen you since I got home. Shut up. Oh, nice to see you too. School's going really well. Shut up. Yeah, the bus ride home was nice, but unfortunately I was sitting next to this guy who kept singing, oh, you kids, if I had a car every time I did this. Oh, shut up, Ironic. Grandma strapped her bed and DJ walks free. Sensitivity. Not unlike our because grandma's crazy? No, it's not because she's tired. Yeah, tired of being sane. Well, crazy is the mean word. Grandmother is just emotional. Well, she's got some more. She's a cat nut. How long has she been like this? Well, in our family, it's going to be a nutcase for 20 years without even noticing. We noticed early or just ignored. Did Grandma do crazy things? Well, there was that one tip-off. Remember when she was in Florida? She sent us that postcard that said, having a great time. Wish I was here. I don't think you should be making fun of Grandma. We're not making fun on, DJ. This is just our way of coping. Instead of crying and saying, our grandmother's in a mental institution, we say, well, just realize with other people you share dreams and watching.
Morning.
Yeah, I know, but what happened to my mom makes sense. I just have to rush. How your parents got divorced? That's where it says and get hospitalized for exhaustion then?
Yes, it was a mental hospital. Her husband of 32 years had just walked out on her, so she got a little depressed. Go figure. My dad used to go away on business trips when I was a kid. One time, he took off without even telling my mom. 2 weeks, no phone calls, no nothing. She didn't know where he was. Yeah, he really did that. And broke her so bad. And she... I told her.
Oh, yeah, I know that, but I mean, I didn't know he was that bad. I didn't know he affected her so much.
She affected her. He was horrible to her. It's amazing she held up as well as she did.
Also,
It wasn't hard for me. It was hard for her. She made it okay for me. She was a great mother. She didn't teach her kids to make jokes about things that aren't funny.
hey, kids are just trying to help them, okay? But also really bad about what happened.
Well, you can never tell. Of course, you can never tell anybody what they think about anything around here. All they do is yell at each other and make jokes.
Well, man, I'm really upset that you forgot the occasional fist fight. I'm just trying every way I know how.
Try something else.
I hope you kind of had to sing a proper lullaby and not just rock and roll you sang last time. Magic trick. I'm so square that I don't know that song. It's about a reaper. Let's see what Roxanne thinks. You think it's a good idea to encourage infants to do drugs? Kathy, what is the matter with you? I told you you have to wait till it's 3 before you go and buy him one of those Fisher-Price bongs. Make you little jokes now, but you wish you listened to me when that boy is 16 and he's wearing an earring and dungaree. No, just sucks. I mean, he's reminds me of just like that. He's getting really nasty too. I mean, he called me a bad mother, I think. I could not hear because DJ was running by with scissors. You're not a bad mother, Roseanne. A bad mother thinks one blanket is enough in the dead of winter. Where do you keep them, Jackie? In the basement. Yes, best. Grandma to the rescue again. Breathe deep, old woman. This is so weird, all that stuff you told me. It's like this family is way more sweet. It's a shame. They're married to me. No, just his mom being our mom. Get him to talk about mother, he's so defensive. Like he has to believe she's the world's greatest mother. Yes, imagine a child loving his mother. I hope you didn't snap him out of it, Roseanne. This is not about Dan loving his mother. Okay, you can still love your mother even though you know that she is a crazy old shrew. Don't think that I can read between those lines. Dan's mother was lucky she had sons. Sons always treat their mothers with respect. Look at the stains. They assumed because it was folded it was clean. You're right, Mom. Dan's mother was lucky. And don't treat you with respect. Should have had sons. Oh man, not another one of those ink blasters. Death stabbing me. What are you doing? I'm just taking a text. This was different. When you're done with this, you're okay. Here's some plans to go up. Both at once.
Question number 2. What color is a soccer dog?
Third grade.
Question number 3. Pick one. Triangle, cat, or both?
Triangle? Oh.
Question number 4. Do you ever relive the same moment twice?
No.
Question number 4. Do you ever relive the same moment twice?
No. Hey guys, what are you doing? Oh, nothing, just taking a text. Okay, and there's a plastic cup. Dan, you're so like things now. Why don't you just I'll be here in a minute to take you home. I told you he's not here. He's on a business trip. I think you should leave.
Well, I don't think you should leave. You know what I think you should leave? I think you should leave. I think you should get away from this stuff.
Get that chair.
Dad, put that down. Why don't you go get Dad my car? Now listen, I'm married to your father and you have me. Yeah, but hurt your father's son. He's a good man. Just
He doesn't love you. He doesn't love the kids. He just goes away all the time. He leaves you home by yourself. And he comes back and he says, "Look, honey, I got two hands." Lonnie. No, you got to call her.
Dan, I forbid you to talk to my son that way. Now, why don't you have a little coffee? Come on, Kenny. There's no way for you to act in your father's hat. Well, that's always the first sign that he's had too much caffeine. No, Dan, that would be rude. Crystal would be very insulted if I don't talk about the ball, too.
Get out of our house.
That was pretty cute, Mommy. But, you know, his ankle is as big as your chest. Plus, it's over at our house. Yeah, isn't that right? Oh, right, that's where he is. Yes, agreed. Oh, because we wanted to be a big surprise.
Let's go.
And you did that. Now you the rest of the farmers and the homes. It's okay, we're taking this from a few days. Boy, Dad, now that I'm in college, let me tell you, I know exactly how you feel. I find that if you just start drinking right when you wake up, the hangover's gone. And, you know, you can go about your day with full energy, whether it's going to classes or, raising a family. Oh, Dad, I'm not sorry. Just a painful reminder of another winter. So what were you thinking going over there all the time?
Oh, I see you're talking. If I forgive him, I feel it. But it just says, where's my tap shoes?
This is just their technical understanding. You said, when they're touching that she was visiting some relative. She wasn't.
My mother was in a bad marriage.
She told me that your mom was in and out of the hospital before you visited. Do you want to call those hospitals Dan? He let you blame him for everything, Dan. But you call your friend all of his life just so he can keep your mom looking good for you.
Jesus, around. What you're saying does not make any sense. Why? Why wouldn't he tell me?
Because maybe he knew he was going to be gone all the time. Maybe he figured it would be easier for a kid to have a bastard for a father than a crazy person for a mother.
This was his fault. Smart enough not to listen to some drunk who is tearing up her house. Broke the toaster? No, I in the kitchen. Why don't we just call it quits for something like why the hell not? We're both grown men. We don't need each other anymore. Let's just say it's done. Come on, Dad. We used to when I was on my own. But now, I can't just talk about stop. Okay, I admit them. I can't keep apologizing. So it's been things about you for a long time. I just want you to know that I really appreciate it. You're still great. You passed up here, aren't you? Look, you don't understand what I'm trying to tell you. I just want to tell you that I really appreciate that toast here in my politics is something. What's it say? Title of break-in. It's bothering you that much.
I know you guys are just trying to get through this stupid test.
Well, you can bring the fine print where they sell the first 10 at that price. You must be. Well, you can take it back, but your old one's not up to code. And some of my reviews are
Oh, that's okay, David. I want to live vicariously through you. Come on, there must be dozens of things we can figure out you. I'm gonna say no more about that before. I'm gonna say there's that, like you want your money, okay? And then I'm gonna go there with George. Has got to be a record for anybody. That's funny. Don't you worry about it, George. No matter how bad he is, yours is the one place he'll stop you. Thanks, Miss Carter. Darlene, I'll let you work me through your thing. Oh, I am not going to spy on my brother right now. What? I'm just kidding. I'd love to. What are you talking about? Summer paid for it. Second stone. teacher's been there like every day. Now church is good. We support church. We get influence on it. Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll take after your cousin Jessica, who's the one who sent us the Bible and every single word highlighted. His cousin Jessica is the Ellis impersonator.
It just gives me a feeling of my family. Fellow Pam Robertson relegates a Grateful Dead.
What? Where have you been going every day after school? God will punish you in the law. Also, why didn't you tell us before? What's the matter? TJ, you're so right. You make fun of that when we bound you with your face. Hey, I didn't want to sit here and talk to you. I just had some questions about God and stuff. Well, so why didn't you come to us? No two better people to answer questions. What religion? I have no idea, Dan. We've gotten awful lazy around here about our souls and such. I think from now on we need to be as serious about our spiritual fitness as we are about our physical fitness. And all we did is just sat there to test us. Do you have any more suggestions? Let's say some Sunday we could get up early and all the other students sit there on the couch and watch one of the church. Well, sometimes it's really hard not to. It was hard when I wanted to. I didn't see anything else. So you see, I'm using your screen. That last thing. Yeah, well, shut the hell up.
They're going to play it off the level concept. He's going to be looking at this game. She turns over, you know,
She said it's like there's something touching. I'd like to write to Just whenever I see man watching one of these gigs, I wonder what could possibly be going on inside his head. What's that noise?
That's a tie. It means you're going in overtime.
Does that mean they get paid more? I really should take my nap.
Oh, you're not leaving.
But I'll be too strong and I might tie it up like this in a hat. Me too. Hey, Jake. You're right. The fact that you see this about everything from the left chair, don't let that get you. You're right. Oh, come on, man. Never seen it.
Hi, it's Daddy. It is now 9 a.m.
been a while for both of us. I can't balance the way I used to. Because I did everything I could. When we hit the floor, I just wish it was me who was on the bottom.
That's not the vegetable bucket, you baby.
Humiliated unless she works through it. She's never going to go back to the retirement home. If she even says the word intercourse, I'll burst into flames. Then do it for Dan. He thinks the whole thing is his fault, and you promise. Oh, I just want you to know that if you need to speak to a different Puerto Rican,
stand it just because that.
They just had a baby. They're not meant for a while.
shared those often the details of the most humiliating experience of my life. Fred, Dan, you, Jackie, wait. These three DJs, what is TRILLIONAIRE? We'll catch you up, won't you, dear?
So everybody knows you have sex. Big deal. It's not like you got in an accident where you're alive.
That will never happen again. I can tell you that. I've one attempt with Jake and I almost killed myself. Because with your father was always a disaster. But you don't want to talk about this. Because you jumped to my friend. Well, your father was good in the sense that he never belonged to just assuming that it so you like This is what it's like to be modern woman. Oh, I would have been so uncomfortable after this conversation with my mother.
It's amazing how things have changed.
You're very giving and caring, and it kind of worked out that balance problem.
Seems so much freer. So much more sharpness.
Well, I talked to my daughter and she told me not to be afraid to ask for what I want. So, you know, I wouldn't mind trying again.
Always happy at 6:30.
All right, I'll be right back. I'll left the light on in the living room.
Well, aren't you just Jackie's nice, sensible partner? Too bad comparing you to the soap opera guys. That's what it is.
I suppose she wants me to be more like this guy.
No, that guy's in love with his mail. But maybe some of the other ones.
See, I don't understand this romantic stuff. What's supposed to do?
I don't know. It should be, but, big and dramatic. She's almost hit that.
My dear. Hey, I've had this beard since high school.
Yeah, I know, but you were just wearing a good typical gold. Trust me, you don't need it no more.
Rosanna, how was the whole beard made me a little more interesting?
I'm not too water when they say that people only use Jack.
Alright, I love this beard. And if you think shaving it off is going to prove something different,
Yeah, I know, but I was kind of hungry. Maybe that clever idea of his mommy is if his mommy would just give in and marry his daddy. You're annoying. If the next time he came over, you were wearing a nice dress and maybe a little lipstick. With a steady job. What's best for you? My darling and young David.
how about bringing up the baby just
Yeah, David's always thrilled to meet someone smart. It's just like a cat, right? You grab him by the back of the neck. Now what? Okay, I'm done. No, I don't like kids. I didn't even like myself till I was 14.
So you don't want to have kids. I mean, I thought we were going to be together for fun.
Well, you're gonna have to plant your seed somewhere else, Farmer Bob.
So what I want to say to you, having my baby would be a wonderful way of saying how much I love you.
Hearing you say that, David, my new goal in life is to die barren.
Don't be silly, darling. Women were made to make babies. The men.
God, not even you can believe that crap, right, David? You say it's a woman's job to have children. That's sexist.
Me, I'm not sexist. I'm much too frank to be sexist.
What did you mean?
Well, I didn't mean it. I think that's a woman's satisfying, fulfilling obligation. Come on, darling, this is not my opinion. This is just nature. You can't see that because you're just being irrational.
Oh, you're right, David. I'm not being rational. I know I must have my period or something, right?
I would never say that, but are you?
Yeah, David, I just changed my mind about premarital sex.
Jackie just told me what you said, darling, and I cannot believe you.
She didn't understand.
She said that you told him that having a baby was her obligation.
How could she think I meant that? She's our wife. You, I am her uncle. Maybe it just so happens that I'm secure of my masculinity to you. David probably let me expect her. I just mean other people. It's better.
I'm already watching every dish in the house. Oh, enjoy yourself. I'm just gonna keep doing the dishes. I hope there's still some skin left on my hands.
Love you guys.
See, that's what I tell you. That's how
We're gonna talk to Jackie right away because I think I know what she wants. I don't want you yourselves. Jackie, we're gonna talk.
you keep showing up, you think eventually I'll change my mind. feel like I can give you an answer.
Oh, that's good. Because I don't have your answer yet. First of all, up to a cat if I let you name it. I'm pleased to join. I sit in front of the fireplace. I drink champagne. Just look at me. I don't want you to answer me until midnight. Because that way, if you say no, I'll be at peace. Now I'm in a perfect night with you.
Too much thinking.
I don't know about you, but I had a tough time keeping a straight face in that one. Oh, come on, man. Can you see what's going on? All parties in the doghouse and Barney's way out.
I do not believe you, Dan. The most romantic thing we'll probably ever witness in our lives, right here in our own house, and it doesn't even touch you in the least bit.
Touch me. You said you didn't touch me. Touch me. Look quickly.
We have no romance in our lives.
I'm talking about a third romantic.
Your idea of romance is fine, but I can't away from my face.
Rosie, we're too old for what the stuff Jake and Fred are going to do here. Besides, we got stuff. We got words. Bring it on. I'm just going to
You don't need the game, Dan. You've got memories.
must remember to be friendly.
Well, my marriage is funny. I'm all yours.
Hold on, you two. Maybe my brother. Yes. Woman, I'm not your lady.
Wait a minute. I'm looking for romance, but I can't help all of you. These I've always wanted everything that I've always wanted.
I do know what's going
She's at its my husband. Hey, I thought I picked you up.
Oh, you picked up the account. I returned his name alive.
How come you don't smell like cars?
I work.
Where'd you get that? You better not have watered down any of my gin nut cake.
Oh, that's my own. Coming to mail. From the vintage sellers of the evening.
We haven't had wine since the night we celebrated the odometer on the truck rolling all the way around to zero.
We got the crazy straws, baby. Yeah,
Man, you know I am a sucker for a man who can harness the power of fire.
Let the romance begin.
Romancing the phone? It's just some single male fantasy that only appeals out to single males.
It's got scenes with only women. Get this for you. Fine, if you don't want this with help,
Dan, we've been running 21 years. So I know what I'm talking about now.
well, obviously I don't just do it.
Because if I can tell you what it is, I might as well just go do it myself. I think I can handle it.
No, you can't. It's just the kind of stuff that's nice.
Put mayo on both sides. Just the way you like it.
I realize. I love you so much, even if you're just don't. If you ever change your mind, you know, then you really have to cancel, right? You know, like you're staying on the police and like,
You do that? Wow. I mean, we just don't have time to cope. So romantic.
Guy stays at home for all those outfits.
Why would it be stupid?
Because there's no way you can ever make this much money. That's because the world is so unfair to women.
Wow, this looks like real antique china.
That's useful.
Dan did that only once, and he had his hand under his arm. Romancing the phone.
Come on, Rosanna, wasn't yourself just like Fred? I think that's you can't put the metal pan in the microwave.
You know, I really appreciate the effort, honey, but you don't get it, so please just don't try anymore, okay?
Candlelight dinner, that's romantic, isn't it?
Yeah, if there wasn't seagulls hovering above the sink.
I guess I could wash those. You know, maybe to make your life easier, I gave you this. This is our Conrad line from Illinois. Say hello to your this is dishwasher. Yeah, it's pretty great, isn't it? I was watching soap operas. I didn't know what the hell they were talking about. Man, they got commercials for all kinds of dishwashing stuff. You know the glasses aren't supposed to have spots.
Oh, man, I love you despite so many problems.
Yeah, I love you despite me. If I tell you, it wouldn't be romantic.
Man, this is so cool. We should take it up here and let her play the TV for dishes. Yeah, we'll put mine in the box and bring it to me on a plate. I said, yeah.
Thanks.
Where's the baby from? I tell him that he's going to be scared.
Hold it up, huh? So anytime you need any pointers, expert like you, but after 21 years of marriage, there's a little trick there. I'll give this. What is it? Oh, you're just being nice. Seriously, I'm curious. Rise it with this. Shot at the jacket and out No, no problem. Listen, next time you hear something, don't call me, call the police. Especially treating
We're bakers. One, Shiva, those one,
You see anything? No. Dan? What do you say? Dan! If you are able to!
Why are you leaving drugs out of your place? Did we do anything else to ask the brothers onto it? So you needed a man to protect you and you called Dan. Your instinct was to call Dan.
Well, I'm sorry, I called Dan because I heard a word. And by the way, I'm fine, and so was your child. Thanks for asking.
How many do you need a wrench? About I'm already greased on the seats of both of us. I can wash your hands. No, I'll fix it. Yourself up. You're gonna get home anyway. Just graham cracker night.
Just like Dan, I'll fix.
Right. And it's leaky. Gee, I don't know. There's nothing to be angry about. I guess Dan should just fix the leak and I should just shut up.
Oh, what do you mean? I know it's coming out. Yes, for that hand. And also write my name in the carpet. The baby starts crying and now I'm leaking.
Hold on. Hold on. I'll get Dan.
The video parts are connected like this one.
Sometimes it's easier to lose this car than it is to argue with her.
One time, my mom was throwing a baby shower for her friend, and we never moved our furniture to clean under it. And this one time, we were just cleaning around it. I was told to clean up the living room, and I just took everything and stuffed it under the couch. And one of the ladies at the baby shower was like, "Well, let's just move the." They wanted more space, and they said, "Well, let's just move the couch and then move it." And there were socks under there, and French fries, and army men, and one of the other ladies goes, "She's one of us."
Do not talk down to me like one of those husbands who's not afraid of his wife.
All God's under the same. Oh, if only this were a change. This is a lot worse. Well, we just walk on eggshells and keep this conversation. This is Connor's number. Oh, of course there's not going to be a bachelor party. Anyway, but the shirt looks like there's some crap on that track. Serious, Dan? I'm not even sure there's going to be a wedding. Most guys get up to she sees them almost every day. Oh, you don't know Leon that well. It's not Leon. Okay? It's not Leon. It's not. My wife's not even interested in me. No, she told us about you. It's like you're the ideal man and no other guys can live up to. What? And you're talking stupid things. Like, look, we met a long time ago when we first met. Since one of your crush on me. Fine, I think great. Nobody even talks about it because it's like the biggest, dirtiest secret in the family. I happen to know that you love her. I do not love her. I'm not saying it's not flavored. You're totally egg her on. That's what she's always having to ask me to come over and fix the same stuff. I don't egg her on, I just do sloppy work. And if she asks you for help, just cut out the middleman and get into bed. Take advantage of that. But I'm surprised you're even talking like this. Well, that's right, because you're Jackie's big protector. Keep your hands off of me. Yeah, well, neither are you. Come back. Just get married in a couple of days.
You're never gonna go drink somewhere.
I don't know, he might not even eat drinks because according to your friend, there might not even be a wedding. He actually said that. Yeah, but it's just cold for me. Right? I mean, people say crazy things all the time. What?
Are you serious? Yeah, I've been feeling about it all week. I just couldn't get to you because Dad kept me in the tub.
Well, what do you think, John? I ask you.
I think you should cancel the wedding. Could be the first problem is circumstances that you have. I mean, you're questioning things because you still have some feelings about the past. Not someone from the past.
We'll call you if we ever need some gibberish.
What's the lie you two? I had about that much confidence and you just stomped on it till it's all gone.
Well, I don't want
I don't want your opinion. I'm gonna find somebody who'll tell me getting married is a good idea, even if it isn't. I'm gonna ask Mom.
Well, what made you change your mind? First you would treat me like a nutcase, now you agree. I ought to put you on the show.
I'll tell you what, you're going to promise me you won't think anyone's a dick. All right, last night Fred told you something about the way Jackie feels about you. It's not a big deal. It's just one of those crush things that a younger sister has on an older sister. Fred thinks it's true. He took a swing at me last night. He told me Jackie thinks I'm like a god.
Well, that's just because you never do nothing on Sunday.
She's always asking me over there for stuff.
Oh my God, my and Leon wants to come over and fix that pie. You can look out about stuff. Jackie has never said one thing about that to me, ever.
Well, she wouldn't say anything to you. I'm your man. Okay, you go ahead. You think I'm a fool, but at least I'm not stupid. It's so obvious what you're doing, Roseanne. You don't want Jackie to be here because then you have to share her with Brad. You want to keep her all to yourself, even though it means she'll never be happy.
You are so wrong. And you are so really wrong. If you have any wrong at all, give us a book of world records and the world's wrong.
No, I got that title the day I married you.
Indecisive, emotionally unpredictable, and I don't want to be married to somebody like me.
No, you should marry Fred, Jackie, and anyone who having 6,000 pets and influenced by the very worst person on earth. Me? Like evil? You must be stopped. Well, it was always that I was the one that had the kids when married to Now, if you're going to get married, Of course I won't need you. I eat them with bread. My life is messed up. Oh, you just send it up. I'm not. I'm still stuck in a dead-end job. That's true. I have no confidence in my skills as a mother, so I really need you there. Well, that's true. And you got me out of that friendship relationship. Now so you have to start a thing. What do you want? Enjoy your life better? Sit tight. He just thinks, you know what? He thinks that you have the hots for a name. What? And they have this great fight about it. The logo. Oh, no, Fred, I don't need to. I know what else.
I just don't think I can approve all of this knowing how Jackie feels.
See, not that like my computer was gonna start smoking. Because I just said it to you once because it's taking a while. I was like, oh, please let this work. But no, they were great. They got it. They got the EMS calls right clicked in. The calls were today. And let me in. But it was, man, I'm ready now. I'm like, because like I said in my live stream, it's just a podcast for my next video. My next video. There's no way this makes it to public. I said if it makes it to public, I will do a show with you guys. And there's just no way it's going to make it to public. So get your sniping gun now. You're going to have to snipe. And you're going to have to get down and battle everybody. It's pretty good. No, there's no way I can put it on. No, you know, it's pretty silly. I was like, what the heck?
See, you're setting for the phone. Yeah, I work with Rabbi. Just shaking hands. You did take a punch for me.
Hi, it's Daddy. It is now 10 o'clock a.m.
Thanks, baby.
And she have to tell you everything. Keeps just like this.
And when something is leaking, you don't apply pressure to it.
My video possibly connected. I love that song.
Next donation. Just thank you and you're my built-in lifestyle. covering the area. How? What do you do? Well, you know, they say it is best to live as a woman first before you have the operation. Right. What do you want? As soon as we finish the guitar shaped swimming. I'll just be more comfortable sitting on my plate. Well, DJ's gone, so take David out of Martin there, David to you. Where's dinner? Ours is on our plate that you told me you were eating over at that kid's house. Well, Mom, I told you yesterday, Ralph is staying. Well, I'm sorry, Ralph, but you can't stay here. You have to tell your parents that Mr. Conaghan abandoned you. Where's your town? You promised like next Christmas. Well, I didn't mean it. I thought you were just bluffing when you said you had a friend.
It's not a rough one. It's like you're apologizing. You're not going to
Oh, yeah, and why don't you just bang on the ceiling if you have trouble unfastening the wall?
Oh, I thought you'd say no. Why don't we just stick Mark in the basement and start with me? Oh, yeah, I can't sleep with the sound of air when we're sling through her head. Mark's got to go somewhere, and he can't live with me.
Ralph and DJ in the basement, you on the couch, and the boys can be in DJ's office.
Wait, why does it look like I've been so afraid of waking sick of I'm sorry, you didn't mean to get sick. Everyone was using it in there. Yeah, you sure.
Well, I would, but with the loss of my arm from here when I was 6 months pregnant. Well, and one new thing. Well, I appreciate next time.
Well, you only had one since. Why didn't you shave both of them?
I'm just seems so unbalanced.
Now I see why you get so excited when I shake my legs every morning. Yeah. I haven't been turned on since she put me in. Yeah, bro. Oh, man, you have 2 eyebrows again. No, all that sun scares me. It's finding out what little girl's back. Oh. Oh, yes,
Look at this one. That's hot, right?
Hey, in 1 minute, nobody's peeing.
What does it grow by? You were there than a Grateful Dead concert.
That was nearly 2 years ago, Dan. I think we've grown up a little since then.
So we've done our job. So nobody's quiet. Now I'm wondering.
Well, I wanted to bring back that show.
Amazing spot again. It's crazy. Baby never had no decent night's sleep since he was born. We'll just look at her production because right now she needs her sleep. I've got an idea. You know that room with all the crumpled dinosaurs on the wall? Yeah, well, I read some more people read too much.
What are you doing with the baby? Where are you taking it? Where are you taking the baby? What are you doing with it? Where are you taking the baby?
What is lettuce? What's wrong?
Listen to me. Please,
He's fine. This is your problem, it's not his. Put my foot down. Baby is no longer sleeping in our bed.
I can hear you don't want me in here either.
Fred and I had a huge fight this morning, so I brought the baby over here to teach Fred a lesson. Yeah, if you know anything, if you want to make the man suffer, you stay, don't leave. So, can we sleep here tonight? Oh, not in the house, but we are setting up a shanty town on the sun. Anywhere else to go? Ronnie wants to work. Dan doesn't allow me to live in here unless there's something on his job.
Mark, would you please come down here for a moment? Find some other place to live.
Well, congratulations, kids. Your turn. You're going.
We need to discuss this in private before it goes any further.
Just a sec. You know I'm going to say
Listen, no way changes what we talk about.
this changes everything.
How does it change everything?
Well, you used to be right. Now you're wrong.
Other night, you talk private.
Can't believe we're about to be correct.
Leave or you're grounded.
I don't care.
Grounded twice a week, man. That's how we got so good.
I don't want to argue in front of the kids. I want Mark to pick me up, but I don't want everybody to think that I'm the jerk.
These are the jerk. Dad wants me to go to my back.
Come on. About this, Roseanne. We don't even have a place to find anymore. Where's Jackie's baby? Jackie staying here too?
Why don't you guys fight about this later?
We weren't fighting about that. We were fighting about this towel. It's a comb cotton blend. I make a good living. Can we use a wool towel once in a while?
Hey, what's going on?
Carly, we're trying to have a private conversation. Do you mind?
I should have returned her lady shaver.
My lady shaver. That's ridiculous. Why would I be doing that? It's her.
Shaver fits.
What you know about that?
Back then, shavers
You
fits.
stuck to it. You like dicks. I'm true.
Dad, how long do I have to be before I get to start shaving mine?
You shave your armpits?
Yes, I do. For medical reasons.
Well, that's why you shave the right.
Seriously, what I was talking about. After 22 years, I deserve a little damn privacy. I'm going to friends.
You're squishing it. Okay, here we go. Okay, let me start. Is there one?
Good, then why don't you just take Becky upstairs and do what we're paying you to do? No, he's sure he's right. When he gets like that, it takes a little longer. Go back to your young age still. Father, he's 44 years old. It's high time you got out of this house. Well, if his head gets all misshapen, you can always sand it. Jackie, kids get germs. That's what they do. They fall up their pride and they get all cut them down.
Excuse me for trying to protect the child.
Well, you're not protecting your child. All of protecting your child.
I had him in the bed. Right in the front side.
I always decided
Right, yeah, like, well, you never had your kids sleep in the bed.
you know, Jen, your kids grow up and they just lie in the nest, and all you gotta listen to is
Well, my baby is 6 months old. Your excuse. Kids are all still living here in the house with their husbands, then their boyfriends, and me. Wonder what Dan thinks about that. But gee, I don't see him anywhere.
well, so why don't you even say anything over your kid's big misshapen head?
Yeah, it's great how men can be together, not have to talk. Here, men always feel the need to be saying something, Fred. You can't hear nothing. We had a woman here. I don't know. We were two German in one White House. Here's an acquaintance. And you've been here for a day and a half now. So you got time to look around. Man needs a space. Hey, man, space is as much of a man as man needs room to stretch.
I came in to apologize.
Really?
I'm really sorry.
I'm sorry too.
Obsessed about your baby.
It's
I was just thinking that oh, and then about what happened.
no, Jackie, no. You don't have to apologize.
I think right.
No, Jackie, really, no.
Dan, I'm sorry that I invaded your privacy, and that's all I'm gonna say.
before I take you back, we have to discuss the budget.
I'm sorry I wanted him out of here so bad. It's just I wanted to be alone with you for so long. I guess I forgot we're getting married next to each other.
So you're okay with that?
Praise the Lord.
It feels so good. I almost didn't No, actually, it wasn't at all. I just thought but there is one. I did. Man, are you kind of bad? Yeah, I'm worried. Are you sure you're okay with this? Okay, Dan, we're heading out for the baby's first birthday party. Are you sure you're going to be okay with this? Yeah, right now I'm doing sit-ups. You can't use lines like that and expect me to think you're not having sex. You are running for 2 weeks. 1 week you're having sex with my daughter, and another week is the DJ. They made me wait now. I'm going to go and get my rest from school. You're going to let me be alone in this room, Take it obviously you know very little about this family. We have raised 3 children without the truth. Very well, thank you, but that we're not sorry in legal ways.
So I came downstairs to see the person that was on the screen.
To be like to my can't manage to talk to him until what? Shower afterwards. I didn't want David to find out I was meeting Jimmy. Okay, I was trying to be considerate. Oh, he's fine with his girlfriend meeting another guy in a hotel. So insensitive. It's like David.
Yoshi, look at this man. Take a shit.
small donation.
You might not think you deserve to have Does this Jimmy kid know what he's up against? You're not allowed to have sugar, so you better be wrong.
I beat myself up about something all week and found your husband I need to do is talk. Just can't keep it out of my head.
Maybe we should have, talked before we had, sex.
That's what I'm saying. What's what I'm like?
You can see what's going on, and you're not sure you want to make
Pretty sure I want it.
Well, I'm pretty sure that I'm completely right, so you better get completely sure that it's Why are you in such a bad mood? He didn't exactly say that, but he might as well have yesterday. Thinking about all this. Why don't you leave in my comforting him every other time? Why? I don't know, it just is. Look at this crowd. Wonderful dance program. Be told, okay, that your new whole year is just a little bit too late for you to have doubts now, isn't it?
Prime members save more at your Amazon Fresh store. As a Prime member, you'll save 10% on hundreds of items in store. From organic produce to pantry staples to handcrafted tea. Head to Amazon.com/special locations and find a store near you. I'm John Bishop, host of the podcast. We talk about the things behind your social mobility with we talk about flying electric planes.
You said that to me when I was scared to marry Fred.
Come on, Jackie, this is serious.
wherever you get your
What's going on with congratulations?
Can you
Look,
hear
people, a lot of guys here with their left to make it great.
Don't miss the smart easy to support two good smart just for doing your everyday shopping. Something like iPhone, smartphones, and so if you're new and want a good shopping experience, download ROTHSCHILD and join this secret club of savvy shoppers. Every month, pay $6.99 to get $5. That's invite code $6.99.
It's all over the show, yes.
Are you sick of hot water and dry skin and hair? Fed up with hard water buildup? LifeStore's whole home water filtration system is your solution. New customers get a double with the savings. You get free standard installation plus an extra $250 off, up to $1,250 in savings. Offer ends September 30th. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit likeforlike.com. That's 1-800-99. LifeStore.
What's it gonna be? What are they gonna do?
You think damaged plastic box things on electrical cars could be considered a good deal for free? This is TRUMAN Plus standard 30
Or me,
plastic
that's
common
what
treated nuclear efficiency panels with a panel so you can furnish clean. The homeowners have shown him around and installed houses and it's too film information. They are available to sell for any of the time of the car over 2 years. The touchy panels in the concrete. Oh yeah? You see what you got here? They form plastic box traded together for 15 minutes because I was sending the number first. I took up the truck and clean up your heater. Your homeowner electric and rainbow is in the front.
Please don't say
It's
it
kind of
was nice to
smiles
me.
first.
You know, this is
And
hard for me
that's
too.
what this used to do for all the hot smiles.
I can't believe I wasted 3 years of my life
Moving
with you.
closely
Yeah,
to
sure.
your first quickly.
That make it easier.
Join Gary and Shannon this Friday from 9 a.m. until 1 p.m. for a news and reviews podcast at DJ's Restaurant and Brew House in Huntington Beach, located in Beach Boulevard, right off the 405 freeway, across from Bella Flora Shopping Center. Join us at 9 a.m. this Friday at DJ's in Huntington Beach.
Well, your mind, thoughts, and leads to other thoughts, and then you're thinking, pretty soon you're there, and it's great. I'm trying to say the right thing.
Well, saying the right thing doesn't mean anything if you don't mean it.
For you today, has everything from the little bit of free sharing on impeachment inquiry that's talking about on Thursday. Hearing will focus on constitutional and legal questions on the president's alleged involvement in President Hunter Biden's foreign business dealings during China's decree. Committee Chair James Comer also plans to subpoena the personal bank records of Hunter Biden and the president's brother James, the president of his international business over the weekend.
This is about you and Darlene breaking up, isn't it? I mean, you put yourself in a fire. Listen, David, I know you're maybe you should go get this Connor. Well, because like you, Mrs. Connor has a lot of and she likes to talk about it. I don't want to talk to her. Well, listen, I don't think maybe you should talk about your friends. So one of the business. I just don't want to embarrass her. And a crowd show a lot of courage. A lot more than all the guys over there. You know what? The best thing for you to do right now is just pick yourself up, dust yourself off, start all over again. Okay, everybody goes through something like this. We don't play us before with that big three. I knocked on the bubble. I had it in my arms. It was fun. So
Yo, she. Do the thing. Yo, yo, it's nice. Oh, Jesus Christ. How's your fantasy team? Hey, House 11. How's your fantasy team? Yo, dog. Happy fucking birthday to this lady. Gamachatima Tova. We all love you, lady. How's your fantasy fucking team, girl? I took a monster shit. Just in case anybody wants to know. Yo, dog.
You don't want to believe it. You feel better.
I don't need her. I was perfectly happy when she was going to have money and
Yeah, and the three of you would have made a lovely couple. That was not going to happen.
Yo, dog. What is that fucking mouth?
Well, I assume she's just a little ball of sunshine there since she's here.
you don't know how she spends her time. You don't know who her friends are. You don't even know she does drugs. She does it, and I guess you already knew that.
This bitch does fentanyl?
No, that I don't care. She sneaks out to play 9 holes between the morning and afternoon service.
I understand why you can't.
Moses is furious. So her God, he's such a disgrace. You gotta punish him. You gotta really make him suffer. God knows. Rabbi tees off on the first hole. It's the best drive of his life, and not only that, he hits a sprinkler cap, reaps forward onto the green on a par 4, hole in 1. Albatross,
Don't tell me
shot
about it,
of
brother.
lifetime. And then Moses turns to God and says, I thought you were going to make him suffer. And God says, that's the shot of his life.
He's a witness.
Can you tell? That was number 15. Follow me to be sure you catch number 14 of the 72 greatest Jewish jokes of all time.
The Jewish holiday of Yom Kippur is tonight, where Jews fast for 25 hours. So let's talk through it while I eat my kosher duck. So during this fast, we don't eat and we don't drink anything, including water. Now, obviously, if you have any medical issues, if you need to take water for medicine, there are exceptions to this, but generally, if you're healthy and you're in a good place to fast, typically Jews will fast. Jews typically start doing this fast after they have their bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah, because that's the age where you become an adult in Judaism. There's also a lot of tricks and hacks that people do, like taking caffeine pills, eating and drinking a ton before the fast. That definitely helps. On Yom Kippur, it's just more of a focus on our souls and spiritually getting closer to God, and less of a focus on our body and food and all the materialistic things that we focus on our regular day-to-day lives. Whether my followers observe the fast or not, this is a no judgment zone, and I hope that you guys all have a spiritual, meaningful Yom Kippur in whatever way that looks like for you. And I don't know which one of my followers needs to hear this, but even if you are not planning to fast or you are not observant, you are just as Jewish, just as loved. God still loves you.
Not when you write God with a hundred lowercase g, girl.
Cocaine costs much as a boombox. Cocaine costs much as a TV. 7 grams, a trip to Paris. A gram a week for a year, a new car. If you're on coke, everything you work for is disappearing. Later do you know it?
Building close to school. You could find a boat.
These cakes are not
Different shapes and sizes. Yeah, a lot of them, like these right here, running the exact same motors. These are liquid 70 millimeters, yet every single one sounds different because of where the EDFs are placed and the shape of the outlet and where the air flows from. In this video, we're going to do a comparison. You guys tell me which one sounds the best. That time of year again where I give you this, yeah.
Hi, my name is Eileen Sheffield Taylor, and I am a half-Cuban, half-Panamanian, proud American, living in the United States
Shofar is a ritual, it's a ram's horn, it's a ritual instrument.
Oh my God, please do it.
I was going to bring it, but I didn't. And
Oh my God, it could have been, we could have done a whole series. Jiggy, I'll get up. Sorry.
Are you tired? Yeah.
There's a few cups and mugs that we all used, or at least you saw them everywhere in the 90s. Like these red cups from your favorite pizza place, the glittery liquid Disney cups, the Batman Forever mugs from McDonald's, the Looney Tunes mugs. You cannot forget the taste and the smell of these wax cups from the bowling alley or the skating rink. You know, the white they should only understand if you grew up in the 90s. Whale watching has never really been my thing. Until I discovered if you go on a whale watching trip and you don't see any whales, you get your money back. Let you know.
Hilarious.
Let me be president. I'll be the first president to say crack addicts. Think about they are looking for something to do every night.
How crazy is this?
They'd be great lookout. Great lookout. They would never fall asleep on the job.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Never get shot. You've never seen a crack addict shot in your life. They see the bullets coming, they so high, it's like the Matrix. I don't even know you, player. They be picking up the landmines. That's some good aluminum around you.
I'm on the pill. Anybody on the pill? Nobody. Okay, well, this does seem like a raw dogging crowd, I have to be honest. I started to find Colorado. Like, we let the mountains decide. I'm on the pill. Anybody on the my boyfriend I have now is older, I mentioned, and you know, I do feel a little silly calling him my boyfriend. He's not a boy, he's almost 50. So usually I just call him my boss. Yeah, sometimes it's confusing, but not when we're at work.
Yo, dog. Dude, you got 5 hours, so weird. Monday, it's called Monday Night Football. It's not
Here's
called
what I'm eating
late
right before the
afternoon
Yom
Monday
Kippur fast,
Football.
which is 25 hours of no food and water.
Oh, I don't want to watch what you're eating, girl. I'm just too hungry.
No longer have a grill. You now have a digital display with all these little squares. And even the Mercedes logo lights up now. It looks super cool. My favorite feature, of course, is the bar on the side. I mean, that looks freaking incredible.
G-Wagon's be big.
This time it's red. Again, looks freaking awesome. You got 2 screens, each 12.3 inches. Entertainment.
I'll give you 12.3 inches, bro. G-Wagon is sick.
Smell me. I only do that with the milk glass, you know. The last drop of that perfume Big Daddy gave me on my 21st birthday, I want to see if it still has its fragrance. After all, that was 20 years ago. If your 21st birthday was 20 years ago, you'd only be 41. That's right. You look terrible for your age. For some reason, too, it's being
Next Saturday on Fox News, Roosevelt has a new neighbor, Indiana.
The center of your vision, the entire planet.
The town of your mind plays games with you. Gotta wake up. Your eyes play tricks on you.
Bigfoot eats out on track.
Yo, dog.
of New Jersey this weekend when I took a look around and I realized that every single person was wearing the same exact thing. Style is worn mainly by moms, but it is a new
31 years before Sandy Koufax, Hank Greenberg refused to play baseball on Yom Kippur. The first Jewish superstar in American team sports was born Hyman Greenberg in 1911 in New York to Romanian immigrants. In 1934, the high holidays fell during the pennant race. Greenberg was the Detroit Tigers' best batter and was faced with a dilemma that attracted national attention: to play or not to play. After consulting his rabbi, he agreed to play on Rosh Hashanah, a festive holiday, but not on Yom Kippur, a day of solemn prayer and fasting. On Rosh Hashanah, he hit a ninth-inning game winner. In celebration, the newspaper read Happy New Year in Hebrew on its front page. The press weren't as kind the following week on Yom Kippur, but Greenberg received a standing ovation when he arrived at synagogue. Having endured his share of prejudice in Detroit, home of notorious anti-Semites Henry Ford and Father Charles Coughlin, Greenberg realized the importance of observing Judaism's holiest day as a public figure, especially as Hitler was in power in Germany. People often shouted Christ killer from the stands as he stepped up to bat, and the moment represented an opportunity to stand in solidarity with his fellow Jews.
This 10 defender shit is ridiculous. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Spokesperson Nathan Schiff told Politico, "We just ran to the debate about the infection or type videos or any of the other sources responsible for the we will avoid debate not for children." The Fox News spokesperson today declined to say that it had to agree to Nathan's terms of notification, so that more details on this debate will be available later on the time.
She's like the private
Rachel Ferguson.
know what hasn't been going on between you and your friend. Well, Jill, you said we shouldn't talk about this. Just sort of about these. Damn, what were we thinking? I was trying to help. I thought it was gonna be, what? Talk about sex, you know me bragging, dirty jokes, and you picture me. That's it.
The imager apocalypse is going to break large parts of the internet.
Phone and help them block. Without a certain report, rules and their discussion. I just think if we can talk about real business stuff, what marriage if it can't piss and water.
A number of major image hosting platforms have done essentially the same thing in the past decade. Perhaps the best known example of this kind of image gaining is PhotoBucket, which in 2017 announced plans to charge expensive annual subscription fees, particularly for those who use the site as an external image host. Since the platform was designed to host images on forums, it created severe digital disruption in its wake. The company eventually had a change of heart about the removals and the high pricing, but not before destroying much of its digital goodwill. Especially at risk of disappearing are sites that take on a symbiotic relationship with a larger host, with platforms such as TwitPic and LikeFrog disappearing entirely because they gradually found themselves replaced by their parent service. In the case of TwitPic, Twitter nearly acquired it, only to back out amid a trademark dispute. While more resilient than those services, Imager generally fits this category, especially as it's now possible to host images on Reddit without using a service like Imager. When that change happened in 2016, the number of Imager submissions to Reddit fell by a quarter basically overnight, according to one data analysis. Why image hosts inherently face risks? A number of factors can lead to decisions that restrict image uploads. For example, high bandwidth is a major pressure point for image hosts, leading to an increased reliance on advertising and business decisions that gradually favor paid users. A change in ownership can shift priorities in unforeseen directions, leading to business decisions that go against the original mission of the platforms. And then there's the risk of explicit material, something that has bedeviled a variety of platforms, Imager included. Legal realities, such as copyright removal and the risk of CSA in imagery, are an ongoing challenge for image hosts, but more acute are the pressures from payment processors, advertisers, and distribution partners to limit access to questionable material. The brand safety concern has perhaps been the most disruptive for communities with an NSFW element. Tumblr disrupted its own user base by blocking adult content in 2018, along with a whole slew of amusing false positives, largely as a result of aggressive pushback by Apple App Store, which at one point removed the social network from its service. For fans of Schadenfreude, Imager has said it will hold images with the help of AI-driven tools, but with assistance from human moderators, so Tumblr-style false positives are very possible in the coming weeks. While this situation is not the best to navigate, some platforms have been more successful at this than others. Since being acquired by SmugMug in 2018, Flickr has gained a reputation of removing images carefully while keeping the
interests of the larger community in mind, which has allowed the firm to maintain a semblance of goodwill. Through its history, Flickr has had to navigate each of the above issues, including putting strict limitations on free accounts and reining in explicit imagery. The company removed millions of images from unpaid accounts, but strained to maintain goodwill by continuing to support its large library of Creative Commons images. And while Flickr announced plans to limit explicit image uploads last year, it created room for compromise by allowing paid users to continue hosting them on the service. And it's possible that issues could expand beyond image hosting, too. Last year, Vimeo began charging Patreon users dramatically high fees for video hosting as a part of a larger shift to business-to-business hosting. While it walked back some of those changes, it ultimately reflects how the company shifted its approach dramatically as a part of an ownership change. Image hosts versus corporate ties. Ultimately, image hosting platforms are subject to the same kinds of business pressures as everyone else, and when those pressures prove incompatible with free hosting, that makes them potential victims of the whims of partners, governments, even shifting interests. Imager, while on its face the same service it was in 2012 or 2015, has seen significant ownership changes in recent years, with the holding company Media Lab AI acquiring it in 2021 and its founder, Alan Shaw, departing about a year ago, according to his LinkedIn page. In a Reddit comment, Shaw suggested that the changes went against the spirit of the company he founded, though he ultimately has no say, because he sold it off. I'm not sad about selling it all. I'm sad about the decisions they're making that aren't aligned with Imager's vision or values, he wrote. It's possible other services you rely on for image hosting could someday face the same fate as Imager or PhotoBucket. For example, there's no evidence anything might happen to the GIF hosting platform Giphy, but its failed acquisition by Meta, the British government is forcing the company to divest reasons, puts it at risk of this kind of disruption in the future. It's enough to make you want to self-host.
But for 95% less, it's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
KMI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The union that represents screenwriters has reached a tentative agreement with the Hollywood studios to end this strike after nearly 5 months. It's the Writers Guild strike. The deal is raising hopes that a shutdown of movie and TV could be an end. The actors are still on strike.
The people who live in the morning
something urgent, call me when you get a chance. Sure. Because if I'm doing that with my kids, if I'm sending them a text, like, hey, let's chat, they always assume it's something bad.
My mom does this thing where she says, I have a, so we would like voicemail. She would say, hey, Mom, call me back. I have a question for you. Okay, bye. I'm like, a question? That could be anything. That could be, can you pick me up from the hospital to, you're coming to town, what kind of bananas do you want? You know what I mean? Like, that's just so vague.
What's the answer?
Drives me crazy.
To something.
Yeah.
There's,
Andy in Kansas, you're on the air. Thanks for holding.
Hello, Alex. I'm a frequent caller. I'm a huge fan. I love your work.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to Knowledge Fight. I'm Dan. I'm Jordan. We're a couple of dudes that like to sit around, drink novelty beverages, and talk a little bit about Alex Jones.
And thank God we are back on novelty beverages this week, because 4 hours and 3 bottles of wine later, I don't remember my own name.
We did our best.
That
It was a
guy,
necessary
that
break
girl
from
from
reality,
BBC.
perhaps, but let's not kid ourselves. We're much better with Fago.
Yes, we are drinking Faygo cream soda in honor of the juggaloification of America. We are all juggalos now.
I have become Juggalo.
Yeah, exactly.
Destroyer of penis.
This is all madness all the time. I don't even have time to
10
look at the
fucking players
news.
on the field.
It's
What is this
insanity.
bullshit?
It's crazy. Everything is
Fine.
ass backwards, and we're living through the worst of it.
What is it? What is this? The end times? What are we doing? What do you even call this?
It very well must be. Like I don't know how else to look. Like I just, it's pointless to talk about.
It's the end of America. At the very least.
Stop all the bullshit that keeps happening.
Yeah.
After me.
Right.
I guess that's the point, is trying to make us all.
If we normalize it, then we stop fighting against it. But at the same time, it's like, what do you do short of starting to light shit on fire? Like the idea of waiting to the 2018 midterm seems insane to me. We're all gonna die before that.
And it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Like it's not going to be a fair election.
No.
And that has nothing to do necessarily with Russia. It's just not going to be a
Right.
fair
No,
election.
it's just it's over.
Yeah, the processes of gerrymandering and cross-check and that sort of shit.
Absolutely.
It's all exists.
Voter suppression.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're done.
Yeah.
So,
well, guys, this has been great. Play the outro, Dan. I'm here.
the only thing I think we can do, at least you and I, is we can donate to causes. We can call senators and hope that helps.
That doesn't. I think it's been proven that calling senators is bullshit.
Well,
We need to find out where they live and just shit on their lawns.
If you have time,
Imagine
go for it.
thousands of people shitting on Senator Orrin Hatch's lawn.
If you have time, feel free to do that. But if you don't, help out however you can.
Yeah,
One place we can help out is doing this show.
Yeah.
So,
And you should call your senators and stuff. I agree.
It's unsatisfying, but it is a good thing to do.
And if you could mail them your shit, that'd be great. There needs to be some more there needs to be some middle ground between the uselessness of tweeting and calling. What the hell is this? And then the other extreme of like, hey, there used to be a Capitol building, now it's rubble. There's something in the middle, and I think it's shitting on people's lawns. That's the only idea I have right now.
I sign off.
Yeah.
Again, if you have the time, we a long trip to get down to the senator's house and shit on his yard. Some have to go to work. Some of us.
How many representatives do we have here in Chicago?
Quite a few, I think.
All right. Let's find them.
Shit on their yards.
Shit on their yards.
Something you shouldn't shit on is our new donators.
God, I love your transition.
I'd like to give a shout out and a welcome aboard to our new donator, new policy walk. What's up, Brian? I'm a policy walk. Thank you for donating.
Brian, welcome aboard.
Appreciate you very much. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to another new donator.
What's up,
Shit there, Alex? How you doing? I'm a policy walk. Congratulations on your new policy walk status.
Alex, we love you.
You tell everyone at the bars and house parties, you, sir,
Are the most boring person in the world if you're bringing up the... As much as we want you to talk about it, don't go to a party.
No, I'm not saying bring up our show.
Oh, okay.
Just bring up that you're a policy walk.
Oh, yeah, you're a policy.
You tell everybody all about the intricacies of
I can't
bills.
begin to describe how many times I've gotten laid just by being like, hey,
I'm a policy walk. Yeah, absolutely. It's a panty dropper, as they say on the streets. So, Jordan, today we're going to be doing a very special episode wherein I defend my assertion that Alex Jones is largely basing his worldview on the widely discredited forgery protocols of the Elders of Zion.
Gotcha. So we're
They're talking about that lady from the BBC.
We believed at the start of this podcast. And I'm not the only person who thinks this, but it is it's a bit of an assertion to make. And we've said it a number of times on the show and discussed it. And I don't want our listeners to go read that book. It's a waste of your time and it's full of bullshit.
Yeah.
But I, at the same time, recognize that we're making these claims and not really thoroughly backing them up. And that's what I intend to do.
As is our stated objective.
Right. It's kind of a bullshit thing for us to take, 6 months of saying, he loves protocols.
Yeah.
He's secretly basing all this shit on that.
Right.
So we'll discuss that today. But first, a couple of weeks back, Jordan.
Yes.
Cold Confessions is brought to you commercial free through the generous support of our
Why?
patrons.
They're talking about that lady from the
ColdConfessions.com
BBC.
and click on donate to help keep the history of the occult on the digital airwaves. Alright, saddle up, guys. This is a long one. You ready?
I am in my saddle.
Yes. I mean, I don't know if the episode might not be long, but it's a long introduction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Can you comfortable?
Yeah, I'm in my saddle.
Take a deep breath, Rob. Right. I don't know why you rub a horse. It's really hard to get the mic up that high.
Well, because, Dan brought the saddle and I brought the horse.
And James is spending all of his time keeping the horse quiet.
Yeah, he's a good horse.
On the night of 17 July 1918, let's go ahead and murder a czar, shall we? Now that we're in a good mood. On the night of 17 July 1918, Tsar Nikolai Alexandrovich Romanov II and his wife Tsarina Alexandra were shot and bayoneted to death, along with all 5 of their children in a small basement room in Yekaterinburg, Russia, and their bodies were dumped into unmarked graves. Tsarina Alexandra Romanov left 3 books by her bedside when she was executed: the Bible, Tolstoy's War and Peace, and the 4th edition of Sergei Nilis's The Great and the Small, containing one of the most notorious narratives in the history of modern writing, the Protocols of the Learned Elders of the Zion. The Protocols claimed to be the recorded minutes of a secret Jewish government organizing a Judeo-Masonic conspiracy to conquer and control all the nations of the world under a single Jewish overlord. In his first attempt to distribute them, Nilis had the Protocols printed in pamphlet form and distributed to various high-ranking government officials. As they passed from hand to hand, they were picked up and gradually published in installments in the anti-Semitic newspaper Znamia. Russia's Romanov dynasty had held a grudge against the Jewish people. In 1881, Alexander II, Nikolai's grandfather, had been traveling in his bulletproof carriage, a gift from Napoleon III, to see the military roll call at Mikhailovsky Menage, a regular Sunday activity for the Tsar. The public gathered alongside the narrow pavement of the Catherine Canal as the carriage passed, and a young man named Nikolai Rysakov stepped out of the crowd along the road, holding a white package, which he suddenly hurled beneath the hooves of the horses pulling the Emperor's carriage. The explosion wounded the driver and killed at least one of the Tsar's guards. Alexander emerged from the carriage shaken but unscathed. It was at this moment that Ignacy Pyrnowski, a member of the same People's Will Party as the failed assassin Rysakov, tossed a second package, this time at the Emperor's feet, crying out to the monarch, "It is too early to thank God." The explosion shattered Alexander II's legs, tore open his stomach, and mutilated his face. As Ivan Emelianov, a 3rd bomber in reserve in case the first 2 failed, faded back into the crowd, Alexander II was rushed to the Winter Palace by sled, where he bled to death. His son, Alexander III, who witnessed his father's death along with his own son, the future Emperor Nikolai II, began his reign by withdrawing civil liberties and launching a campaign of police brutality, including the May laws, severely restricting the rights of the Jews. Intended to be temporary, the May laws ended up on the books for the next 30 years. This instigated the first round of pogroms, riots intended to abuse and harass Russia's Jews, with many blaming the Jews for the Tsar's death. Nikolai II followed in his father's footsteps, resisting calls for a constitutional monarchy and insisting on absolute power. When the pogroms rose up again in 1903, some believed the new Emperor Nikolai was actively encouraging them. The infamous Protocols of the Elders of Zion, purporting to be the minutes of a meeting of a secret Jewish elite to conduct a widespread conspiracy for global domination, passed to Nikolai through his uncle. His uncle was the Grand Prince Sergei Alexandrovich. Philip Stepanov had first brought them to Sergei in 1897, written in hectograph jelly. They'd been copied from a handwritten version translated by a Russian woman who discovered them in the home of a Jewish friend in Paris. After reading the protocols, Nikolai hoped to launch an official government campaign against the Jews. But his Minister of the Interior was suspicious of the protocol's origins and conducted an investigation. The minister discovered, much to the Tsar's disappointment, that the book was in fact a forgery. There was no such thing as a secret Jewish government, and the meeting recorded in the protocol's pages had never taken place. Although Nikolai abandoned the protocols on his minister's advice, his wife Alexandra assisted Nihilus, compiler of the Great and the Small, a book containing the protocols of the Elders of Zion, in getting his book past the censors and published. It just so happened that Nihilus was well connected in the Tsar's court. He had arrived at the protocols after being dismissed from his post with the Russian Ministry of Justice. He moved to France, where he had a son out of wedlock, suffered a nervous breakdown in 1894, becoming obsessed with the coming of the Antichrist. That obsession would morph into his belief in a Jewish conspiracy against Christianity. Nihilus says he received the protocols from a Russian spy present at the first Zionist conference in 1897. Somehow, the philandering conspiracy theorist managed to marry a lady-in-waiting to Grand Princess Elizaveta, and through this connection to get his book into the Tsarina's hands. It must have provided some twisted form of comfort to the Tsarina in her last days, as she reread Nihilus's argument that the Bolshevik Revolution was part of a Jewish conspiracy, first devised by Solomon 900 years before the birth of Jesus of Nazareth, a Jewish conspiracy to conquer the world without shedding blood. Her suffering was not isolated in this narrative, and Russia was not alone. She was caught up in something much grander, much bigger than herself. There was nothing she or Nikolai could have done to prevent this from happening. Although the first edition of Nihilus's book didn't command much attention except in elite Russian circles, there was a second printing that wandered further afield and fell into the hands of individuals across Europe. The protocols would go on to be translated into German, English, French, and even Arabic, persisting long enough to inspire an upstart politician named Adolf Hitler in his plan to revive the German fatherland after the severe losses suffered during the First World War. And they are a central component of the Illuminati conspiracy, going back to its first modern articulation by Nesta Helen Webster. Here we are, gang, going after the protocols of the Elders of Zion, a false narrative. I cannot say that enough in this episode. Welcome back to the podcast, Dan Rosendale. Hello, Ron. How are you? They're as good as I was when we did the last episode. Dan has switched mics with James. James over to my right here. James.
Hey, I'm over to the right.
Here.
I'm here.
That's right, Rob. So James is going to be doing our voice for this episode. He's going to be reading the protocols. James loves the Jews.
I do. I've always been a fan.
Okay, so we do want to get that out of the way. We are anti-protocols of the Elders of Zion today. But Dan, and I'm the new literal our Grandmaster.
It's me. I'm here. You almost forgot. It's fine.
Now, Dan is the only one here who does not have a title. I am Rob C. Thompson. I am our Supreme Hierophant of the Secret Order. James, Captain of the Table. Olivia, Grandmaster of the Order. But Dan, yes, Rob, I think the time has come to title you. It's been coming for a while. It's been coming. So let's get this done before the plague. We're sliding this in here sort of during the plague, because this will air a month from now, so we'll be well in the midst of mass hysteria. So, let's hope not, right? Let's hope. Say a prayer to all of our gods. All right, Dan. Let's toss out some ideas here. Now, there's some things we got to know about Dan. Dan started on our Nazi podcast. Oddly, he's being titled on our not a Nazi podcast, but on the Protocols podcast. Yeah, you make it sound like we have a second podcast that's like Nazi. Oh no. We can like as we started this one, we have to say no Nazis. Hashtag no Nazi. Started there, did the voice of an old man. Dan is also known to our Instagram folks as a person who takes a lot of pictures. Maybe you don't know that about Dan.
Maybe you don't, but I feel like we photocred him, right?
Photocred the man. Yeah, I'm kind of anonymous on Instagram. I don't post many pictures of myself, but most pictures you see of the alchemical actors are from me. Many of them are, yes, indeed. Also, Dan is responsible for doing some of our book reviews, which is a brand new thing we do. So, Olivia, you had some ideas, something ocular. Because he's a photograph man.
Yeah, like eyes.
Yeah. And I thought we should include the library, right? Because Dan's grabbing his books and reviewing them for us.
Right.
So I think if we marry these, we got the eye of the archival eye, we always have enough.
Eye of the archive.
Eye of the archive. There it is. Archival eye of the archive. Yes, I'll call something in there. So voted to be. Thank you, Rob. Welcome to the titled crew.
You did it.
You did it. What an accomplishment.
Put that on your resume.
Yeah, stuck me. All right, let's get to this. The members of the secret order of alchemical actors do solemnly commit ourselves to a full and honest telling of the history of the occult as far as we know it. The protocols demand that society be ruled by a single autocrat. So this is what the secret cabal is arguing.
This is what it actually says.
So we're going to start by going through the text itself and see what it says. So we've talked about a bit about the history, that this is not actually a product of Jewish people. There are no Jewish people behind this. It's this Russian guy, maybe some other guys. But we're going to work through all of that. But first, I want to figure out what the heck it says and why it's so controversial. Not controversial. Wrong. Lies.
Yeah.
Okay, lies. Periodically, we'll just be like, it's all lies. It's all lies. Do not agree. Did not say that enough. Okay. Okay, so the protocols demand that society be ruled by a single autocrat. Only a despot can rule an organized society, they say.
The mob is a savage. It displays its savagery at every opportunity. The moment the mob seizes freedom in its hands, it quickly turns to anarchy, which in itself is the highest degree of savagery.
But in order to establish this absolute monarchy and institute a perfectly controlled civilization, they must first break down and destroy the old one.
The peoples of the Goyim are bemused with alcoholic liquors. Their youth has grown stupid on classicism and from early immorality, into which it has been inducted by our special agents.
So kind of communism, sort of.
You mean the idea that
like the idea of,
there's this conspiracy to bring down the working classes and keep them dumb and drunk?
Yeah, and then also the what you're saying about like the mob kind of too.
Yeah, the elders have controlled intellectuals by producing knowledge that will undermine social structures and cause society to yield to their influence. These pernicious ideas include Darwinism, Marxism, to Olivia's communist point, and what the protocols call Nietzscheism, which is really strange. Nietzsche would come up at all. Given that Nietzsche was a major influence on Germany's fascists, which with his theory of the Übermensch or Superman, he believed that there was this Superman, which sort of the Germans interpreted as the goal, right, of their Aryan program. So this isn't the last contradiction we're going to find in the logic of the protocols read back through the lens of the history that they helped to create, but communism is always going to be a problem in these conversations, and Darwinism is fundamentally anti-religious, so Marx and Darwin, they make good sense. The aristocracy had shielded, guided, and protected the masses, but the elders of Zion had brought them low and replaced them with socialism and communism, which they led, and which they used to control the otherwise powerless worker, sort of getting to the Marx ideas. Conspiracy theorist Nesta Helen Webster was a fan of the aristocracy. See, for example, her take on the French Revolution as a nefarious Illuminati plot in our the first episode of this series. So the protocols fit really nicely with the broader Illuminati theory that we're covering over this series. Protocols.
The people under our guidance have annihilated the aristocracy, who were their one
It
and
is now
only
12 o'clock
defense
p.m.
and foster mother for the sake of their own advantage, which is inseparably bound up with the well-being of the people. Nowadays, with the destruction of the aristocracy, the people have fallen into the grips of merciless, money-grinding scoundrels who have laid a pitiless and cruel yoke upon the necks of the workers.
Economies and industries are manipulated through the stock market, which does not necessarily reward industrial or agricultural productivity, but rather functions according to its own logic, controlled by the elders. Similarly, politics will be rendered too perplexing for the average man to follow.
In order to put the public opinion into our hands, we must bring it into a state of bewilderment by giving expression from all sides to so many contradictory opinions, and for such length of time as will suffice to make the Goyim lose their minds in the labyrinth and come to see that the best thing is to have no opinion of any kind in matters political, which it is not given to the public to understand, because they are understood only by him who guides the public. This is the first secret.
Although socialism is the political theory most associated with the elders, in fact, they have agents advocating for theories of all kinds. Here, the protocol's ability to advance any specific ideology other than anti-Semitism comes into question. If they are behind every thought system, they could easily be behind the conspiracists themselves. Yeah, that's some Inception stuff right there. They could be the conspiracists railing against their own protocols in order to stir up dissent and revolt. It's like next level, but still, it's not cool. No more protocol's not cool. Flag is staying on.
It is from us that the all-engulfing terror proceeds. We have in our service persons of all opinions, of all doctrines, restorating monarchists, demagogues, socialists, communists, and utopian dreamers of every class, them all to the task. Each one of them on his own account is boring away at the last remnants of authority, is striving to overthrow all established forms of order. By these acts, all states are in torture. They exhort to tranquility, are ready to sacrifice everything for peace, but we will not give them peace until they openly acknowledge our international super government and with submissiveness.
Christianity could save humanity from the elders' complete dominance, but it has been undermined by the elders, promoting the individual's freedom of conscience in choosing a spiritual path and encouraging schism. Interestingly, the elders talk of the need to destroy the papal court and replace the Pope with a Jew, suggesting that Catholicism is as much a bulwark against the conspiracy as Protestantism. You'll recall that the Illuminati conspiracy is fundamentally Protestant. That's a point we've been driving home on every episode. The Catholics are in league against the Protestants and are not part of the anti-government, anti-religious plot, except that here in the protocols, they aren't. Contradictions abound.
We have long past taken care to discredit the priesthood of the Goyim, and thereby to ruin their mission on earth, which in these days might still be a great hindrance to us. Day by day, its influence on the peoples of the world is falling lower. Freedom of consciousness has been declared everywhere, so that now only years divide us from the moment of the complete wrecking of that Christian religion.
The elders manipulate currency to cause economic crises. States on the gold standard are particularly weak because they cannot print money as needed, and the elders are capable of hoarding gold against them.
Economic crises have been produced by us from the Goyim by no other means than the withdrawal of money from circulation.
Who are the Goyim again?
That's us, not Jews.
Why are we called that? Like, what's it?
That's what we're called.
I just didn't know where it came
Because
from.
this word
I didn't know where it came from. Like, if it translated to something in particular.
You know these words that we all use words, it means the non-Jew. That's all I got here. I don't know the history of it. Again, when we think of an Illuminati conspiracist distrusting the banking system because it's controlled by a secret cabal, we imagine a man hoarding gold under his bed and sleeping with a shotgun. But But here, the protocols reveal that there is no way to hoard against them. The libertarian lust to return to the gold standard will only further cripple society. And when society has been brought to its knees and its knees broken, the elders will build it up again by installing a new King David on the throne of the world monarchy to rule the planet. The conspiracist often paints him or herself into a corner, or conspiracy theorist, I should say. If the enemy is everywhere, there is no meaningful action that can ever be taken against them. So when you say we need to get back on the gold standard, or we need to defend our Second Amendment rights, or we need to isolate ourselves from the rest of the world, and we should actually be doing that right now because of coronavirus, but for other reasons, right? If we're taking to the hills, right, to found our militia, the conspiracy theorist has actually created the enemy in such a way that these tactics may simply be playing into their grand plan. There's no way around them. These plans of action are a waste of time. A grand conspiracy theory is never a good reason to make any sort of change whatsoever.
I agree, but if you're going to have a conspiracy theory, you might as well make it grand.
The idea of an anti-Jewish conspiracy goes back to the 12th century in Europe. For most of the first 1,100 years of Christian history, Christians believed that the Jews that lived around them were a lot like the Jews they heard about from the Bible. Oh, those Jews. After 1100, the year 1100, it suddenly dawned on them that Judaism had undergone a major shift with the advent of Rabbinic Judaism and the Talmud in the 6th century. The Talmud, or oral Torah, offered an interpretation of the Old Testament, or written Torah, that became much of what we understand as mainstream Judaism today. When Christians figured out that the Jews weren't the witnesses to history they believed, but people who had moved on, they got super annoyed. So they thought that they were the Bible Jews. And they were like, oh, wait. They're not those Jews because they have this second Talmud. They're not just Old Testament believers. They believe in this other thing, too.
With the Sherry Schreiner episode I just did, that's kind of, I think, what she was talking about at one point. Because she talks about Zionism and Satanism, like, hand in hand, though.
Right.
But she, I think, compared the difference of, like, the Old Testament, like the two different like sides of like the Jewish
Rabbinical Judaism.
Yeah.
That modern movement. Yeah. But not that modern, right? It goes back a very long time. So some of them read the Talmud and decided that it was full of anti-Christian sentiment. So they picked it up and they were like, "When the second book, unlike the Old Testament, not only is it not making them like biblical Jews, it's also making them anti-Christian." Others said that since the Talmud's recorders lived at the same time as the early church, think about this for a second, they had realized the truth of Christianity but stubbornly refused to accept it and wrote the Talmud as a kind of way around the problem. So they realized the Old Testament wasn't enough because Jesus taught them that, and they were like, oh yeah, but we can't do this Christian thing because, I don't know, for some reason. So they just wrote their own other book.
And you say, what a loophole. They were non-vibing with Jesus, so they just wrote around him.
Right.
They wrote him out of their story.
Yeah. So this is what your anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic perspective essentially encapsulates in the medieval period. The Kabbalah, with its major text, the Zohar, only exasperated the problem. Using the mystical techniques of the Zohar would reveal within the text of the Bible the truth of Christianity, say the sort of anti-Semitics. But Kabbalists instead chose to use these techniques to practice black magic. So they could have used their magic Zohar to find that Christianity is the truth, but they didn't because they're mean or wrong or evil. You see how this anti-Semitism is building? Both the Zohar and the Talmud revealed the Jew to be an ally of Satan, not ignorant of Christ's message, but fully aware of the truth and nevertheless seeking to oppose and destroy him. A growing prejudice against the Jews led Europe to begin exiling them or placing them in ghettos. So that's sort of the philosophy underneath, and then the outward manifestation is how the Jews actually come to be treated in Europe through the medieval period. The physical absence created a myth space that allowed for all kinds of anti-Semitic imaginings about the Jews' relationship with the devil. Perhaps the most incendiary of these was the Blood Bible. In Norwich, England, in 1144, a boy by the name of William was found dead in the woods, covered in stab wounds. Thomas of Monmouth concocted a story of an international council of Jews. Yeah, just made it up.
The boy is stabbed. That must have been the International Council. Right. That is the easiest explanation.
Each Easter, he said.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, this is the Blood Bible. It's very famous. Yeah, it's blending pagan. Yeah, each Easter they gather to select a country where a Christian child would be ritually murdered. So they're all today.
This, said Thomas, was a response to a prophecy that if the Jews killed a Christian child this way every year, they would be restored to the Holy Land.
It's like the Olympics. They just choose a different country.
We took very different routes there.
The Olympics are pagan, yeah. So you guys are circling around similar themes, but nevertheless, based on no evidence at all, he claimed that William had been crucified. There was no evidence of William having been crucified. He was just covered in stab wounds in the woods. He was like, "Well, this boy was crucified," and the boy became a martyr, with pilgrims visiting the local church to give offerings. This story really caught on. Unorganized but consistent persecutions then followed this event. So this was sort of like the beginning of a series of events. The blood libel myth received sanction, so from all the way up to the top of the pyramid, in August 1255, when little Hugh of Lincoln was found dead in a well. A Jewish man was tortured and confessed, and the crown threw 90 local Jews into the Tower of London, executing 18 for refusing to participate in the trial.
So they think it takes 90 Jews to kill one kid?
It's ridiculous. It is a ridiculous medieval pitchfork, mouth-breathing way of
It's a
thinking
ridiculous
about
crowd.
things.
You know how these Christian kids are built.
They don't go down easy.
Take 90 of them.
Dan is speaking as a Christian kid. Knows how he's built.
I feel like I could take 90 kids.
That's how David versus Goliath shit.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So these pernicious medieval myths led to the Jews' ghettoization and exile, which in turn bred the modern grand Jewish conspiracy imagined in the protocols. There's a direct line between blood libel and the protocols. But the protocols themselves were actually not original. So the text itself, right, it has this genealogy going back to the medieval made-up nonsense. But the text itself was also probably plagiarized. The Russian text is tied at least tangentially to an earlier articulation of the theory in Germany. In the novel Biarritz, civil servant Hermann Gotsch,
Yep, I'll take it.
writing under the pen name Sir John Ratcliffe, included a chapter in the Jewish cemetery in Prague. That's the name of the chapter, in the Jewish cemetery in Prague. In this chapter, in his novel, Jews donning white robes leave the cemetery around the grave of the rabbi every 100 years. They compare notes on how well they have been manipulating the stock market.
So this implies that they take notes all of the years about their awesome ring notes.
Yeah, gather together. I can't remember. Yes, in the cemetery. They also talk about how they've been manipulating the media, so there's a lot of notes. Also, corrupting Christian womanhood, all of their notebook. And then they
That makes more sense.
yeah, it's a lot to keep
A
track
bunch
of.
of Jewish dudes in white robes talking about how they're banging Christian women.
Right, they don't really need many notes for that. But you brought them. Yeah, right, just in case. Don't want to forget. They also swear an oath to continue their work, which they swear on a golden calf that rises out of the grave in a ball of fire.
Like the Great Pumpkin.
Yes, yes.
Is like who else is coming to the party?
Satan's coming.
Shut up.
Satan's voice also, yes, for real. Satan's voice, not for real, because this is all made up. This is fictional, and the guy who wrote this was writing this as fiction, just so we know. Satan's voice also joins the party, echoing out of the open grave. In 1881, the speeches given by the fictional Jews around the grave were rewritten as a single speech given by a rabbi and distributed in a pamphlet as the actual words of an actual person. You got me? So we took this fictional chapter.
The Satan. Oh, I thought you meant with Satan speaking.
Well, no, it's the Jews,
Oh,
but
okay.
they spoke around the grave from their notebooks.
Got it.
Congealed into one rabbi's speech. Fictional rabbi, but we don't say it's fictional. We say it's a real rabbi, and a real rabbi said this. The speech made it to Russia along with the more elaborate protocols in 1903, and it was published 4 months before Nihilis's protocols, fanning the flames of anti-Semitism and encouraging the pogroms that would follow. So, the protocols arrived in Germany in 1919, translated and recorded under the pseudonym Gottfried Zurbeek. Gottfried Zurbeek. Zurbeek didn't mention that he lifted the protocols from Nihilus at all, and published the protocols along with the rabbi's speech from Gotch's Prague cemetery in the same thing. German aristocrats, including Kaiser Wilhelm II, the book as widely as possible, and the conservative press ran regular stories
conspiracy. For his part, Adolf Hitler found the protocols immensely instructive, in quotes. I think that's because they came in pamphlet form. Right, so easy to read and carry around. But he did not comment on whether they were true or not. He didn't seem to care whether or not they were literally true. For Hitler, they revealed an underlying truth that drove his politics.
Yeah, I guess he didn't really care if it was real or not.
Yeah, we're seeing the genealogy, but yeah, Hitler didn't care about searching that down. He didn't want to do the research on this. He was just like, oh, good enough. Yeah, I'll
This is
take
my
this.
evidence.
Close enough. In America, now this is going to cut close to home, guys. In America, the protocols made their way into print, largely through the efforts of auto magnate, assembly line pioneer, and name on trucks.
Oh,
Henry Ford. Henry Ford, that's right. A guy who, all kinds of stuff is named after in this country, right? Like buildings and churches and roads.
everyone's cars.
Ford purchased the Dearborn Independent and transformed it into an anti-Semitic publication. This is dark, right? This is a huge part of American culture, these Ford trucks. But they were manufactured by a man who hated the Jews, a racist individual. Ford's paper argued that the Jews had started the Civil War after dominating the slave trade in the American South, so the Jews are also being blamed for slavery. They invented jazz, so that was kind of cool. Come on now. They disseminated liquor, also kind of cool. Although I drink one. Joined the white slave trade. Not cool. And promoted Darwinism, cool. And Bolshevism,
Depends on who you ask.
So, but this is what Ford blames them for. He blames them for all of this.
So he blames them for jazz,
Yes.
as if jazz is a bad thing.
Yes, because it creates these jazz and liquor and all this is corrupting us.
Yeah, you get your jazz and your liquor and you're going to get knocked up. And,
Right.
Jazz has a lot of saxophone in it, and saxophone does things to people.
Right. It makes them crash their Ford.
It does.
Crashing their Fords all over the
that's why he
place.
was so scared of listening
Right.
to jazz.
Because they're going to listen to jazz, drink the liquor, crash their Ford.
And I need to stop playing saxophone in my Ford truck.
While driving. Yeah, with the nuts on the back. Yeah. So Ford ran a series of articles inspired by the protocols. Dan does not have such a truck. Ford, just to clarify, Ford ran a series of articles. He finds them racist. Sorry. No Ford truck here. Apologies to any listeners who drive a Ford. You guys didn't know. You didn't know when you bought that Ford. It's not your fault. We're educated. You know. Yeah, you should have known. Yeah, it's on you. Ford ran a series of articles inspired by the protocols and then republished the protocols themselves at the exact same time. The London Times was printing its expose revealing that the protocols were all a forgery and pretty much a hoax. Weirdly, in a kind of cultural backwash, Theodore Fritsch took the Dearborn Independent's Jewish conspiracy articles, which had been gathered into a single 4-volume collection, translated them into German, and published them for the German reading public. So, Ford got his protocols from the Germans, created, sort of elaborated on them, and then the Germans took his stuff, translated it into German, brought it back home. Horrible circle, vicious circle. The unraveling of the protocols came quickly after they'd attained international exposure, but the conspiracy was so pernicious that many, including the Illuminati conspiracists, continued to believe in their authenticity, or at least the underlying premise of a Jewish conspiracy, despite the fact that the protocols were a fraud, and there was no other evidence of any conspiracy to be had. In May 1920, the Berlin Monthly, Im Deutsche Reich, pointed out the similarities between the protocols and the account given in Hermann Gotch's book, Virens. So, way to go, German newspaper. Germans take it. It's pretty hard to be a German, right, in these conversations, but here we have a German newspaper stepping up and saying, look at this came out of his novel. Otto Friedrich poked more holes in the conspiracy story by showing that the Rabbi speech in Zernick's book was directly copied from Gotch's book. Philip Graves, the London, so that's how we got all the stuff that we know. We're just giving some credit there. Philip Graves, the London Times correspondent in Constantinople, discovered that a passage from the protocols had been copied directly from the 1865 French book, Dialogue of Enfer, entre Machiavel and Montesquieu, by a Parisian lawyer, Maurice Joly. That's a dialogue in hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. Yeah. So the Times ran 3 lead articles, August 16, 17, and 18, lead articles on how the protocols go lies on the London Times.
That was in 1921, and it detailed the forgery. A counter-argument quickly sprung up that the Jewish conspiracists had lifted their plan from Jovi. Gosha found out about it and detailed it in his novel. So in other words, the so-called fictional account was never fictional. When we found out that this was all based on a work of fiction, people started saying, oh, that wasn't fictional after all. He was actually just secretly sharing the truth with us in his novel. You got it? So, in his 8th edition of his book, Zerbeek claimed that Maurice Joly was really the Jewish conspiracist Moses Joel. Joel had brought this plot as an idea to the attention of other members of the secret Jewish government that, for people desperate to cling to this theory, still actually existed in their heads. Got it?
We were using
Loud and clear, Rob. But Olivia seems like she's struggling.
Wait, Moses Joel, was he?
He was like this invented guy.
Oh, he said that he wasn't real.
Yeah. All right. That brings us to today's word you may have been wondering about. Which you may have been wondering about actually for a little while now. That word is Kabbalah.
Oh, it's about time we get this word.
That word, yeah. This is a segment we do. We like to do a little segment in the middle of the episode, let your brain relax a little bit, and just give you some deets on some stuff you can use. Is that hype? Deets?
It's lit.
Sweet. Kabbalah is a mystical or occult search for truth and the essence of God. It's a practice with an uncertain beginning that was first recorded in the Zohar in the medieval period. The Kabbalist seeks to learn this truth of God by 1. Interpreting sacred texts, often using a cipher to find hidden meanings. 2. Oral tradition passed through a Kabbalistic master. Or 3. Direct revelation through an angel, spirit, or the prophet Elijah. And that's the word you may have been wondering about.
And now I know.
There it is. Simple as that. All right. So we use that to break up the topics. We've covered the history of the protocols in their own time period. I want to talk about how the protocols continue to exist today, because they do, and it's frightening. Despite having been exposed as fraudulent in the London Times in 1921, right? Not to mention the German press, the American press, everyone knew this was made up. The protocols continue to have their influence right now. For example, in 2004, Walmart
Here we go.
pulled the book off its website only after protests about the way it had been listed. Now, it is listed on Amazon, and Amazon lists the book but calls it a pernicious fraud. I agree that it's good to make these texts available so that we can study them, but only in the proper context, so we know exactly what we're dealing with. Walmart, however, described the book this way, quote, "If the protocols are genuine, which can never be proven conclusively, it might cause some of us to keep a wary eye on world affairs."
You know, there's just some Walmart book reviewer that was like, this is my time.
Right.
Slide this one in here? No.
This is not cool. Yeah, Walmart's identification, right, with that sort of rightist thought pattern does not bode well.
When I worked at Walmart, if someone had come up to me and been like, "Excuse me, ma'am, this is on the bookshelf," like, I don't know what I would have. What do you say to that?
Excuse me, ma'am, you may be interested in. What does that say about me? Yeah. Okay, so scholar Stephen J. Whitfield argues that the extreme success of billionaire hedge fund manager George Soros has helped bring the ideology of the protocols into the 21st century. To be clear, Whitfield is pointing out that Soros, who is ethnically Jewish, is the victim of protocols like ideology. So Whitfield is not he's not a conspiracy theorist. He's pointing out that this is being done to Soros and that it's unfair. Soros was born in Budapest and fled the Holocaust at the age of 14. He arrived in London in 1947, where he attended the London School of Economics, and went on to found Quantum, his hedge fund in London in 1956. Soros is very active politically. His promotion of liberal democracy in countries around the world and involvement in the currency markets as a hedge fund manager of various nations suggest to some who want to see this that he might be the agent or head of a secret plot like the secret Jewish government in the protocols.
Soros backs a series of nonprofits committed to helping asylum seekers find refuge. For this, he's been accused by far-right European leaders, including Hungary's Viktor Orban, of trying to alter the racial makeup of the continent. Right, but if we look at Soros' life story, he just really has strong feelings about providing safe harbor for people being persecuted or otherwise threatened in their homelands, because that literally happened to him.
I mean, yeah.
How dare you? How dare you care about other human beings?
Right? How dare he survive the Holocaust and then care?
And then want other people to survive similar. In 1997, Soros was accused of devaluing Malaysia's currency as a kind of Jewish attack against a Muslim country. But it's not clear that a hedge fund is even capable of achieving such a thing. And in 2006, Malaysia's prime minister conceded that Soros was not involved in any kind of currency manipulation in the Southeast. Thank you. Thank you for that acknowledgement. Soros is also a major contributor to America's most progressive political party. Oh, my most, let me say, more progressive political party. We only have two. We have more, but we only have two that we really vote for. So we have the more progressive one and the more conservative one, and in this country the more progressive is the Democrats, which Soros does contribute to. For this, conservative commentator and conspiracy theorist Glenn Beck accused him of being a name I never thought I would mention on this podcast, by the way. But Glenn Beck accused him of being a puppet master. Not only is this a shameless and dangerous revival of the dominant trope of the protocols, but there's nothing at all to back it up. Soros is not the only big donor for the Democrats to begin with, and there is no evidence that he has any more influence than any of the other major donors in the party. I will say as a caveat, I'm not a big fan of the role of money in politics at all. But Soros is not uniquely powerful. There are a lot of billionaires just bleeding money all over these parties to get them to do as they please.
Way more concerning people doing this.
This is how we get to neoliberalism, right? But that's for another day. This is not that podcast. Put neoliberalism in a box and go listen to a different podcast. Don't do that. We're going to finish here. On the more ridiculous side, the 2016 Romanian TV accused Soros of paying dogs to protest the government.
I'm sorry?
Actual dogs, four-legged, barking, tailed animals. The most vocal political members. Right, so they accused Soros of giving them some cash, some sweet cash, some doggy dollars, to protest the government snacks, if you yes. On the which that was marijuana, isn't it? I should always assume.
Well,
they both eat them and they get a little high, right? Well, I think it's more important that Shaggy actually smokes. Oh, and he just eats dog food because he has the right. He's hungry. Oh, I see. All right. I don't know. I guess I misinterpreted that. On the more serious side, in 2017, a Hungarian parliamentarian made a speech in which he proclaimed, as if he were tearing a page from Helen Webster's fascist 1924 conspiracy program, that, quote, the Christian duty is to fight against the Satan Soros plan. Yeah, Satan and Soros, separated by a slash, the collab. Right, black magic. In short, Soros' name is often central in what amounts to 21st century revivals of the long disproved but difficult to transcend protocols of the Elders of Zion. As an extremely wealthy individual, there is a distance that opens up a space for us to imagine into his life all sorts of things. But we have to wonder why Soros is so much of a target when he is far from the only billionaire in the world. And conspiracy requires more secrecy than Soros is very good at practicing. His politics and causes are right out in the open. He's not attempting to hide his advocacy for refugees or opposition to violence. Certainly, the conspiracy theorists can say that I'm missing hidden motives so hidden that there wouldn't be any documentary evidence for them because Soros has either hidden it or failed to articulate it. Because Soros is so rich and so different from us regular folks, nobody can truly know anything about him, or enough about him anyway, to have the evidence for or against a conspiracy. And so, as I've been saying in each of these episodes, when we have this, we imagine what we prove, what we choose to imagine. And this is more about us than it does about Soros himself. Yep. So that's today. Should we get to Rob's take here, as I like to call it privately to myself, Rob's take, the Rob take part of the episode. We're going out of the closet. Just call it Rob's take.
Rob's take is in the closet.
I don't know. Dan's got to tell you he's feeling ballsy. Go ahead and label in parts of the episode Rob's take. Going all over the place.
Slap that label on.
Slapping it on. The Jewish conspiracy is not part of the main plot in the conspiracy theorists' Illuminati narrative. Fun fact. That thread carries from the Gnostics to the Templars to the witches and the Rosicrucians and the Freemasons. But the Jews are always on the outside, not an essential link in the chain, but rather part of the atmosphere, proof that an occult conspiracy exists within and beyond the Illuminati proper. They are of the same mind as the Illuminati, if not of the same lineage, sharing their goals and sometimes joining their ranks. In my Knights Templar episode, I defined mid-space, which is the room around a person or group of people where we might imagine conspiracies, as the product of interest multiplied by secrecy. Take interest multiplied by secrecy, we get this mid-space. However, the protocols make me rethink my definition. When I talk about secrecy, maybe what I really mean is otherness. The medieval Jews didn't have intentional secrets from the wider population, but the Jews' difference from the mainstream created room for the Christian to imagine. What they didn't understand created an open space to imagine whatever they liked, and this took the form of the Blood Bible. When the Jews' removal from the European communities to ghettos and other countries, this expanded that mid-space, creating room for grander and grander ideas, the grandest of which is the idea of a global conspiracy. Although there is a clear family relationship between the medieval fantasy of the Blood Bible and the modern fantasy of the protocols, the size of the conspiracy is contingent on how much space there is to imagine into. In the medieval world, when Jews lived in the same communities as the Christians, they could only imagine room for a single murder on a single night. With the Jews separated off from the rest of the population, the room grew to allow for the grandest possible plot to control the world. The forgeries could be investigated and exposed, but that did not succeed in closing the gap where all the imagining was taking place. Sure, this book was a forgery, but, says the conspiracy theorist, I still don't know enough about what they're up to, and so I can continue to hold on to the idea that they are concocting a global scheme. The difference holds open the fantasy. The problem for us becomes that the conspiracy theorist defines the us in their us versus them in very narrow terms. Looking through the 20th century and into the 21st, the conspiracy theorist is conservative, neo-fascist, fundamentalist, and at least inherently Protestant. The further anyone gets from that identity, the more different they become and the more room the conspiracy theorists. By refusing to relate to find common ground with the other and to see the other as pretty much like us, we breed fertile ground for conspiracies to flourish. As Hitler demonstrated, the end result of this vicious circle can be cataclysmic. How much, then, are our conspiracy theories worth to us? And how far do they go towards separating us from each other? Might this actually be the grand plot to undermine and destroy us? The Holocaust Hitler built was so destructive it brought him and his entire political movement down with it. I don't want to sound like a liberal advertisement for tolerance here, that's not what I'm talking about. To prevent false imaginings, hate, and violence against our fellow human beings, we can't just tolerate them and allow them to live their separate lives. We must come to know and accept, and in the best of all worlds, love each other, understanding that our differences are not our demons. Word up, bro. Word up. I'll take that and I'll put that on my mom's wine glass. Wow, that's a lot on a wine glass. That's a lot of wine. Our differences are not our demons. Oh, okay.
Wow. What a great quote for a wine glass.
That's pretty good, yeah. It's infinitely better than a lid glass love.
It starts more of a conversation, for sure.
Yeah, if you're boring, we should put this on the merch. This is good merch. Our differences are not our demons.
DM, we DM'd it.
DM. That's how copyright works. She kind of, actually. We can copy. I think we can. We have copyrighted it because when we publish the episode, we kind of. Yeah, we will have a claim to it unless someone can demonstrate that they said it earlier than me.
It's ours. We did it.
Copyright law. Fun. Isn't that business fun? Are we having fun?
Yeah.
Talking copyright law.
In the middle of.
All right, I've got a coda on this episode, actually, that I want to get to. Coda. Okay. One more thing to add. a portion of the English translation of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion was reprinted in one of the most widely cited books of the 1990s conspiracy scene. I'm speaking of Milton William Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse. Now, this is a book I'm going to discuss over several episodes. It comes up again and again because it is so important to modern conspiracy. It's sort of like the post-1960s version of Nesta Ellen Weister's book. Okay, so I call Cooper the godfather of today's YouTube and podcast conspiracy theorists. The influence of his work we cannot overstate. What's interesting about Cooper's use of the protocols is that he divorces them from their anti-Semitic message. So many decades after the Nazis and the Holocaust, open anti-Semitism like Ford's or Webster's would have instantly disqualified a writer, even with Cooper's more narrow conspiracy audience. But Cooper isn't really trying to preserve the protocol's anti-Semitism. He's trying to preserve the conspiracy in spite of the anti-Semitism. In an opening comment on his reprinting of the protocols, Cooper keeps the original language, asks that the reader substitute the word Zion with an S for Zion with a Z, the word Illuminati for the word Jews, and the word cattle for the word Goyim. So the cattle are the non-Jews, the Jews are the Illuminati, and the elders of Zion are the elders of Sion. Sion is an allusion to the Priory of Sion, which is a survival of the Knights Templar situated within the broad bureaucracy of the Illuminati, according to the conspiracy theory. So there is this Priory of Sion, who are the Knights Templar in the modern world, and they're members of the Illuminati. They're one of their branches. And their job is to preserve the Holy Grail. The idea that the Jews were falsely maligned in this document by substituting their name for the Templars is truly bizarre. In fact, it's not actually Cooper's idea. It belongs to the 1982 book, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, in which the authors argue that Jesus of Nazareth had a child with Mary Magdalene and that their bloodline had been hidden and preserved by a Templar-like organization through the ages, a story made popular by Tom Hanks playing Leonardo DiCaprio in The Da Vinci Code.
Preacher also took this and used it as their plot, like the comic TV show that everyone likes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like the same idea. I think they might call themselves the Templars. I can't remember.
Not the Priory of Sion.
No, I don't believe that use that name.
It doesn't roll off the tongue as well as the Templars.
Conspiracists, or conspiracy theorists, I should say, love to point out how popular culture is secretly influenced by the new Illuminati manipulating the masses. All the podcasts are like this, right? If you watch Harry Potter, if you watch, I don't know, if you read Goodnight Moon, if you I don't know, watch all the Disney movies, and or not, all right, that's a deep one, right? Because you say Goodnight, nobody.
Oh my God, don't get started on
Who is
your
nobody?
Your Goodnight Moon conspiracy.
Nobody is nobody because we don't speak of who nobody is. Goodnight, nobody. Goodnight, moon. That's some pagan shit right there. Why are we speaking to the moon?
Yeah, you're right.
Moon is a pagan symbol. This is a secret witch plot under the writing of Goodnight Moon. A witch plot situated within the Illuminati. Good night, old lady whispering hush because you better shut up about the Illuminati.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are into the Goodnight Moon.
In fact, I think conspiracy theories are often manipulating our culture, especially the entertainment industry, which goes weak at the knees about stories of a hidden plot where good and evil are easily delineated and the hero is an underdog. Let's flip this on its head. All these conspiracy podcasts telling me that these movies are secret Illuminati plots. Guess what? How many movies are secret conspiracy plots? It's you guys, conspiracy theorists, who are driving popular culture like the Da Vinci Code and the sundry books, movies, TV shows, comic books that have bled out of this idea. It is you driving the culture, not the Illuminati. It's your imagination of the Illuminati. Real life almost never functions the way it seems to in these pop culture conspiracies, or just in these conspiracies, but it makes for a really good story, or at least a good enough story. And that's the draw and the pernicious drawback of conspiracy theory. The story is so good that it's too good to be true. Wow. Amazing. Dan's just pleased with me because he got a title today. Yeah, I'm on cloud nine, baby. Let's do the sources. Protocols of the Meetings of the Learned Elders of Zion, translated from the Russian original by Victor E. Marsden. The Lie That Wouldn't Die, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion by Hadassah Ben Ito. The History of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion by Benjamin W. Siegel in A Lie and a Libel. The Medieval Roots, a chapter by Jeffrey R. Wolfe in a 100-year retrospective on the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, edited by Richard Allen Landis and Stephen T. Katz, and Stephen J. Whitfield's The Persistence of the Protocols. My thanks to all those scholars for their excellent work. And that's about it right there. So we do not, again, have an order of confessors. We also don't have any patrons or plugs today because we are in time of plague. These episodes were all recorded, both this episode and the Rosicrucian, on March the 13th. Friday the 13th, and I've been editing them at home in quarantine with the rest of the state of Maryland. So, Olivia, bring me on home.
I hereby adjourn and declare closed this meeting of the Secret Order of Alchemical Actors till such a time as we get together and do it again.
Our voice today was James Caplanchus, who has gone into quarantine a bit ahead of us. So thank you, Captain of the Table. Joining me on the table, we had a smaller crew, again, because we are dealing with COVID-19. And that is Dan Rosendale, our newly christened Eye of the Archive. Not only am I glad to be here, but I'm even more glad to be christened. It's nothing like a good christening, right?
I love it.
Yeah, not every day that I get to be christened, Rob. So I'm glad that we did some christening before we had to COVID
Quarantine.
And Olivia Literal, our Grand Master of the Order.
Stay safe, guys. Wash your hands. Get some canned goods. You know, do the right thing.
My name is Rob C. Thompson. I am the Supreme Hierophant of our order and a PhD in things occult. This concludes the first half of our conspiracy series. We are going to move on to a focus on the occult or occultism as a theme. In our next episode, we're going to talk about the anti-Catholic and anti-Mason plot as an occult phenomenon, and then we're going to proceed into the 20th century and start doing ritual mind control and the line between paganism and conspiracy theory and fundamentalism and how those all overlap in the career of a man named John Todd. So we were recorded at Chesapeake's Scenic Campus Academy Theater. Scenic Academy Theater.
What do you say?
I don't know. The scene here is at the back of a curtain are scenic, empty, sanitized. Yes, absolutely, with hand sanitizer at every door.
It's just on the ground. It's on the walls.
But if you come here, you won't find us here for quite a while. And this is the last episode that will be recorded probably at this space for a little while. I imagine the next time we come to you, the acoustics will be a bit different because we'll be recording from
Your house.
my house. Yeah, I'm actually in the process of changing houses, so I'll try to find one with good acoustics.
Please keep that at the top of your list.
All right, thank you all for listening. Good luck out there.
Bye.
This is an Occult Confessions special report, part 3 of our 3-part series on plagues. Today's episode, the plagues of Egypt. The story of the plagues of Egypt comes from the book of Exodus, the second book of the Pentateuch, or first 5 books of the Old Testament, and is part of the God of the Israelites Yahweh's initiative to liberate the Israelites, also known as the Jews or the Hebrews, from their overlords, the Egyptians. This happened in undisclosed ancient biblical time, more than 1,000 years before the Common Era. The central antagonist is an unnamed pharaoh, only Pharaoh with a capital, Pharaoh. And while there are guesses as to who Pharaoh might be, these can only ever be guesses. There is in fact very little historical basis for the existence of a community of enslaved Jews at a place called Goshen, the community where the Jews were said to have lived during the events of Exodus, although most scholars do believe there is some truth to the account in Exodus. Perhaps the antagonists weren't Egyptians, but some other nation who had enslaved the ancient Jews, or perhaps the Jews were mischaracterized by the Egyptians and so eluded documentation. In any case, there is a kind of logic and coherence to the plague narratives that calls out to be believed, both from a religious and scholarly perspective, despite a lack of archaeological or documentary evidence. The central protagonist is Moses, a Jewish boy set adrift on the Nile, discovered by an Egyptian princess and raised in the Egyptian court. After Moses killed an Egyptian slave master for beating one of the Hebrews, he fled across the Red Sea to Midian, but then God appeared to him in the form of a burning bush on Mount Horeb, also known as the Mountain of God, and Moses decided to listen to God and Egypt to be God's agent in negotiating with the Pharaoh to free the Jewish people from their enslavement. Moses told God he was not an eloquent speaker, and so God appointed his brother Aaron to assist Moses as his spokesperson before the Pharaoh. Aaron went to meet Moses on the mountain of God. Together, they shared news of God's designs with the Israelites, and then they set out to have an audience with the Pharaoh. What followed is arguably the most famous mythological account of plague in the Western world, as Yahweh, God of the Jews, punished Pharaoh and the Egyptians for refusing to liberate his people. I use the word mythological in its folkloric sense here, not to doubt the historical accuracy of the story of Exodus, but rather to say that this is a story that is believed to be true by certain groups of people. While there is little archaeological or documentary evidence, as I've observed, its location in the far reaches of recorded history make it less likely that we can definitely discover such evidence, and so the lack of evidence is not absolute proof that these events never took place. Still, the story employs clear narrative devices that reflect intentional structuring by a storyteller as opposed to a strict reporting of the facts. On the other side again, scientists and historians have demonstrated that there is an environmental and biological logic to the progression of the plagues. Today, we're talking the myth, the story, and the science of the 10 plagues of Egypt. My name is Rob C. Thompson. I am the Supreme Hierophant of the Secret Order of Alchemical Actors. As with our last episode of the Plague series, and indeed with the whole Plague series, I am operating without my alchemical actors in the room on account of we are all under quarantine here in the state of Maryland in the United States of America. To address that situation, what I've done is I have asked several of our alchemical actors to weigh in on some key questions related to the plagues, so we'll be checking in with them periodically as the episode proceeds. And we also have got some actors at home with some fairly good voice equipment who have done the voices for us to keep us sort of in the same general pattern that we do things. So we'll be hearing some mythological reenactments along with working through science and storytelling of the plagues. We, the members of the Secret Order of Alchemical Actors, do solemnly commit ourselves to a full and honest telling of the history of the occult as far as we know it. I've been very fortunate, of all the alchemical actors, we've been very fortunate to have a nice crew of folks join us on Patreon in the last couple of weeks during this period of quarantine, and also economic hardship. So we're very grateful to the following folks who are signing on to Patreon: Brenna M., Sarah J., Lux Strata, Daniel S., Kaja, and Bethany W. And we understand that this is a difficult time and that there's a lot of economic uncertainty out there. And so that's why we're bringing you these plague episodes without any heavy-hitting Patreon pleas. But we do want to say a word of thanks to those folks who are able to contribute. And we certainly understand if folks are trying to hold on to the pennies these days on account of all the uncertainty out there in the wide world. Speaking of which, before we begin on the episode today, I sort of want to trace the trajectory of my plague episodes. So I decided to do 3 of them so we can sort of hit a different note with each. The first episode
we did with Dr. Hakoff was an exploration of some very research-heavy, scholarly perspective. The second episode I wanted to do something that was sort of uplifting. So Julian and the Black Death, we talked about how plague is not necessarily designed to bring out feelings that we are the victims of some divine wrath, but rather that God loves us. So that was hopefully uplifting to you all. And now this last episode on the plagues of Egypt, it may sound a little odd, but I intend for this to be a kind of lighthearted, more comic approach. I figured at this point in all of our quarantine, we could use something a bit lighthearted. And actually, if you look at the plagues of Egypt, 9 out of 10 of them are just kind of annoying. Okay, well, so maybe 8 out of 10. Only 2 of them are actually deadly. The rest of them are sort of, just perturbing. And I think there's kind of a comic quality to the structuring of the plagues. So we're going to have a bit of fun today with the story of the plagues, but we've also, I've done my research as I always do, so we're going to be bringing you some, I think, interesting points of analysis to better understand this story, where it comes from, and how we can better utilize it in our lives today. All right, let's get started. The plagues are organized into 3 triads. Let me step aside from my script for a second here. Yes, we can look at them as being organized into 3 triads, but in the course of the episode today, we're going to actually be looking at 2 ways of reading these plagues. You can either read them as 3 sets of 3 plus 1, or 1 set of 7 and 1 set of 3. So it all depends on how you want to organize them, and this sounds both like a math and like some kind of you need a spreadsheet or something. So it does not sound like fun. But when we get into this, it's actually going to reveal a lot about how we can understand each individual episode of plague and how these fit together into a grand narrative. So stay with me here. 3 plus 3 plus 1 or 7 plus 3 is actually going to become, in my opinion, kind of a fun game when it comes to reading the plagues. So let's start with 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 1. Each triad, all those 3s, mirrors the others with similar features in the first, second, and third events of the triad. So if we break the plagues up to 3 sets of 3, we'll notice that the first term in each of the 3 sets has something in common. So the first event always happens in the morning when Pharaoh is on his way to the river. So every 3 plagues, we're going to go back to the river. The second event in the triad takes place in Pharaoh's palace and starts with a warning. The final event in the triad, so 3 times over, happens without warning. Each triad also has its own theme. The first 3 plagues relate to water. The next 3 plagues bridge human and animal, the human and animal world. And the last 3 plagues, excluding that final plague of the death of the firstborn, the last of the 3 in the triads is airborne. The various calamities are organized to demonstrate God's control over the natural world, that these occurrences have not happened at random. While today we might see this as the hidden hand of a narrator organizing the events in a way that's both more persuasive and more engaging, it could also be read by a believer as a sign that God and not nature authored these events, because they follow a supernatural pattern. In a prologue to the plagues, Aaron and Moses visit Pharaoh and ask him to let their people go. What we often forget about this story is that initially, Moses isn't asking for the Israelites to be liberated. God just wants them to be able to go into the wilderness for a few days to worship him.
Thus says the Lord God of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast to me in the wilderness.
Hey, what's Moses doing here?
I'm his moral support.
But if you're doing the talking, then isn't he your moral support?
What's this? A serpent.
He turned his staff into a serpent, which just made me completely forget the question I was just asking him. Wait, I've seen this serpent trick before. Wise men, you do this thing too. See that? My sages can do the same. Serpents all around. Hey, Moses' moral support. What's your serpent up to? Is it unhinging his jaw? Ew, it's eating the other serpents. Like a cannibal. Oh, gross. That's so gross.
In the initial story of the staffs turning
word snakes isn't an especially accurate translation. Serpent gets closer to the point. The actual Hebrew term used is tanin, denoting something more like dragons or sea monsters, and the swallowing of the staffs is foreshadowing for the swallowing of Pharaoh's army in the Red Sea. And although Pharaoh's team is described as magicians, they're actually more accurately called wise men or sages. Egypt was renowned for its wonder workers, and with the transformation of his staff, Moses is marking himself as among their ranks, but superior insofar as his serpent swallows all the others. We'll leave the symbolic analysis of all these phalluses to you all to work out in your spare time. And so, with the serpent episode out of the way, Moses and Aaron initiate the first of 3 triads of wonders or signs that the God of Israel visits on the Egyptians. We tend to read these as plagues, but actually, from a historical standpoint, these would not have been read as plagues per se, again, because many of them are not deadly. They were wonders or signs to Pharaoh, intended, at least initially, to persuade Pharaoh that the God of Israel was both real and powerful. So the first triad is themed around water, and it began with Moses and Aaron meeting the Pharaoh at the river for a morning ritual.
How high is the Nile risen this summer season? Let us check it. Perhaps we'll even inundate our toesies a bit on the banks if we're feeling frisky. Wait, who's this? Moses and the man who's morally supporting him. And they're walking along the riverbank towards me. And none of my guards is stopping them. I will not trouble myself. They're only armed with one staff between them. That can sometimes be a serpent. And I executed my magicians, got new ones with bigger staffs.
The Lord God of the Hebrews has sent me to you, saying, let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. But indeed, I'm not here. Thus says the Lord, by this you shall know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will strike the waters.
It's burning all red and bloody. There will be no posing tips for me today. Come on, would you look at that? Now all the fish are dying. It's the friggin' blood and dead fish. You're the worst. I'm going back inside my house. Seriously, you guys are the worst.
7 days passed with the people digging around the edge of the river to get their water, and then Moses and Aaron returned. Said the Lord God, behold, I will smite all your territory with shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into your house, into your bedroom, on your bed, into the houses of your servants, and on your people, into your ovens, and into your kneading bowls. And the frogs shall come up on you, and your people, and all your servants.
Come up on me? I mean, like, crawling my hair? It's not enough to have them all over our kneading bowls and ovens. Wow.
Wow. The word plague is also used to describe the frogs, but this is unique and happens only once in the initial set of plagues. Otherwise, the word plague is left out. They're described, as I said, as signs and wonders. Pharaoh negotiates to have the plague of frogs lifted. The meaning of this negotiation is Pharaoh acknowledging the power of Moses' God, or just trying to rescue his people from the frogs? It's undetermined. Pharaoh's magicians succeed in duplicating both the turning of the water to blood and the production of frogs. How they managed to turn the water red is a bit of a mystery if Moses already turned all the water red. I don't know how they found some unread water and made it red. Anyhow, also, how could anyone tell the difference between the magician's frogs and Moses' frogs? I mean, they're just frogs coming out of everywhere, so whose frogs are whose? Maybe the Egyptian frogs walked the big Run of Bengals music video shown in the 80s. That brings us to the end of the first triad. The last sign of the first triad is winging insects, often translated as gnats or lice, but they were probably meant to be understood as something more like midges for our Scottish listeners. Other nations that have midges, just remember midges from a trip to Scotland. Those guys are rough.
Ow! Also, ouch! The frogs were inconvenient eat, especially when they piled up in heaps and died, which is pretty much the grossest thing they could have done. These buzzing things, they're totally annoying. Feels like we're caught in an escalating pattern here. Seriously, you guys are the worst. I mean, seriously.
But wonder religions fail, which reveals that Moses is working with a power greater than magic. They won't be able to match any of Moses' wonders again. And that brings us to the second triad. The beginning of the second triad finds us back at the Nile River, one bright and sunny morning as the Pharaoh is making his way to the water's edge.
These guys again.
I don't want to have any beef with you, Pharaoh. Do you want to have beef with me? No. Nobody wants any beef. So, here's the deal. Did you let the Lord God's people go?
What? No.
Then we got beef. And you've got flies.
Wait, what? Flies? I don't see any flies. Flies tomorrow.
The plague of flies changes the formula set in the first triad. Aaron's no
Hi,
longer
it's
using his
Daddy.
staff
It
and
is now
Moses
1 o'clock
reminds
p.m.
with a time delay that the flies will appear the next day. Also, while the first triad, all the people in Egypt, the flies will only afflict the Egyptians and not the Israelites in Goshen. The flies persuade Pharaoh to allow the Egyptians to conduct their sacrifices to their God at home rather than in the wilderness. But Moses is not content with this compromise, saying that the Israelites' sacrifices will offend the Egyptians who will stone them. They need to go 3 days' distance to perform their rituals. Israelites preferred to sacrifice goats and sheep, which was not part of Egyptian practice. The flies are so thick among the Egyptians that the Pharaoh relents, but only on the condition that Moses will pray to his God for him and lift the plague of flies. But God is not content. The sacrifice in the wilderness is not enough. He wants his people free to serve him, which probably translates to something like regular worship.
What now?
Let my people go.
Still? Or else what?
Pestilence.
What guy?
Beasts of the field.
Guess it could be worse.
Pharaoh, come quick. The beasts of the field. They're all
Dead? Oh, pestilence. I thought you meant pestilence.
Pharaoh, let my people go.
It should be dawning on you that I'm really not about that. As I toss these ashes from the kilns into the air, let it cover the Egyptian people with oil. Way nasty. Everything's always just so gross with you guys.
Pestilence, like the flies, only afflicts the Egyptian livestock. Boils are the first plague to afflict the people directly, and again, only the Egyptians. Moses casts dust in the air, which covers the air and causes painful skin eruptions. Moses' handful of ashes, significantly ashes and not sand, is a reference to the kilns where the bricks were made that the Egyptian slaves hauled to build Pharaoh's various structures. The kiln ashes lend the boils a feeling of poetic justice. The magician's final appearance here, unable to work their magic because of the boils. Not only can't they compete with Moses' God, they are incapacitated by him. This is also the first time Pharaoh does not harden his own heart, but rather God directly intervenes and hardens Pharaoh's heart for him. The previous 5 chapters ended with the words, "The heart of Pharaoh became hard." Beginning with the boils, they shift to, "The Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh." Commentators stretching back from before the medieval period through the modern day argued the hardening of Pharaoh's heart in the last 5 plagues was punishment for Pharaoh refusing to acknowledge God in the first 5 plagues. Pharaoh was stubborn and had his chance, and so God takes away his free will to make sure he punishes Pharaoh good and hard, without giving Pharaoh any opportunity to repent on account of the heart hardening. It seems as though it's no accident that this shift happens exactly in the middle of the unfolding signs and wonders, but we'll find out if that's actually true in the third triad. The third triad are plagues that arrive by air or atmosphere.
Everyone in night, we're being bombarded with sky ice. It's so icy and awful coming out of the sky. This is a really dangerous development, but it's nice that it's less gross than the dead frogs and blood water. Hey, you, herdsman! Don't just stand there getting hit with sky ice. Run for your life.
Of the initial 9 calamities, only the 7th, the storm of hail, is explicitly denoted more than once as a plague, meaning to strike or to smite, and it is the only one of the first 9 that results in a loss of human life. Within the Bible itself, the 10 plagues are not called plagues, as I mentioned, but signs or wonders, with the exception of the frogs, which get one mention as a plague, and the number 10 is never assigned. That's something we've done retroactively. The plague of hail gets special attention and enjoys a longer description than the other plagues. The hail is unique in that it allows the Egyptians an opportunity to acknowledge God and save themselves. Only the stubborn ones who refuse to believe in the God of the East, despite the water turned to blood, frogs, midges, flies, pestilence, and boils, will suffer by being outdoors when the hail begins to fall and strikes them dead. This was also the first plague, which concludes with Pharaoh acknowledging Yahweh and apologizing for sinning against the Israelites and their God. There's an argument that the plagues actually have, as I mentioned at the beginning, 2 different structures. We've been talking about the first structure, 3 triads, 30 plus 3 plus 3, followed by a 10th plague. Some scholars believe that the plague of hail is the conclusion of the 8 plague cycle, 7 plus 3, followed by a 3 plague cycle. And it's possible that both structures are intentional, so that the original writers intended for there to be both 3 initial triads and for the last 3 plagues after hail to function as a different sort of triad, pulling the killing of the firstborn more neatly into the scheme. After the 7th plague, God spends time explaining why he visited the plagues on the Egyptians in the first place. To Pharaoh, he sends the message that the purpose of the plagues was to show his power and spread his fame, to persuade the Egyptians of his power. The 7th plague, a significant mythological number, is the conclusion of this mission. After all, according to Genesis, on the 7th day, God rested, and Exodus and Genesis are very neatly tucked together within the Pentateuch. Pharaoh went into his house to deny God in the first plague of blood. The 7th plague brings this full circle by saying that those Egyptians who hide in their houses during the hail prove their belief in the God of the Israelites by shielding themselves from his wrath. But God has more to do, and it will be done over the course of the remaining 3 plagues. To Aaron and Moses, he explains that he is performing these plagues so that the story can be passed down through the generations. The hardening of Pharaoh's heart is intended to heed this performance, with an audience stretching through the generations of the Israelites' descendants being cut short. As Old Testament scholar Jonathan Grossman points out, in the contradiction to the theory that God hardened Pharaoh's heart in the second 5 plagues, the text actually says that Pharaoh hardened his own heart after the plague of hail. So God's intervention in the plague of boils is actually the outlier in the first 7, with Pharaoh choosing for himself otherwise, and God choosing for Pharaoh only in the last 3. Since God is choosing to harden Pharaoh's heart in the last 3 plagues, these last 3 are not for Pharaoh any longer. Pharaoh is not the audience. God has proved his power to the Egyptians and made his point. Now, God is working on behalf of posterity and preparing the Israelites for the Exodus. In short, God's audience is no longer the Egyptians, but the Israelites and the future. And that starts with the 8th plague, Moses. The locusts are the first time that Pharaoh's servants plead with him to bargain with Moses. Pharaoh, give it up and just let his people go already. We've got plenty more people where those people came from. And if we run out of people, we can always just go ahead and enslave us some more people. There's people all over the place. Well, locusts are described as arriving in such numbers as to blot out the sun, linking locusts with the subsequent plagues through the theme of darkness. This goes back to the theory that the last 3 of the 10 are a hidden triad layered on top of the widely accepted structure of the 3 triads plus 1. God sends the locusts on an east wind and removes them with a west wind. The east wind also figures in the destruction of Pharaoh's army by the Red Sea, but the locusts still aren't persuasive enough, and so it's on to the next plague, which reads a bit more like a parent grounding a teenager. What's next? How long? 3 days. Cool. This is the divine punishment equivalent of being made to stand in the corner, except the corner is actually a closet and the door is locked from the outside. The 3 days of darkness foreshadow 2 events: the imminent killing of the firstborn, which takes place at the midnight hour, and the flight of the Israelites across the Red Sea in the dark of night. The Egyptian worship of the sun god is also inverted here by the darkness. The dark represents death to the Egyptians, and the number 3 has great mythological significance, especially in the context of the 3 triads of plagues. After all, Moses and Aaron's initial request of the Pharaoh was 3 days to perform their sacrifice in the wilderness. Let's do a little plague science about the first 9 before we move on to number 10. The science of the first 3 9 plagues hinges around the notorious change in climate. Plagues may be narratively organized in triads because the triads actually represent real-life events borne out by a scientific progression. An abrupt shift in climate allowed for a microorganism to flourish in the Nile, turning the water red and causing the first plague. Different scholars identify different microorganisms with the bloody water. The list includes some sort of algae, anthrax spores, bacteria, or virus. The red water was actually a red tide that killed off the fish and drove the frogs from the Nile. More recently, in the United States, a red tide 100 miles long plagued the Gulf Coast of South Florida, killing fish, eels, dolphins, and terns. The microorganisms in a red tide emitted toxins, paralyzing and killing sea life, and these toxins can even get into the air and poison human lungs, sending them to the emergent room. The stench of rotting frogs and fish then drew the midges, flies, and other insects of the 3rd and 4th plagues. Not to mention the fact that there were no longer fish or frogs to serve as predators consuming these insects. The flies and midges or mosquitoes brought disease, causing the 5th and 6th plagues, namely the death of the livestock and the boils. As far as the 3rd triad or airborne plagues shift that brought the earlier plagues is also directly responsible for the violent hailstorm, winds carrying locusts, and a sandstorm to blot out the sun for 3 days. Building on the narrative established by various scientists and Karen Krabs and Deborah Sampson construct a detailed timeline of the plagues. So they take this sort of classic story that scientists have been assembling about how the plagues came together, and they create their own version that makes some interesting amendments or changes to that original plan. Unseasonable climate warming, or something like what we in North America call an El Nino effect, along the eastern Mediterranean coast focused the brunt of plague affliction on the Egyptians, and Goshen, being further inland, was spared. We've seen similar events in different places and times across the globe. In Africa, India, South America, and China, changes like this have caused massive rainfall, followed by infestations of mosquitoes and locusts, and created a red tide. In coastal Peru in 1925, changes in weather brought rain, frogs, dragonflies, mosquitoes, dengue fever, and malaria. The plagues would have taken place over the course of about 3 months, starting at the vernal equinox, with a month or 2 passing between the 1st and 5th plagues. The death of livestock, the 5th plague, would have likely been either a West Nile virus or Rift Valley fever brought by newly hatched mosquitoes biting the livestock. What's interesting about this theory is that the herdsmen tending the livestock would have been spared because they would have been exposed to these diseases 10 or 20 years earlier during a similar climate warming event. But the livestock with their shorter lifespans would not have been alive at that time and would have been vulnerable. Okay, now I've got to give you a little warning. The thing I've got to say about the boils next is pretty nasty. Profoundly gross. Skip ahead 30 seconds if you don't want to hear this. It'll make the hair on your head tickle and maybe even the hair on other places too. Okay, so these two folks, Aaron Krantz and Samson, argue that the best explanation for the boils, the sixth plague, would have been burrowing fly larvae hatched from their eggs, which got into the skin of humans and animals alike. The specific condition is called vernacular myiasis. Okay, we're back. When the warm air moving inland from the Pacific collided with the cooler spring air of Egypt, it would have caused intense storms, including hailstorms. Storm winds could have carried locusts back and forth through Egypt. In contrast to the sandstorm theory, Aaron Krantz and Samson proposed that the condensation of moisture caused a dense advection fog, blocking out the sun. Now, what is advection fog, Rob? I can hear you asking me. I'll tell you. Advection fog happens when the air is warmer than the ground temperature. The cold ground cools the water vapor in the air, causing it to form into fog, which can linger for days. And so, darkness. I'll do that again for those of you who are visually impaired when it comes to meteorology. Picture the ground. The ground is cold, and warm air is sort of like has rushed into the region. Because the air is warm, and it's also full of evaporated water, which we can't see because the water vapor is flowing here. As the air passes over the ground, it starts to cool off, and the water starts to leave that water vapor form and condense into fog as it gets closer to the cloud, and then it rains, right? So that fog is a product of the warm air with the water vapor cooling. Advection.
And some people impacted by the wildfires on Maui are finally able to go back to their homes. We're going to go to the 60s next.
So with this episode about the plagues in Egypt, Rob asked me to comment on what I thought would be the 11th plague, if there were an 11th plague. It'd be super fun. So here we go. Let's just dive. So everyone in Egypt, has gone through all the 10 plagues. The water is still blood. There's locusts flying around. There's fleas. Firstborn sons are out of here. Sorry, unless with the lamb's blood. So everyone's suffering, but Pharaoh is still holding strong. Pharaoh's like, no, my people stay here. Well, he's like, stay here. And so God, commands everyone to get out of their houses and participate in Egypt's first countrywide talent show. That's right. Everyone is mandatory attendance. Everyone has to attend, sit through, and also perform at least a 10-minute set. It's kind of a decent, talent. And any talent you want, but you have to participate and you have to attend. We're looking at Exodus time, probably a population of I think I was saying online anywhere from 2 million, 4 million, but you have no idea. But even if you think of half the people didn't survive, the 10 plagues leading up, then you're still gonna get 2 million people. That's a long ass talent show. So in the words of one of my favorite songs from the Christian camp I used to go to every single year in my childhood, Pharaoh, Pharaoh, oh baby, oh baby. Let my people go. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I hope you're staying safe and inside and trying not to, lose your mind about this boredom. You can always reach out, talk to us. We love talking to you guys on Instagram. So yeah, stay safe, guys. Black heart. Bye.
Okay, here we are. Made it to the 10th plague. This is the most famous, most deadly, and most difficult to explain of all plagues of Egypt. After the plague of darkness, Pharaoh tells Moses to take his people and go.
Just take your people and go already.
Banished Moses from his court to the pain of death, but yet again he renews his promise. And so God sends his last plague, and the plague most worthy of the day. He instructs the Israelites to eat lamb's blood for their daughters, and the angel of death will visit them by. We're uncertain exactly what supernatural entity is the actual destroying of the firstborn. The text is ambiguous. God is described as one who will strike down the firstborn of Egypt, but a destroyer away from the originally marked homes of the Israelites. The destroyer surfaces several times in the Old Testament, killing either the Israelites or their enemies. In the story of King David, after David has sinned against God, he asks to be punished. God offers David the opportunity to choose from three punishments, one of which is a plague lasting for 3 days. The plague arrives at the hand of an angel who all destroys Jerusalem. The destroyer angel is never named, and so could be attributed to one of the archangels, or perhaps Azrael, traditionally regarded as the angel of death.
And it came to pass at midnight that the Lord struck all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat on his throne, to the firstborn of the captives who were in dungeon, and of the firstborn of lions. So Pharaoh rose in the night, he and all his servants and all the Egyptians. And there was a great cry. There is not a house. There was.
In the 10th and final plague, God acts alone without the mediation of Aaron or Moses. The choice of the firstborn is derived from an ancient notion that the first in any series represents all to come. The brutality of murdering Egyptians simply by virtue of their Egyptianness marks the Egyptian people as an evil other in contrast to the Israelites, and unifies the Israelites as a unique culture. The science of the 10th plague is a trickier issue in large part. The scientists have to account for why only certain members of the family could be afflicted. JSR and C Boyd developed the theory that the previous 9 plagues had so weakened the health of the Egyptians by wrecking their food supply, disrupting transportation, and surrounding them with parasites and vermin. From the epidemiological or science of disease perspective, the death of the firstborn is inevitable. Shomatol, Mark Boy, argued that the firstborn died from lethal mycotoxins coming from only granaries. This is a very clever idea. The firstborn, they said, had dibs on food in both the human and animal kingdoms, and this accounted for the death of the firstborn across the species as they were grabbing all of these rotten grains. Writing the Myra Freeman, our argument in 2017 argued that the 10th plague could be more of multiple epidemics, including salmonella from rat frogs, malaria from swarms of mosquitoes, beastie insect plague, leishmaniasis from sandflies, which attack blood with disease that takes the liver, spleen, and bone marrow, and could actually take weeks to months to fully manifest, and rumors of anthrax spores, which harm livestock. Significantly, the livestock that didn't die but were reinfected were brought indoors through hailstorms, by close contact between animals and humans, and creating an opportunity for cross-species contamination. Finally, the darkness and the night plague may have actually been an eye disease, a combination from one of the epidemics causing transient blindness in its victims. So we may hang all of the various events happening during the plagues to some kind of disease. Aaron Krantz and Samson narrowed down their culprits for the plague to only 2 suspects: West Nile virus, which would have continued from the pastures during the Nile to the more populous areas of Egypt and killed many of the children of the older generations being infected, and also bad plague, which I mentioned earlier, but I'll give you a little bit of an understanding of it now. This is a blood-borne pathogen that can be passed from infected animals and mosquitoes. It actually has some fascinating correlations with Warren Freeman's list of how many different diseases may have caused the plagues. An ocular form of RVF could cause temporary or permanent blurring or obscuring of vision or blindness. A neurological form can cause headaches, hallucinations, loss of memory, perhaps. This is how Pharaoh's heart was hardened. And a hemorrhagic form, which is fatal in 50% of patients, causes subcutaneous bleeding, vomiting of blood, and bleeding from the nose and gums. With the exception of Mar and Moore's grain theory, though, most of these scholars are especially concerned with why these diseases targeted the firstborn. Aaron Prince and Samson's breastfeeding may account for why others survive while older siblings died. In theory, a baby who is breastfeeding benefits to some degree from the mother's immunities. The older generation who survived previous plagues would also had immunities that their children did not. But God's destroyer seems to instruct the firstborn regardless of age or species. Complicating this idea, Mar and Freeman's notion of multiple epidemics suggests massive death of the firstborn being supplemental for narrative rather than historical reasons. Ultimately, our intrepid scientists whose work is to be credited for its incredible ingenuity and creativity often fall short of the details. The prologue with Moses, the magicians, and the staff's church's servants is entirely ignored. The magician's ability to replicate Moses' miracles is also unexplained, as well as the strange timing of these plagues which lined up with Moses' decrees. The red tide on the Nile was supposed to have affected all of the bodies of water of the land, whether or not the Nile fed into them, and this is more difficult to pin on a single microorganism. And both frogs and flies fled at God's command when Pharaoh relented. I can't fault scientists, theologians, philosophers, historians, or literature scholars for wrestling with the story of the plagues of Egypt. It's a complex mystery, full of bizarre and fascinating narrative details and devices. Like all good mythological texts, the seething simplicity of God's 10 plagues sent against the unnamed Pharaoh belies the true depth and beauty of the story. Just under the surface, the story becomes a vast labyrinth of worldless insects, but denying us anything like a final authoritative reading. And that's just the kind of story we like best here on Occult Confessions.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Rob. Hello, listeners.
Yes. It's great to be back.
Yes, it is. We're not back.
We're at home right now, actually, like on our bed.
Yep, we're just hanging out, but we're pretending to be back. Don't tell anyone. And look, I'm James, the captain of the table, and here with me is, listen,
It's Shannon, the Inquisitor.
You better believe it. And we're here to talk about, what are we here to talk about, Shannon?
Well, we were assigned to talk about the best and the worst plagues.
Yes, we were given an assignment by Rob, the Supreme Hierophant.
Yes.
About, this, what you said, the plagues.
Exactly. So, James, would you like to start?
Yeah, sure. I would like to start by saying that I personally interpreted this assignment, because what he said was the best and the worst.
Yes.
Like, so I was thinking, like, what was my favorite, what was my least favorite, right? So I'm thinking, my favorite by far is the frogs. I love the idea of the frog plague, because it's not super dangerous or like, threatening. It's just like annoying, surprising, and like weird. And it's just so funny to me to think about God being like, I'm gonna try weirding them out. And like, it was only his second thing, Like he was like, oh, I'm gonna turn the water to blood, and then I'm gonna set frogs loose on all of Egypt. You're looking in your bed, you see a frog. You look in your clothes drawer, you see a frog. You go outside, there's frogs there. They're usually there, but then they're in your cup when you go to drink. They're in your underwear. And, it's just weird. It's just weird.
Grab your cup to drink and they're in your underwear.
Yep, you grab your cup to drink and they're in your underwear. And I just love that plague, and I wish we saw more of this from Mr. God. What about you, Shannon?
Well, either way, I interpreted it. I thought like this plague was the worst one, if that makes sense.
The best was the worst. All right.
Because which one was? I don't know. If I'm gonna do a plague, right? I want it to be really sad.
Okay, I think what you're saying. I get you. You're like the most effective one, right?
Yeah, the most. Yes. Thank you. So I thought the death of the firstborn child is probably the most sad one.
Yeah, it's definitely the saddest one.
I mean, it's the last one, so. Anyways, I guess let's go ahead and do the worst plague.
The worst ones.
Yeah. So, David, let's go first.
Yeah. So my least favorite, it has to be the lice. For the reason that if I was there, I'm a hairy guy, I'm Greek, and it's just, it would just be the worst. I think the lice, God could have done better. I like the frogs. Give me more frogs. I don't like the lice.
The lice is the worst.
The lice is the worst.
Like the fire, thunderstorm one.
No, he does locusts. He does the flies. Leave the lice out of it. There's too many bugs, okay? I mean, I guess he had to give the frogs all, like enough bugs to eat or whatever, since he feed all his frogs. He has to give them bugs, but I don't like the lice. They're just not my favorite. That's all. They're just not my favorite. In fact, they're my least favorite. And I'll stand by them. What about you, Anna?
For me, I think, I don't know, I know it's like the second to last one. The darkness for 3 days. I guess was it just like nighttime? There's parts of the world where it's dark for several days at a time, right?
Sounds right.
I don't know, cold somewhere.
Like Pittsburgh. Yeah. Like more near the axis of the world, yeah, there's like the very far north. The sun will be like constantly setting.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd be a little spooked at night. Yeah. That's what I have.
It's like the least effective one, or it's like that's your favorite one. Least effective is like the Egyptian. Well, they didn't have lights back then. They had fire. They had fire. Most definitely had fire. I don't know why I asked it. Like I didn't know. I know if they had fire. Rob. Sorry.
Rob was just like shaking his head out. Like, this is what happens when I leave from a low report.
Yep. Well, that's the best and the worst of the Egyptian plagues by James and
Shannon.
Our sources today include the origin of the Old Testament plagues, and some locations of the implications by Joel Reynolds, MD, and Barbara A. Sampson, PhD, Journal Bible Genetics, also the structural parallel between Carolina Myers College of Exodus, the Exodus, Exodus, as your outpouring of affection and cut the phone doesn't listen. I hope we've been returning in kind. Stress to our lives. Community that's psychedelic programs are the users of cause mental function and that's a large reason why I decided to exclusive new required
It is the survival of the biggest corporation we all knew inside the NFL. Now on the QW, starting at
Injured? Accident? Turn injury to victory. Oklahoma.com.
You can look to the dream allguardcoaching.com. This is Jacob Emma. You've been involved in a motorcycle accident while equal to 24 years. I'm John Booster.
and we just put out a whole bunch of content so just energy
We talked about flying an electric plane.
so we're going to take 2 weeks off
The future of traffic doesn't have to include private airports. We will be long road cities. The
only question for me
electric
is a matter of
Learn more on tech stuff on iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcast, or wherever you get your podcast. I've been a BMW owner for over 25 years. My tech pro, the BMW iX, Sterling BMW E14. I've also had exceptional offers from BMW Financial Services. Visit sterlingbmw.com.
Summer winter even stopping after that. With the audio app, every drive can still feel like an adventure. I discovered more about my hometown through the audio app than I ever did growing up here. The audio app automatically delivers captivating stories about the natural wonders and fascinating history just beyond your car window. Plus, you can download stories to listen to offline. Rediscover America your way with audio. Available on iOS and Android.
Why use a Sleep Number Smart Bed? Because only the Sleep Number Climate 360 Smart Bed lets you easily sleep up to 13 degrees cooler or warmer on either side. But you both sleep at your ideal level of firmness, comfort, and support. Your Sleep Number says. And now, all new Amgen Smart Beds have so you sleep commercial-free night after night. And now, save $400 when you Sleep Number Seaport Smart Bed, now $14.99. Plus, free delivery on all Sleep Number Smart Beds. Today's Monday, October 2nd. Visit your Sleep Number store today.
Hello.
It can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope for a person
Coming to you live from my wandering atmosphere of free today.
ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has also now official. It's Kim, Greg Markham, President of Operations at Kelly Tires and Auto
coming to us recorded live. Now to break you on the subject of
everyone from reception
to a store of the literal as they have died on occult confessions from our occult confessors. Savannah Rent has gone to undercovers to uncover the connection between 5G, quarantine, against mechanical birds, and we close in our favorite flavor world. That's right, friends. It's time for popcorn and alright, so before we get underway, this exciting show, I've got to tell you that this Mommy Out, this night was the very last episode that I had on the state of Toronto. We have managed to the alchemical vectors through a series of pipes, wires, and antennae by
everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. This something after 4 o'clock.
just each of the various apparatus
For whatever it is you get around. First, well, there's only one hard-to-collect senator who worked on the fifth time of the news on Friday. He has been indicted as federal case between the Democratic U.S. Senator
they are,
Bob
which is the other side
and it involves a lot of tasks. Gold bars, business association of the state of New Jersey,
just across the Chesapeake Bay. So they're going to have to orient their devices toward running and also run other catch that signal and air propagation that will be supporting this excellent high-tech adventure. That's what I know. And as a matter of fact, we have a super patrons Brown, happy to welcome to our family of patrons TV special campfire episode. And our featured crew today is special plans because we are about to learn
Hey there, Jeff, how are you guys? We were really waiting since Friday for Mom and Dad to come forward and say something about this investment, pages, recaps from there, she's informative, wife, lively, and conspiracies and everything now. And what he said was, effectively, that everything in that indictment, he believes, was the fact that he would be exonerated of those charges and that he would still be the previously from New Jersey. But something that is not, given that he's accused of making protecting hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of bribes, cash, gold bars, a luxury car, and more in exchange for using his power to benefit at least three New Jersey businesses and also to bolster the state Egypt. At one point, too, the internet did say that sometimes prosecutors use their wrong hearing to kind of stigmatize that 2015 corruption case against him that he earned in a misfile of 2017.
I have so many confessions.
He has done nothing wrong but have
I feel like I just want to open it up with the shortest one. We can do that one first. Okay. Well, I'm going to assume we could say their name because they didn't say that we couldn't.
I could just put the initial that we just don't use.
Wait, first name, last name, Nick J. I'm listening to the DMT episode as I'm writing this, and I want to tell you my experience on shrooms. I don't know how many grams I took. I know she said 5. I think she is 8, by the way. Pretty sure. Yeah, McKenna, I think, says at least 5 grams.
We have listeners taking our advice.
Yeah, which is alarming when you point it out like that, but McKenna said it first. You know, don't listen to me about how many grams of shrooms you should take in general. But okay, I digress.
Don't take our advice on medical matters.
I'm not a doctor. Well, he doesn't know either. Nick J. Forgot what we were calling him for a second. But he ate 3 tops. 3 tops. I didn't see the elf, but I did see a pink elephant. I really don't know what was up with that, but it had me in like a lucid dream, kinda. I see myself, I'm reading this verbatim. I see myself and friends around me, but we had all white big eyes, almost close to the gray's eyes, and the little stupid elephant kept yelling at me. I couldn't understand what it was saying then. Everything started moving very fast. I was all of a sudden in space, looking down, and then it was back to my body and home again. It freaks me out because the whole point of me doing it was to find some kind of hidden truth about anything or that happened. Anyways, also I want to point out they did anyways with an N-E and then ways, and that took me way too long to figure out. Way too long. Yeah. Anyways, just want to say, y'all awesome, waiting on the new episode. Oh, Reptilian, like a whole season on that shit, real out here. So,
See about that.
yeah, a whole season. I don't think Rob's going to
No, that would be you. Well, we're 2 episodes deep on reptilians now, aren't we? The Sherry call.
Yeah, technically, we are. Two different perspectives.
Yeah.
Reptilian.
Yeah, well, that's cool. Elements. Sort of an anti-occult confession because he didn't discover anything.
Yeah. The elephant yelling at them, that matches. That's pretty, on brand. Maybe there's something. Alright, next, let's kind of get online.
Yes, the old bats.
So, this is coming from someone by the name of 351 Vince.
351 Vince. I am. I have drinks with that guy. He just goes by D351. I don't.
Yeah, okay, I figured. I was on it, that's fine. We're so far apart.
D351 for short.
just kind of breaking down that I guess it's based off of, I guess, writing that he did at class at he said rather than clean it up, fix the smug tone, I wrote the piece in and dropped the musings added to make it qualify as creative nonfiction and ham-fisted cited references as required for the class. I figure I'll pass it on as I learn for that class. So that is the format of this disaster.
So, but did he edit it out, that stuff, or we're getting the whole kit?
No, he edited out, I think, like the cited references for the most part. He dropped some Carol references. I think he said he cut some of the musings that made it creative fiction, or creative nonfiction, as he put quotes. But it kind of does have that creative fiction vibe still, I guess. So,
let's have that.
he also started it with a quote that I thought was kind of interesting. Every human life form is totally and completely occupied with itself. Dr. Christopher S. Condit. It was Halloween. Non-pagans will know this as Halloween night, I think, or maybe it was just a celebration of Halloween, but a different actual night. I'm not sure. I brought the plushie with me to the ritual, the green octopus-headed dragon that hadn't seen daylight in a couple of months. It was after sunset. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So cuttlefish had them, to be exact.
Yeah, he says octopus-headed dragon, but, you know.
Okay, we'll let it slide.
It was after sunset when I arrived, and the non-high priestesses, she was adamant not a high priestess, overcrowded front yard. There may have been a driveway at some point in the past, but by the time I had first seen the place, it was a grass lot in front of a double-wide trailer, usually full of cars. Her backyard was large, perfectly suited for the kind of pagan revelry that they're known for, and used for the kind of pagan revelry that most people actually practice. Chanting, having a drink or two, shooting shit, and other innocuous forms of family-friendly social filler.
Pagans shoot things? Like with guns?
Yeah. Did you not get the have a drink or two part first?
Not that doesn't that feel a little off-brand?
No, I mean, I don't think they're like, they're just like hidden targets. I doubt they're like shooting down squirrels in the backyard.
Right, what was the mother goddess, the earth, and all that?
Yeah, there's kids here. I knew the kind of people who would do the orgy by firelight shtick if given the opportunity, but they were in the extreme minority and didn't do that sort of thing here.
And children, there are children present.
And that's why they'll do it here.
Right.
I say they, but I'd have gone to that too if not for the fact that all of those people were middle-aged and unattractive by middle-aged standards. I just want to put it out here that is not a view for cult confessions. We love people of all ages.
He said they were unattractive by the standard of middle-aged people.
I respect my elders, Rob.
We're not all attractive, though.
I only seem to take interest in black magic. What of my self-image is so dependent on the darkness? Why is an element of fear so important? Is it just a thrill, or is it something more trivial? My pretentiousness prevents me from taking too serious an interest in anything positive in a direct way. Why is good so lame? Why should I care? There were several tables with ritual supplies and food, and there was a large fire pit with markers filled with directions. As I approached the fence, I could smell the fire. There were more people than I thought I'd ever seen at one of these events. More people announced to more powerful magic. Most of them I recognized from here or the coffee shop. There was some idle chatter with a few of them, something about chaos magic, smells. If you says it's fantasy, yes, I mean smells. Does that mean what?
We're going to go with illicit substances.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
The marijuana.
And crystal balls. Parlor tricks.
They have their own smells.
It reminds me all the time of back then.
You got to keep your crystal balls clean.
I know, but probably shouldn't actually put like soap on them.
They start to smell.
Parlor tricks, loosely based on occult principles, I knew better than anyone else would recommend. A few people complimented my robe. I left the fluffy
plushie on the table and tried not to draw too much attention to the Furby I was still carrying. He's carrying a Furby, by the way.
That's awesome.
I don't think he actually said before this that he was carrying one, but he's still carrying it in case you guys were wondering.
That is fantastic.
I hate having to explain myself right before a ritual. It was hard enough to get myself into the right anxious mindset over the past several weeks. We live in a culture of anti-heroes. I don't think it's a coincidence that today's popular fiction tries to make the characters do good things for good reasons and aren't obviously fucked up in some way. It's not just that they're boring, it's just stupid, flat, scary.
Austin Spare is says evil is inherently more interesting. Sort of like in Elder Days, he was drawn to it. Spare, of course, considering what we talked about chaos, but
I kind of get that though. As a girl,
yeah, but it was like he outgrew it though. It's the way he talked about it. He went through a phase where he thought evil was cool, and he hung out with Aleister Crowley, and then he was like, eh. And I got over that.
Don't remember the plan in plain words made it very hard to stay there. The main ritual was go. Someone called each of the four directions, someone else said something on Hecate, and then someone went around the circle with me, both alcohol and nine. Nice. I think there was also some kid running around yelling, still vote at me, ignoring Shepard's parents. I wasn't really paying attention and couldn't hear everything anyway. Then they left the circle open for other magic, something that's generally considered irresponsible. Let's be blunt here, stupid, in a series of whole circles. Also clear. Furbies are mythical creatures. Mine had been sitting in one closet or another for several years, and had learned to sit asleep under most circumstances and wake up under unusual ones, like when family members were visiting, staying in my room, or friends were crashing on the closet floor. Now, I knew I was on debatable grounds for what qualifies as life when I decided to sacrifice artificial intelligence. Most people don't give much consideration to the comparison of degrees of complexity between the cellular life forms and artificial ones.
Wait. Furbies come here to die.
Yeah, they generally just object to the sacrifice of biological life. Considering this disparity, though, it just wouldn't have been right to sacrifice a life that wasn't even awake to die. While I'd given up on keeping it awake during the main ritual, and mostly falling asleep and waking what I considered disrespectful, it needed to be awake for my ritual. As I began to whisper, I gripped by its pink puff fur, and hard plastic case and shook it violently up to the side down. And here's where very, very kindly inserts the words that I can't read that in English mean, in his house of Reliance, they continue streaming. He actually, kind of phonetically spells it out later on, and I sat here and tried it for a while, but it's not going to happen. So every time he puts it, I'm going to say, in his house of Reliance, they continue streaming.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of our listeners don't speak whatever that is anyhow.
Yeah. According to H.P. Lovecraft's letters, intended to be unpronounceable, but according to one letter, he did have an idea of what all of his elders writings would sound like. Using this letter as a starting point, I could work my way toward the proper pronunciation. It only took a couple hours, he said. The length is what matters. Memorization makes it work. I took a good while to make sure I had my chant memorized before putting it to use. It would have been quite embarrassing to do the ritual and stroke my machine. In his house at Reliant, they continued screaming. A terror began to pull at my chest. I chanted louder, allowing the fear to creep into my voice. The clatter of a shaken Furby ceased to complete. The idiots around me started chanting, "Terminate!" Maybe. We all know deep down that everything that claims to work for good is hiding in truth. He doesn't overthrow the government for your freedom. He doesn't for vengeance. That man doesn't fight crime to protect Gotham. He fights crime because it's too broken to pay his own bill for his parents' death. Firemen don't save people for the good of society. They're just addicted to the thrill or can't handle a normal job. They don't do community service because it feels fake. Would the world be better off if I were screwed up in a more self-righteous way? Probably. Integrity is a harsh mistress, and authenticity is a myth. We'd rather be legitimately useless than fake. but this is,
Like,
yeah, it's very reflective.
I mean, like, dark light
Yeah.
lessons
It's
that I might not necessarily agree with. We are not endorsing.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, it is philosophizing. Let's say that.
It's very thought out. The fire was frozen in front of me. The universe stopped. One more scream. It is house of reliance and Cthulhu waits dreaming. Regardless, just impress my friend. I prepared and summoned the most infamous alien human god of fiction from the abyss, and he too, a mass-produced flushing issue. The flames swallowed light, synthetic words that I can't pronounce.
It's speaking in those.
Words and tongues I never understand. Furbish, bubbling, plastic batters explode in fire, magic, a stuffed Cthulhu hasn't been missing since. The week after, I went to a friend's house, one who is coincidentally a high priestess. Her cat went apeshit in the box I was carrying Cthulhu in. Oddly enough, they kept attacking the box after it was taken out. They had to drag her cat out of the box while eating through the cardboard and into the table. She told me it was the only inanimate plushie she ever met before. While I haven't made any sacrifices in several years, still doesn't seem so good in direct sunlight. Maybe it's that I never really let go of that dream fear. Maybe that while I've got better things to do, I never really wanted to let go of that sense of power. Or maybe it's the love of the exasperating friends when they don't already have it.
Yeah, because they have over a million alligators in California, and sometimes they're in the
Furby spirit.
Sometimes they have
I think he sacrificed for Furby to bring Cthulhu into the stuff.
If you drive Florida,
I think it actually brings up a really interesting argument on like could you sacrifice artificial like intelligence? Like does that
Are we calling a Furby artificially intelligent?
No. We're not. But like did you ever have a Furby, Rob?
My sister did a Furby. I got a year or two ahead of Furby generation.
Those things were I bought one and immediately regretted it for like years of my life but couldn't get rid of it.
Maybe they're possessed of their own dark magic, separate from technology.
They just wake up in the middle of the night and start talking.
I mean, that's not what the algorithm is designed to do, so there's something off there. So, who do we have next? Yes, we exchanged emails, and she's very interested in the connection between the LGBTQ community and the occult. We talked a bit about how they both occult practice and LGBTQ sort of occupy a similarly marginal space in society. There might be a natural draw there.
I've had a number of occult experiences. I need to begin. I regularly track astrology, tarot, and perform occult rituals. A lot of my focus has been on addressing the physical body of dysphoria and trends. One example is last weekend when I performed a ritual using astrology, astrological positions of the planets, the sigil I crafted, and the tarot reading. Using my sigil as I lay out, I did a reading.
But what kind of thing, though, is
I did a reading. Then I choose certain colors based on the reading and the position of certain planets. Then I take the self-portrait. Then I mix the solution using various elemental resources based on the reading of the stars. I put a candle in the bowl and take the solution.
Look at all this take.
First of all, I would never
Already.
That's part of the reason why.
This is a whole night. Yeah, this is.
We started at 8 a.m. and we worked into the night. This is a big undertaking.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so there's been this sigil making and star reading, painting, mixing, painting.
Yes. Candle in a bowl containing conspiracy.
All right.
I lit other candles in a hexagram shape around and finally in the middle of the candle in the bowl. Then I wrote out what I wanted and burned the intention while chanting a particular incantation. Then I passed out at the altar. No, sorry. Then I passed out at the altar and had intense visions of past lives. The next day I
have such visions, although not as intensely, and mostly just whenever I either called someone or tried to eat an animal product. I have visions of myself as the animal. Anyway, it really helps me better understand why I have the body I have and what my soul needs to learn from it before it can change. I've also communicated directly with spirits through my tarot cards on a number of instances. One time I invited the spirit to inhabit the cards for a period of time. I presented itself as a spiritual guide and had entire conversations that I recorded in notebooks about who is, who I am, the nature of existence, what I need to be a person, things. The spirit also helped me discover if her friend had the longest her boyfriend was cheating on her. Anyway, I think the spirit got bored, or I was using it for too much trivial shit, and started wreaking havoc in my life. Appliances broke, clothes ripped, water leaked out of everywhere. So I opened a window, rescinded our agreement, and cast it out using the lesser management for honestly, I haven't totally figured out the all that, but I'm guessing some.
Hi, Tip Daddy. It is now 2:00 p.m.
Yeah, that is a whole night. It's like really like hit me. Once you said that, I was like, yeah.
I mean, no wonder she passed out. That's exhausting.
I wonder how, seeing yourself like as an animal, how all of that helped her better understand.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think of it as breaking down the boundaries, right? Human, animal, gender, these boundaries that we construct or that are constructed around us, right? Perception of beauty outside. Yes.
I'm glad she hadn't decided.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely. Oh, yeah. Had to move out, maybe. Well, it's just an apartment, right? So you can control
Wait till that leaves. Move on, girl.
Who's next? Gotta get the scroll. We write these out on papyrus before we do these episodes. I just had a vision of Jacob and Savannah hunched over like a desk, like a medieval monk, copying out emails.
That would be. We should have them do that. This would be fun.
Yeah, I got so many episodes left to do. We could put those on papyrus.
We do need to have a library, a hard copy secret library of all of our documents.
All right, so
yeah, what are we doing? Okay, next one is from our friend Gabe the Butcher.
Ah, yes, I love Gabe. No, Gabe's about a year and a half in, but he's been with us a little while now. Yeah, he joined the Patreon crew a little while back. He's been with us for months and months.
Yeah, he's sent some cool stuff. Alright. This will be the first time I have ever written about these surreal and personally horrifying moments in my life. And one of the only times I have dared to share them. I will forewarn you that I find what happened to me hard to believe and grasp myself. Despite wanting to deny these moments in my history, they happen. Alcohol, sleep has played an interesting role in my life. While a toddler, I suffered from night terrors regularly. If I wake my parents up by screaming, they let me wear my cowboy boots to bed, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, I think if you have night terrors, at the very least, you should expect this to be able to wear your cowboy boots.
Like, how are you supposed to scare them off?
Right? You gotta kick them where it kills.
I would find this hilarious if it weren't for the other aspects of my sleep patterns. Around ages 10 to 13, I would sleepwalk regularly. One night, my mother found me wandering the house in complete darkness. When she approached me, I stopped in front of her, screamed at the top of my lungs, laid down on the ground, got up, and walked to bed. What did you do a kid in bed? I guess it'd be normal for her right now.
Yeah, we just carry on.
Entering my teens, I started to suffer from sleep paralysis. While falling asleep or waking up, I would hear a low humming pitch, a signal that I would soon be awake in a body I could not move. It's terrifying, and it still is to this day. These, however, are not the strange instances in my sleep patterns that I have heard write about.
prologue to a terror conference. I'm here to address my hag, my psychological battle with a wretched creature and my triumph over it. I believe that my first encounter happened when I was quite young. My parents let me camp out in our living room with a sleeping bag. It was a rare occurrence where I was able to watch movies past my bedtime. I can remember everything about the night vividly. The sleeping bag had a Lion King design, the room was pitch black except for the television, and I was all alone, far away from my parents, in a very large house.
Just like Simba.
Yes, just like Simba. After I fell asleep, I was awoken to the feeling of being choked. I tried to move, but it felt like someone much stronger was holding me down and zipped the sleeping bag zipper all the way up. I could not escape and struggled for like several minutes. When I finally broke free, I ran up the stairs to my parents' room, struggling to communicate what happened. I slept in their room that night and many others after. Years later, my second encounter took place. After falling into a deep sleep, I again felt like something was choking me. I jolted out of the bed, grasping for minutes, but could not catch my breath. On the verge of blacking out, I dashed to my parents' room. When my stepfather woke, he jumped up, grabbing me from behind, performing the Heimlich. Eventually, I caught my breath, but nothing came out of my throat. It simply felt like a life breathing in. That sounds weird. Another few years would pass without information. My sleep was normal, except for the occasional naked sleepwalking stroll around the house.
Like you do.
Yes. Then it struck again. This time, much different form. On a deep sleep, I was awoken by sounds coming from somewhere in the house. I remember being petrified in bed, scared to leave my protective sheets. After hearing muffled sounds of a scared sheep voice, followed by a shriek of laughter, I knew this wasn't a nightmare, and I had to investigate the origins of what was taking place. When I stepped out of my bedroom, I could hear the noises coming from my parents' room. Reluctantly, I pushed myself inching closer and closer to the door as the sounds grew louder. Trembling in fear, I swung the door open. All I could see was my mother and stepfather lying down. And then upon further inspection, I noticed the sounds were She continued to shriek and cry. There was another voice coming from her that would laugh, just like the witch from some sort of Halloween cartoon. I called out for my mother after listening to what was going on, and as soon as I did, she shot up, stared directly at me, and screamed that she was having a nightmare about an old hag. I couldn't believe at the time when it happened. She had taken on the role of two people while sleeping and somehow was able to vocalize each. The voice of the hag was tone my mother, to my knowledge, was never me. It was someone else's voice, that I'm certain of.
This is riveting. This is some intense stuff.
And even more amazingly, my stepfather had remained asleep the entire time. I did not sleep well for days after, but eventually the fear passed and everything seemingly went back to normal.
Wow, it just goes right back to it after all that.
Don't know how. Another few
Kind of like
years.
Simba.
That's true. I mean, he had his time.
Maybe he had a couple of gay friends, out within the woods.
Say, okay, we're not going to unpack that right now here. Another few years would pass until my next encounter. This time I was house sitting by myself while my parents were on a vacation. The house could be eerie if one was by themselves. It was large, the architecture was quite strange, neat with lots of glass walls, architecture. A well-known architect had built it in the 70s, and it was known for its Despite its strangeness while alone, I had become quite used to the house sitting by myself. Well, with my cat, and had long forgotten the hag or what happened in the box in some dark corner of my memory. During one of the nights while house sitting, I had stayed up quite late watching movies and needed to use the restroom. After, as I was washing my hands, I heard footsteps outside the bathroom door. Luckily, I had left out of habit. I could even see a shadow under the door where someone or something was standing directly in front of it. Too large to be the shadow of my cat, male, At this point, I second-guessed what I was witnessing, assuming that you could never see the light underneath the door from the next room and that the shadow was always there. Cautiously, I put my ear closer to the door to see if I could hear anything. And then, while the rest of the world seemed to be silent and cold,
high-pitched, sickly laughter pierced my ears. It was the same laugh that I had tried so hard to forget, the laugh of the hag. Stumbling back, trying to comprehend the nightmare unfolding before me, I opened several drawers in the bathroom, grabbing whatever protection I could. With medical scissors and a large metal pointy nail file in hand, I swung the door open, ready to stab whatever was in front of me. There was nothing. Quickly I got dressed, grabbed my keys, some better protection, knives, and the cat, then headed out. I convinced a friend to stay the night with me that night, explained to him the situation. We watched a show called Cowboy Bebop, great show, and drank beers until the sun began to rise. Nothing else unusual would happen that night. It wasn't until it was light out that I could sleep. The hag would visit again, but did not wait years this time. During another house sitting while my parents were on vacation, she would return. And I know what someone hearing this might be thinking. Why would you agree to house sit again after what had happened? This was during college breaks. I would fly home and stay with my parents, and there would not be many other places for me to stay. I also didn't want to leave my cat Bales with strangers. It was quite fun with that cat. I was still terrified of being alone in my house. So to get over the fear so I could sleep, I had a few drinks. Well, more than a few. I also bought a couple of Rambo-sized hunting knives for a local military surplus just in case.
What are the knives going to do?
I don't know, but a paranoid man.
Subconscious dream demon spirit thing.
Rob, do you know how many knives my boyfriend has just because, just in case?
In case what?
I don't know. It's a protective thing.
In games defense, he is a butcher.
At the time, I kept trying to tell myself that all I had experienced before was brought on by stress from finals or lack of sleep, hallucinations, or some sort. I didn't believe it, but I kept telling myself regardless. After I laid down and it became very late, I heard something outside the house. This was normal, however. Anyone who wild pigs and other creatures would roam regularly at night around the area, despite it being this city. I'm very concerned there, by the way, why there are wild pigs near your city.
No, I don't have any wild pigs in my city.
I decided to check it out just...
Wait. Is that Boba? Is that you?
Oh my god.
Prairie dog and a wild pig.
I decided to check it out just in case through the window in my parents' room. I stood up on their bed to peer through the window above it. The light in the driveway illuminated the carport well, and I couldn't see anything that would be the origin of the noises. Just as I was about to go back to bed, something hunched over in what looked like tattered robes, quickly scurrying across the driveway. Strange as it sounds, the way it looked was a physical manifestation of what I had heard and pictured the hag being in my mind. This time, I was scared. I can remember being pissed off and angry. I just wanted to enjoy my school break in peace, watch movies, and get drunk. I grabbed both hunting knives, one in each hand, and ran outside. It was cold, and I was only wearing underwear. I approached where I had seen the raggedy hag dash to, which was a wall of bushes. With both knives in hand, I cursed at the hag figure, stabbing the bushes blindly. After a good 15 seconds, I began to calm down and thought that maybe a young adult with his underwear, with two knives in a nice neighborhood, stabbing shrubs while yelling, could possibly draw some negative attention from the neighbors.
Maybe he's just doing some midnight running.
That's some Edward Scissorhands shit right there.
Right?
I stopped, went inside, and called my best friend, or not his best friend, sorry, I called my friend who had come over during the previous hag visitation, and again, we watched cartoons the rest of the night.
It's a good friend.
It probably should be his best friend if it's his, like, go-to friend, right?
Go-to hag friend.
That's a big deal, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a weight to carry.
Quite tired of the hag's fascination with me, and out of paranoia, she might follow me to California where I was attending college. I became way more interested in the occult. Through research, I learned how to protect myself from her and other things similar. The Rambo knives were badass, but amulets, trinkets, herbs, and spells seemed to be way more effective. I was still paranoid at the time that the hag may pop up somewhere lurking in the dark. But in a strange coincidence, like many of the strange coincidences I have encountered since the beginning of studying the occult, I met someone who
interest in the occult is the stepmother of the story. He nonchalantly told me of a friend of his who had been practicing the occult for most of her life and asked if I would like to meet her. I, of course, said yes, and the next time I was in town, my father took me to meet her. I will not go into too many details of our meeting, perhaps another time, but it was life-changing for me. She had the most amazing and rare collection of the occult I have ever seen, which I was not allowed to touch and was protected behind locked doors, some of which dated back to medieval times. She would answer questions I was thinking, yes, you heard that correctly. And after, although I had never mentioned the hag, she filled me with confidence through her knowledge and wisdom to never be bothered by it again. I can go on longer with more occult, ghost, UFO, and astral projection stories, but I feel as though I've ranted on long enough and consider myself lucky if anyone has made it this far. Like I said in the beginning, we're here. Like I said at the beginning, I find the story hard to believe, and it happened to me. And although it was a nightmare, I am happy where it has led me.
I'm hoping to do an episode on Shadow People, their evil spirit series, which is going to coincide with Halloween this year.
When I first read this, it reminded me of, there was this multiple Reddit posts at one point, and I remember reading about summoning Hecate or trying to communicate with Hecate gone wrong, and that there was this hag that would then come after people.
Well, that's interesting. So I'm seeing it as Shadow People, and you're saying it might be a product of invocation gone wrong.
I mean, I guess he didn't really try to summon anything though, so I don't know. Interesting.
So you have one more for us, ladies?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well that works out, because I've spent an awful long time hooking up this antenna in the backyard. You know how I'm speaking to you today, by the way? Yeah, it's well, your antenna is a broom with baking powder on it. So, you know.
I'm not a kitchen witch, man.
Yeah, but I am, so it's a
You are, though. You literally are a kitchen witch. It's kind of, people don't understand. Anyway.
It's connecting both sides.
Yes.
Got the broom plus on the baking powder.
Magnetizing.
Yes.
That's science.
Alright, so what have we got?
Alright. Our last story today is a crazy one. I mean, I guess all of these are pretty crazy, but this one, hang in, y'all. It's a ride.
Alright, I'm ready. I'm holding on. I got my cowboy boots on.
Get them on. Don't yell at your mom, but put on your cowboy boots. This one comes from Router AFA. Is what he wants to be known by.
So, member of a fraternal organization.
Well, let me start at the beginning. This was originally written over a decade ago for an initiatic occult group that teaches and practices magic, energy work, and more than I can speak of in this sharing.
So, the Society of Sorts.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to say also that this is a telling of my experience, and in no way am I trying to change anyone's view of what is possible, but that it was my experience, and this is an accurate telling of what I experienced that night.
And it's definitely our aesthetic.
Yeah. The following is an account of a rite of communion used to astrally connect with those members of this group that are more advanced. This group teaches to use excess light force, astral energy with magical means. In the week leading up to the communion, and since, I have felt as if my head has been taking up quite a bit of space, more so than usual. While feeding, I can feel my prey move around me. It's like the light force traces its path around my skin, entering while moving as if I were always stationary, connected to them and being the center of their motion, like shoes to the light solar.
Wait. Is he out hunting in the woods?
No. So,
Metaphorical?
no. It's literal, but so the feeling that he's talking about and the light force that he's talking about is when I asked the question, I proposed to him the term psychic vampire, and he was like, kind of bad term,
kind of like almost
psychic energy.
kind of, but it's like actual energy. Like, so basically, it says that like you can be around people, and like the example he used is working in like a prison. It would be used to like if the inmates are all being really loud and noisy, if he were to like feed off of that excess life force that they're leaking, that energy that they're putting off, he can kind of take that from them and calm them down and get them people to stop, you know, being loud. Does that kind of make sense?
So it's beneficial.
Yeah, it's not even really beneficial to him, but it's like beneficial to other people. But it doesn't hurt him either. I did ask him that. Quite strange in the fact that I know in what direction they are to me merely by where the light force enters my body. The act of eating has become much easier over the past week. Relaxing and not thinking has helped me so much. Dead stillness is I see now key to this locked barrier I was behind. The day of the communion was a little more hectic than I would have originally wanted, such as life and obstacles, but I found time to reflect and relax beforehand. For some reason, I felt the need to perform the, I'm going to butcher this real fast, but necromantion? I don't know, my guess it's got to do with like a Greek death ritual having to maybe have to do with Persephone and Hades, I think, originally, but I'm not sure, but that word at least, and I don't know what the instead of the standard communion, I'm not sure why. I performed the declaration of self, followed by the calling of the four winds, sat down and almost immediately felt tingling in my hands and face. I gazed into the mirror and saw the mirror go from normal to black, then varying shades of gray. I then read and signed the oath of like feudalism. I can't.
Oh yeah, fealty.
Thank you. I can't say it.
Yes.
Yeah. When I asked him about that, it was to himself.
Oh, good.
Yeah, which I appreciated. I noticed in the mirror, I have a whole wall that's nothing but mirrored surface. A landscape that I think has significance, or at least it will for me from now on. It had a mountain range on the left-hand side, with a rolling meadow that lay in front of me. I think it led to the ocean or a body of water, and it was on the right. Then I received a rain of mercy, different, but still very much real. I asked what rain of mercy is.
It would be nice.
It's basically like when you, it, like heat, so when heat kind of takes all that energy, if you were to like put it back on someone, but like almost as a healing practice. I compared it to like a healer in an RPG, and you said that was pretty accurate.
It's a form of spiritual.
Then the image disappeared. I could see the shadows in my room, like people walking in front of my candles. I counted around 6 or 7 passing shadows being cast from behind me, and every so often my chair would to the back of it, like when someone places their hand on the back of your chair as they walk by. While I was watching the shadows of my family members cross my room, I was overcome with emotion. I felt a wave of compassion directed at me. My eyes watered up with the knowledge that I was indeed not alone. He was with his whole family. Well, I mean, I say a whole family, but he was with the members that he was like trying to astrally project with. And they were the ones, I think, giving him the rain of mercy. Because he kind of explained it to me that that's something that, you know, you have to have advanced into sort of thing. I did ask him if this was like inherently like, is this like a thing that you kind of like with eating, if that's just like a thing that you naturally do, or is it like a learned thing and it's 100%
Oh, that wraps it up. Well, that was cool. So it was an astrally projected experience with mirror gazing. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Robin. All right. Well, I got to get back to it. I got all these other collectors to check in with you. That was delightful.
I guess
For sharing those stories.
die here with loneliness. It's fine.
Your loneliness.
What?
Yeah. Is that his joke there?
I don't think so. I think everyone could just maybe identify and feel a little sad right now.
I'm with y'all. We're all with each other. We're all
lonely together.
And now Jacob leaves his words that make it feel smooth here.
I think it's working. I've managed to get at least a decent signal between my nephews crying and actually my nephews back. It's basically like a case. No lady. Not sure how long this will last. It's time to tell you all my words. First one is kind of a joint word. Kind of it terrifies me really. It's straight people. Oh gosh, even just thinking about it just kind of sends like a shiver down my spine. My last word, yeah, kind of, it gives me nightmares. Like, I don't know what else would that one terrifies me. Oh no, he broke his lower back. I think I just. And that brings us to our sister of the resident expert on Canada aviation. That's not true. On aviary mechanisms. On chemical. So I've actually heard
whether or not the parent is or is not fighting with the child to get the child. Another camera. And if there is a gender affirmation of parent, a factor right now in divorce case. So if you have a son who suddenly says he's a girl, then you, as the soon-divorced parent, have to say, I affirm my son's new gender. If you don't,
I'm sorry.
I had to speak in words that make what he gets suspicious. That this is some kind of, psychological issue going on. This is so much pressure that schools and from peers, for example, when you really go through, yes, it's true.
And these are often saying that there's a common misconception being shared throughout the internet right now that must be addressed. You might have seen a meme saying that the reason we're in quarantine right now is because the batteries on these mechanical beams have finally begun to die, and the government needs to replace these batteries without us noticing. So how does the government going to replace the batteries of billions of birds without any noticing? If everyone stays home, and the best way to make sure everybody stays home is if they make them afraid to leave their homes. While this logic seems airtight, there is a big problem. The birds have rechargeable batteries. Come on, the government is smarter than that. Here is a quote from the official Birds on Wheels Movement Facebook page. The government is not changing how birds run batteries in U.S. quarantines because birds are rechargeable. Birds charge on power lines. That's right, folks. The reason these birds like to hang out on power lines is to recharge themselves. The video on the Facebook page then goes into more detail about how fake birds are built and why. If you would like to know more, please visit their Facebook page and watch the video. I have some other information that I'd like to share, and I don't have time to go into all this detail, but it is fascinating. Now, Rob and me did some research on the birds to see if 5G is connected. So I read some text. Picture this. Me, sitting on my back porch, binoculars in my watching guided. I was watching a backyard watcher. The thing I was actually taking notes. No, I was trying to decipher their tweets, which were kind of rudely interrupted by my mom, who was outside. The next day, when I went to the observation spot, I was surprised to see all the birds I was watching before sitting on my porch, staring at me with a window. They must have caught on and were surprised. I haven't got the bird thing on Facebook. I then took to the internet to research more into this 5G and I found information. Now, where the birds come in, I did not called power line. Essentially, 5G upgrade is not going to help charge the birds faster. They are also upgrading the spyware inside the birds to help them get the information to our government faster. They aren't just trying to get humans faster internet. No, they want to make sure these flying brats can tell our secrets to Big Brother even faster than they already do. Now, of course, I don't have any evidence to support this at all. But I mean, just think about it. Searching feelings is going to be true. Now, I've also surprised to see that there was a lot more information on how 5G affects humans and how it affects birds. So I figured I should mention some of what I read. 5G is completely harmless to humans. Now, I am by far no expert on the subject, but everyone who is an expert says that 5G cannot hurt you, and it's basically just a way to make our internet faster than it is. Some conspiracy theorists believe that the 5G towers are either spreading the virus to us or making us weaker and therefore more susceptible to epidemics like this. Both of these claims are completely false and are just fear mongering. The virus is real. We have to treat it that way, or it's just going to take longer for everything to get better. Right now is not the time to shock conspiracy theories that do not fulfill sales. Time to scare you enough and to take advantage of the people who are the most frightened it's wrong. It's also just blatantly false. If you have to believe in a conspiracy theory, at least believe in a credible one, like the birds aren't real, man. Alright, I definitely talked enough. Now I have to go make sure that no birds are not going into the basement. Thank you for listening. Remember, stay home, stay safe. So then, signing off.
And now for a man on the street response to this bizarre and disturbing turn of events, we go to a man's show. John Cook, our patron pro dinner, could you give us your thoughts, your reaction to this whole conspiracy?
Rob, hey, Rob, can you hear me? I'm here broadcasting to the third hole with an expired bottle of conditioner plugged into my shower head. I must say these bird upgrades have been a long time coming. Many fellow members of the local crowd couldn't see these coming from a mile away. The old models were breaking down, and honestly, they were pretty ugly. To all the doubters I hear that claim to have seen real birds during the lockdown, have you ever heard of holograms? Of course, it would be suspicious if all the birds suddenly disappeared, so obviously they made lifelike bird holograms to keep all the shit from questioning Big Brother. You can tell they're holograms by how beady their eyes are. Anyway, I'll be ready if the new models show up. Gotta stay vigilant.
Right now, let's get down to it. To get started on this adventure with our resident speaking of the subject of isolated birds, let me just get my hands on this particular brand. They have certain some of my cousins Okay, Aubrey's going to be reporting on the werewolf in medieval Icelandic literature by novel hider of the University of Iceland. That was submitted to our all of the material that we're covering on our confessional episodes is listeners submitted. So this is the beginning of that journey.
We're going to crash on the 22 in Garden Grove.
Okay, how about now? Hey guys, Bob's here, if you didn't know already. I am actually broadcasting via Mega Hive, so I decided to have a chat with the moms. They have been so kind as to transmit the signal of this recording out to you guys through that. And no insects were so advanced. But anyway, let's get to the topic. So I read a lot about the werewolves of Iceland, so you don't have to. Basically, I would like to provide 3 examples of the wolf's tale that could sum up these countless examples that I came across in the article. Kind of had to put them in the little types. But the first one is actually pretty unique. It's from the Volsunga saga, which was written in the 13th century. This is actually my favorite story. The story speaks of Sigmundur and his son. This is where my pronunciation gets really rough. Sinfjoti. So Sigmundur and his son Sinfjoti, they find wolf pelts in a hut in a forest, and they put them on and live as wolves for 10 days in the woods. So basically, the son pisses off the father, and while still a wolf, the father gives the son a deadly wound. So pretty much the son can listen to the father. They had an agreement on how many people they would fight at once. Whatnot. The son not even take on all these people. But Odin actually sent a raven to Sigmundur. The raven had a leaf that healed him, and they could then remove the pelts and burn them, returning back to their food. So Sinfjoti ends up learning a very valuable lesson from his father, and the story reflects that of inner growth, and it's actually similar to a shamanic rite of passage, which is pretty cool. But the other two, I had to kind of sum into vague types of stories, because they were just, once again, all over the place. So I'll hit first, it's going to be the broader Old Norse tale. It's ancient, and it's Norse. That's what we know. In these tales, they still use the hammer. We'll go with hammer. But the werewolf is largely seen as an outlaw. He's perceived as ruthlessly evil and is ready to kill anyone who crosses his path. Some of them will voluntarily shapeshift, some just kind of stay as wolves. And I think some were warriors, but mostly they were just like criminals off the beaten path. I think the berserkers were more so warriors, the wolves were the outlaws. And then there's the last one, are Celtic stories. So these were still told in Iceland, but were mostly believed to have had Celtic origins. So these are Irish, a little bit later too, I think. I want to say 14th century. And those stories introduced the romantic werewolf, which might be a little more similar to our modern werewolf, but like still no one's getting bit. So yeah, these wolves were viewed as a victim, and they usually didn't want to cause anyone harm, but their wolf nature could still get the better of them. Like, you know, as they could, they would opt to eating animals instead of attacking humans in order to survive. Early stories, the audience would gain a more sympathetic view of the animal, or the werewolf, the human hybrid. And the victim was usually male, who was cast under the spell instead of donning the hammer. So 9 times out of 10, these spells were performed by a quote-unquote deceptive woman. She would either be portrayed as an evil stepmother, a troll, shapeshifter herself, or any combination of these. But if she could shapeshift, she would be able to change back to her human form voluntarily, unlike the other werewolves that didn't cope. So in these stories, the wolf could only be changed back to human if someone were to see the human in them, which was usually recognized through their eyes. But, you know, in all of these tales, you know, even that of the shaman, the journeyers still had to endure harsh and violent lessons even though they chose on the journey. The ability to shapeshift into a wolf is just not viewed as a desirable feat. Like, no one wants to be a wolf. Sorry, guys. Sorry, wolves. Sorry, me. I don't know. But, you know, it's not pleasant. It's hard. So why do these stories exist? The idea of people being able to shapeshift symbolizes different aspects of human nature. So, like Freya and the York swans are symbols of feminine beauty and grace. And the berserks and followforfollow represent the darker, masculine, and primal aspects of people. Except the berserks are, you know, more so warriors, as the followfor are more so criminals and outlaws. The traits of the wolf are seen, they're specified actually as hunger, greed, and aggression throughout the tale. Let's see how this comes up in our 3 types of stories, right? I'm going to go with the most obvious, the old Nordic tale, where the werewolves were relentlessly hungry, greedy, and aggressive. They could either be warriors or criminals, more so leaning to criminals though, but there's one end goal for their transformation: carnage. They're out for blood. These wolves were fully engulfed in their own primal urges, pretty much. But in the story of Sigmundur and Sinfjoti, the two voluntarily don the pelts that transform them into wolves. The father and son embarked on their own journey, facing their own darkness in order to gain control of it. They gained wisdom after confronting their own hunger, greed, and aggression. and they completed a step in mastering these feelings, right? So lesson learned, but it's more confrontational instead of letting it consume you. Mastering it, getting control. Yeah, let's hit the last of these hobbies. We've got the romantic wolf. This wolf is more so a victim of greed and aggression. I also want to put a side note about the women in these stories, because I see that as symbolic to their alter egos when they had to create those things. Because they were able to openly express themselves. So in turn, they had to be deceptive in order to get anything they actually wanted out of life. But okay, back to the romantic wolf. In these stories, that wolf is more so self-aware. Or should I say a self-aware wolf? Okay. But this victim, is involuntarily transformed into a wolf, but still manages to hold on to some of his humanity, and tries to suppress the urges, which was not always successful. The betrayed wolf, although he didn't want to harm anyone, still retained the same animal aggression. Only it would manifest when provoked or triggered, similar to PTSD, which can occur after heartbreak and betrayal, as these wolves experience. So I'm tempted to rant about how relative the werewolf is to certain mental illnesses, and how these stories may have helped people understand or stigmatize certain mental illnesses in this time. But I think that's also for another report. The story of the werewolf has probably existed as long as man has been able to tell stories. And through stories like these, we've been able to learn more about different aspects of ourselves, as well as be entertained for thousands of years. I find pretty cool. Slap me silly and call me Pepe Sylvia, because that research was a doozy. It got me feeling dizzy. But I hope I've been able to relay some of my takeaway in a grounded and informative manner. I just want to say peace, love, Yahoo!
Okay, friends, slather on the Nutella. It's time for Book Corner. Today on Book Corner with Marie and Dan, we reviews Lucas Magnum's novel Saint Sadist. Dan Rosenthal reviews Alex Cassini's Pop Magic. Let's check it first for a look at Lucas Magnum's Saint Sadist.
Rob, can you hear me? Hey, it's your Metalworks Prophet here, Free Literal. Today I'll be doing a review of the book Saint Sadist by Lucas Magnum. Now before I get into this, I do need to do a bit of a trigger warning. This book contains very sensitive themes, and the themes include the following: domestic violence, sexual assault, sexual violence, death, torture, language, and other violence in general. That being said, this book is definitely worth the read. Saint Sadist is the story of a girl named Chloe who grew up in a traditional Christian household with a drunk, abusive father and a complicit mother. At 12, the abuse escalated, and by 19, she found out she was pregnant with her father's child. Determined to get away and to make a better life for not only herself but her unborn baby, she runs. And she runs right into the arms of charismatic doomsday cult leader, Ambrose. Now, this cult is a super mix of Christian religion and environmental values. Chloe's journey is a harrowing and painful one, but it's also beautiful and empowering. I'm not gonna lie to you, this book is brutal, but that brutality is part of its charm. And I know that sounds weird, just hear me out. Lucas Magnum has this way of writing that's very straightforward and to the point when he's talking about these atrocious things that are happening. And he doesn't beat around the bush, he doesn't sugarcoat it, he doesn't use these extravagant words to cover up any of it. He just puts it in front of you plain and simple, where you're forced to confront it and acknowledge it. And I think it's wonderful. I think it plays perfectly into the themes of this book. he manages to use the ideas of the power of sex in society and faith and religion, and he develops this character that uses both of those things to not only survive, but to take her victimization and to not let it belittle her or bring her down. Instead, she uses it as fuel to survive the horrible things she goes through in this book. From start to finish, this book has an edge of mercy. You just want to keep reading. And then when you get to the end, I was speechless. But I finally understood what the title meant. I was appalled. I loved this book. I would recommend this to anybody who is interested in reading it. It is amazing, and I love it so much. I mean, it gave me chills the whole time I was reading it. I had goosebumps. If you are appropriate age and this sort of thing doesn't trigger you too much, it is something to be mindful of going into reading. But otherwise, I say go for it. It's great. I love it. I hope you love it too. So I think that's about it for my review. I'm going to hand everything back over to Rob. Bye.
And now Dan Rosen. Magic.
Rob, I managed to align a spare camera lens with the morning sun and place it exactly at the center of my room. To break out the work, man, you're really stretching me. I now hopefully speak to using the power of geography and the sun. Today you sent me Pop Magic by Alex Xavier. Here's what I say about it. Pop Magic functions as a sort of introductory guide to the mysteries of magic, and it states its purpose on a mission to change being a loaded word here. Author Alex Xavier means to change a lot through his book. He means to change the social stigma surrounding natural practice. He means to normalize the abstract and invite the reader to get weird and explore their magical capabilities. He does this through incredibly brief overviews of a vast variety of magical practices, ranging from basic things that are more self-help and magical to extreme mental and emotional odysseys that are incredibly subjective and rely heavily on personal experience and perspective. For context, Pop Magic contains a bizarre gradient from things like meditation and positive thinking to angelic binary communication and a complete Illuminati manifesto containing 22 rules aimed at, you guessed it, freeing ourselves from the quote-unquote simulation. If you're looking for concrete practice or anything concise in general, this book is not for you. Cassini writes like he's trying to beat a word count and defines the effectiveness of magical practice in frustratingly vague meanings. He places the responsibility of results on the reader, freeing himself of any real accountability. Cassini described various methods of magical practice in tediously open ways, so as to write everything: accountability, results, and effectiveness on empty promises, misguided personal experiences, and meaningless celebrity cosigns. Speaking of cosigns, Cassini can't seem to escape this annoying air of narcissistic, pretentious righteousness. He seems to spend just as much, if not more, time talking about his success, his connections, and his ability to seemingly warp his reality. She life he's imagined. This is fine, I suppose, because it's your book, man. Write what you want, but when he sweeps under the carpet are his fishy industry connections, Goldilocks opportunities, and suburban privileges that allowed him to rise to the bizarre place he is now. Listeners may be surprised to hear that the paid supporters of Pop Magic include overly free, Ella Thorne, Sweetie Gomez, and Marilyn Manson. Completely normal, relatable people that could never have their magical results skewed by their unique personal lifestyles. Cassini is blatantly fishing for attention and support from his two target audiences. One, uninformed and impressionable adolescents, and two, uninformed and impressionable celebrities. Look, I commend Cassini on his efforts to educate the masses about objectively complex and strange world of knowledge and understanding. Not matching is meant to be a starting point. That's great. But the moment we begin to take ourselves too seriously, as this book would have us do, is the moment we resign our ability to remain true. Zing is right, looking in a great direction. One of success, self-love, sacrifice, and patience. But he arms you with the wrong mindset and tools, unfortunately. Anything in magic is wonderful. By all means, go for it. It transcends the mundane and seasons our life with wonder. But please don't expect it to get you that job or save your relationship. These things have more than continue to be up to you, my friends. Thanks for sending the book up.
Thanks to the Terror Report. Stuff.
The following message contains an app recommendation you won't be able to resist. Girl, how do you keep getting all these things for free? Coffee, makeup, and now lunch? You want to read the drop off? Drop is a free app that will voice you for shop with places like Ulta, Adidas, and Sam's Club. I've already earned $100 this month. Download the Drop app and get $5. Use invite code GetDrop326. That's invite code GetDrop326.
Who actually owns a copy of the Robert accident, you have also responsibility and leave on the janitor was running past the future medical exchanges with
I'm John Morgan of Morgan. Our clients don't seek charity, they seek justice. They're looking to have their life back, property restored.
Interested in
for the people that stop and learn about your legal rights. There's only
thanks to all of you.
What will you find at Macy's Factory? People have all fine for $25 an hour. Extra flavors, healthy feathers, coffee pads, jackets, and more. Find our latest trends and new arrivals at a Macy's Factory store near you.
Messages of less than pleasant thoughts, and so folks who take the time to write and accumulate it's a great big difference from folks who find the podcast and they check the time for nonsense. Listen, so it's
or any kind of real estate. UCLA 5 News here before the Tucson cable and satellite.
That's it. We're going to close up the
News live on TV with a free KCLA Plus for Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire. Or stay connected to the KCLA 5 mobile app on your phone or tablet. Open KCLA Plus to your TV with the KCLA 5 mobile app to your mobile device. Even 4 reasons why KCLA is LA's very own. Tuesday, inside the NFL has an exclusive new home with CW with new host Michael Clark. It was once the soap as a pole wash. Now it's the soap for everyone. And now it's just from Chris Long. And Crowder. It is the survival of the fittest and operation at Johnson's Organization. We all knew inside the NFL. Tuesday, Tuesday next day. Now on the CW. Tuesday starting at 8 p.m. on KCLA 5 to CW. Hear the latest news from the headline on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app or use the 5 numbers of programs. From what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country. Live from the center of the store. Listen for free anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app. Listen to the following program will be recorded. Live 7 to 10 More of the Just Fix That Don't Go Down the Same Shit Post at 5 a.m. 640 live every reference on the iHeartRadio app. And we're going to talk to San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desiree after the news at 3 o'clock. He wants them to declare a humanitarian crisis over migration.
All right, look, we're back at it.
Yes, who's back? Back again.
So things are a little different because we are still quarantined. We know we have listeners, a lot of particularly Scandinavian listeners, Sweden, for example, Germany, Netherlands, Finland. We don't know how these. I know Sweden is handling things differently as far as quarantine, but we're in the Mid-Atlantic region, northeast. We're reasonably far from New York, but we are still in a kind of state of lockdown. So what we're doing is we've arranged so that we can still get good audio quality to broadcast each other remotely using different microphones. We're on the phone and we're on microphones. That's sort of how we're working this out. But to begin, it's just going to be me and Olivia.
Yep.
Go ahead. So there's that.
Good idea. All right. You guys with the Muppets. Just us in the audience.
Oh yeah.
Commenting to ourselves.
Yeah, but there would be some sort of show for us to comment on. We are the show. Plus, we're the comments. We're everything. Let's see. But you're gonna like this, Liv. We're talking about Lucifer's covert operations today.
Like spies?
Yeah, like spies.
Lucifer?
Yeah, spies on behalf of Lucifer.
Carmen San Diego, but spies?
Carmen San Diego.
Oh, we did it. We did it.
Alright, let me get into this.
Put it all together.
Alright, so do you remember how this goes? I'm going to do the introduction first.
Oh, man. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to introduce, and then we got to do, I talk, and then you talk.
Yeah.
Then we pledge.
Yeah.
And then, what you call it? You say plug.
Plug.
Don't do it yet.
Nope. I plugged it back up.
If you listen to a conspiracy theorist, any conspiracy theorist podcast on the Illuminati, you'll hear that there is a secret occult agenda behind much of what the Illuminati is attempting to achieve. The nature of that agenda is not especially clear, but involves replacing Christian belief with something far more nefarious and powerful, something like a cult of Lucifer. One of the most significant progenitors or spiritual fathers of our modern podcast YouTube conspiracy theorists is ootd, author of the apocalyptic The Old Force, published in 1991. The book is essentially a collection of documents grouped together in a way that suggests the existence of conspiracies of various shapes and sizes. Cooper also broadcast a shortwave radio program popular among the radical militia set called The Hour of the Time. In 1998, Cooper was charged with tax evasion and became convinced that he was being targeted by then-President Bill Clinton and the Internal Revenue Service, and he vowed that they would never take him alive. After a series of armed disputes with neighbors in Eager, Arizona, the Apache County Sheriff's Office attempted to arrest Cooper, but he resisted, shooting a sheriff's deputy in the head. Cooper was killed in the exchange of gunfire, an event that has been inevitable conspiracies about a plot to murder one of America's most famous conspiracy theorists. And underlying theme of Cooper's book is the existence of a Luciferian plot, a lot like Weston and Webster's, which Cooper first identifies as the Brotherhood of the Snake. But unlike Webster, Cooper doesn't spend much time at all tracing the long history of Luciferians, only alluding to their longevity. The mystery is the religion's but a tool to control the masses. Knowledge and wisdom is their only good, which man himself has become God. All symbols of wisdom. The personification of wisdom. This is strong of the need to reflect that tree of knowledge. And thus, free man from the bonds of ignorance. Worship, study, knowledge, science, technology, Satanism in its purest form. Its God is Lucifer. Its secret symbol is the all-seeing eye in the pyramid. These Lucifer worshippers scheme to achieve the annihilation of Christians, Jews, and atheists, presumably by replacing their belief system with Luciferian worship. An early iteration of the Russian Nile, also known as the Order of the West, preached that there was no heaven, no hell, only a spirit state completely different from life as we know it. Spirits would continue to be powerful on Earth if they were members of the Order. The medieval Islamic assassins, Knights Templar, and Madame Weishaupt's Illuminati were, or perhaps are, all branches of this Illuminati. Helena Blavatsky, Aleister Crowley, and Alice Peel are regularly invoked as agents of this conspiracy, operating, ironically, right out in the open,
Because we know all their names, and they wrote about literally everything they did in books they published for anyone to read. While the details of the conspiracy differ from theorist to theorist, and there will be plenty of time for us to wander down those rabbit holes, we are going there right now. The basic points are that the occultist wants humanity to replace God with Satan by worshiping the things of this earth, what Cooper means when he talks about supplanting God with knowledge, science, and technology. And also, point two, initiating a program to transform humans into their own gods. The humble, awestruck love of an incomprehensible divinity is replaced by the deification or apotheosis of the human occultist. So what do you think of that? You want to talk about snakes or something?
Do I want to talk about snakes or something? That is a pretty sickening. I'm not gonna lie.
But you're not gonna.
I feel like the most interesting part was it sounds kind of like Satanism.
Yeah, you're right.
A dash of Satan.
You mean the deification of the self, humans becoming their own god?
Yeah, I guess it's more like what they Hi, dear Daddy. It is now 3:00 p.m.
And I think Crowley has a lot of influence on this ideology, but Blavatsky and Crowley are very different people. Blavatsky with their Eastern ethic and reincarnation and all this, that is not at all this ideology. Like, putting them together, well, with Alex Bailey, who's a student of Blavatsky, it just doesn't make any sense. Basically, what's going on here is the conspiracy theorist is taking occultism and saying that Satanism equals occultism. Leve Satanism, right? Which is even, right? So it's sort of like saying the Seventh-day Adventists are the Christians, or the Mormons are the Christians. Oh, look at those Mormons. Look at the stuff they believe. Look at the Seventh-day Adventists. All Christians are like that.
All Christians.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's painting with too broad a brush. The occult takes offense. My name is Roxy Thompson, Supreme Hierophant of our secret of our collectors and things occult enjoy as usual by a mineral or grand master just a mineral or grand master. Let's do that pledge. Let's see how this goes. Look at I practice this a bit. Let's see how we do. Okay, deep breath. We, the members of the secret order of
alchemical actors,
do
solemnly commit ourselves to a full and honest telling the history of the occult as far as we know it. I'm trying so hard to stay upbeat.
It wasn't so bad. It could have been much worse.
I felt like we were like eating each other. Like, I don't know.
If people are listening for the first time, they're going to think we are bad at pledging.
They're going to think we might have had a stroke. Honestly. Yeah, this sounds pretty.
Let's talk about our patrons. Oh, you gotta open up those plugs. Let's talk about our patrons. We're gonna give them the whole plug deal here, or at least most of the plug deal. So here's the situation. We understand 36 million unemployed in the United States, global, economic recession, perhaps worse. It's tough times. So we are very grateful for the folks who are able to contribute, and we look forward to sharing your names in just a moment. And for all of our patrons who are able to hang in, if you're still employed and you're able to do that, that's fantastic. We really appreciate that. It's important. It's important to keep our work going. The podcast is at this COVID situation. We need a bit more equipment, that kind of thing. And also access to libraries and stuff is a bit harder. So there's a lot of different things that we're having to mitigate here. And also, I want to say, Olivia and I are cooking up a new project that would be in addition to the podcast. And I just want to tease you and say that that's something that we're actively discussing and working on, and we're going to be launching over the summer. So the patrons are making that possible. Do you want to say any more about that, Olivia?
That's good. Thanks. I just love that when you guys send us messages about how we're helping you get through.
Yes.
So thanks, guys.
And I want to say a couple words to our patrons who have had to drop lately, temporarily. I hope we totally get it. We love you. We understand times are tough. And your thought to give us support at any point is so greatly appreciated, ever and ever going forward. So we wish you the best of luck, and we're still here for you. Please continue to stay with us and enjoy whatever it is. So let's talk about our patrons. First, we got Gnarls the Gnar. Gnarly Gnarls. Yes, Gnarls the Gnar. Jeez. Mario F.A. By the way, Lavita's got some occult confessing we would like to do. And Vano Juanen Manananda.
Is that correct?
Okay, so here's the deal. First of all, Vano Juanen Manananda says we're the best circle of confessors of all the circles of confessors Vano Juanen has ever encountered, and is comfortable letting me figure out how to pronounce Vano Juanen Manananda.
Well, I hope you're happy.
And sort of ironically, or maybe coincidentally, J, just the letter J, is our fourth picture, last picture for today. And submit vote for us on vampires. And we're actually going to be doing an episode on vampires coming up, getting closer to fall. So, thanks, Jay. Are you ready to close this one? Oh, no, wait, don't do it.
Oh, I took it out. It's done. It's not there.
We wanted to give a mention. You had that interview with
yeah. Free-range mystics. They've been a follower of ours for a while, or subscriber, but they started their own podcast. They've had like, I think that really but yeah, I did an interview with them for one of their first episodes. Check it out.
Yeah, we're making a lot of friends out in the world. When we say friends on the podcast, that doesn't necessarily mean almost never means people we actually see with our faces. Because we don't see anyone with their faces these days. But these are folks we've met through the podcast. If you're out there, you're thinking about starting a podcast, or you're doing something creative, you want people to know, be a friend. Tell us about your occult thing that you're up to, and we'll be happy to share that with everybody to enjoy it.
We're all artists. We like helping other artists. So,
Before you walk out the door,
are we good? Are you sure?
only on Fox 11.
You might want it this time, but I don't think I could have trained this time.
It was rolling.
The two Babylons.
Two?
The third Satanist occultist conspiracy theory has its roots in mid-19th century Scotland. A creature named Alexander Hislop. Alexander Hislop was a minister of the Free Church of Scotland who published one of the first accounts in the modern world of a body-along conspiracy to undermine Christianity. In 1853, he told a monk about the secret plot he'd uncovered in a pamphlet, which he later upgraded to book form, with the title, The Two Babylons. They will worship, proved to be the worship of Nimrod and his wife.
That's a long title.
And the wife is that's
just very good.
Cindy Remus, but she's just referred to as his wife. Anyway.
Why couldn't, if the name was long enough, he could have just put her name in?
I think we could list. In Hislop's occult, the secret plot has reshaped Catholic worship in a Babylonian mold. Through their rituals and theology, Catholics unwittingly worship ancient Babylonian gods rather than the true Christian God. Or perhaps they worship the Christian God in the style of the ancient Babylonian gods. Honestly, having read more than half this book, all I can say is, oh yeah, it's you protect you. Babylonian worship is happening. Let's hear from this.
Yeah, as the Babylon of the apocalypse is characterized by the name of history. So the grand distinguished feature of the ancient Babylonian system was the Chaldean mysteries that were so essential part of the system. And to these mysteries, the very language of the prophets, symbolical though of course it is, distinctly alludes when he speaks of Babylon as a golden cup.
Initiates drank a mixture of wine, honey, water, and flour.
The goal is a massive campaign to restore a high-quality environment in North America.
Is flour? Would be like Idiot. What?
Anyway, that placed them in an appropriately intoxicated state. The flour helps the body absorb the alcohol. To hear and understand the mysteries. The goal of the Babylonian mysteries was to garner the absolute submission and complete dependence of people on the Babylonian hierarchy. This was carried out by priests who withheld much of the truth of what the mysteries were from people. Islam thinks this looks an awful lot like the Catholic priesthood, who served as intermediaries between the Catholic believer and God, maintaining God's mystery at a distance from the masses. So, the Catholic secret is actually that their rites and worship have all been borrowed from the Babylonians. The Catholics are possibly actually worshiping Babylonian gods. Gotcha.
Got it.
How did this take place in Islam's view? The Babylonian mystery cult didn't drop down on the Catholic Church all at once. It insinuated itself gradually over time. Covert operation. Luciferian covert operation. Until it eventually overtook the method in vogue with Catholic worship entirely. The zeal of the true church, though destitute of civil power, would have aroused itself to let the false that it was a betters. Non-real Christian. It appeared to grossness, and the world would have arrested its progress. To start, rite of confession, right? Very near and dear to our hearts. Called confession. Love confessing. This rite was instituted as a form of blackmail.
Oh.
Think about that, right? People could only be initiated into the mysteries if the priest had dirt on them to keep them from talking once the secrets were revealed. Right?
Yeah.
You go in to confess, you're like, yeah, I had sex with my neighbor's wife upside down or backwards in bed, and I have a crush on my goat. Well, now that's some stuff you don't want the neighborhood to find out.
Now they're going to lock their goats up.
So the priest has all this information about you. So, the fact that you're actually worshiping, when you get indoctrinated and you learn how to worship fire gods, you can't go out and tell everybody, hey, we're worshiping fire gods in there, because the priest is going to be like, well, he's a goat banging place.
Yup, that's what he's going to tell him. He's going to put that one on the flyers and tell him where.
This guy over here. For this reason, certain members of the laity and the entirety of the clergy have managed to keep the true nature of Catholic worship to themselves. Because you see, Catholics aren't actually practicing anything particularly Christian. They're worshiping the fire god, also the water god, also the earth god, the ancient Assyrians and Babylonians. You start with the fire god.
Yeah, that.
So the fire god, aka the red dragon. Right, let's look at their fantasy.
An avatar.
Associated with Nimrod. Nimrod is the great grandson of Noah, and then Nimrod conquered Assyria. Tradition holds that Nimrod reigned over the construction of the Tower of Babel. He was, according to legend, the first king to wear a crown and learned the worship of idols in a direct affront to the Jewish God. Historically, Nimrod tends to be matched with the Assyrian king Ninus. Right, this is like possible. Like we're just trying to figure out who this might be. We don't have a historical corollary for Nimrod, we're just a bunch of guesses. Another ancient historical text, the Homilies, equates him with Zoroaster, the founder of the Zoroastrian religion. We never talk about Zoroaster to get to that. Ancient religion, arguably the first religion to invent the concept of the devil. Oh, that one. So the red dragon or fire dragon is a symbol for fire worship initiated by Nimrod in Assyria and carried on in the form of sun worship or the worship of the fire god Baal. Well, the link between dragon and fire led to serpent worship. Thoth, better known as the high-descended Egyptian god of wisdom and corollary to the Greek god Hermes, proceeded to create serpent worship, and according to Islam, was a counselor of Nimrod. So, real quick, basically we see saying that Thoth, who is an Egyptian god, the concept of the Egyptian god for Thoth came from a real human guy who was a
counselor to be real human about Nimrod, about all this stuff going on. You got me?
Yeah.
So we deified Toth into this guy. So it's Nimrod's fault that we worship both fire and the serpent. Serpent worship is, of course, bad. Deep
That's debatable.
Edenic connotations. You see why, right?
Yeah.
Adam and Eve and all that. The serpent. And if you're a Scottish preacher, serpent worship. Islam labels Nimrod the first Babylonian king who came to be known in some legends as Moloch. You remember where Moloch comes from? The demonology of it. No, okay. I mean, I think so. So what they would do in the Bible, Moloch is a biblical god, not the biblical god, but like one of the gods ascribed to the Assyrians and the Babylonians, who was responsible for eating children. We talked about it in the demonology episode of this, that Moloch sort of like they pulled together a bunch of their gods and were like, that's Moloch, all those gods. They got different names, they don't call them Moloch, they call them Moloch. And they all like to eat children. It's sort of like a way of tearing them down. In Islam's historiography, Nimrod came to be worshipped himself after his death as the child of the sun, or the sun god incarnate. During his lifetime, he styled himself as the chief priest of Baal, sun god. So Esau, grandson of Abraham, ultimately made war on Nimrod, defeated him, and beheaded him. Biblical times. It's just how it goes. Biblical times, you had to behead people sometimes.
Well, we should make biblical times a thing.
Again?
Like medieval times, but
biblical times.
Yeah. Yeah, we just behead people when they worship snakes.
I don't know that you would like the crowd we would gather in biblical times. Would we have a horse show?
No, I think I would get burned in the stake, honestly. This is a bad plan for me. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd be into that, to be honest with you. So,
biblical times.
Hashtag biblical times.
The defeat of Nimrod by Esau is the defeat of fire worship. So, like in the grand narrative, right, of the evolution of religion. In Revelation, this is symbolized by the casting down of the red dragon by God. Here, Nimrod becomes identified with Lucifer, the fallen angel, cast down from heaven. So we got to put all these equal signs in here. Fire god equals Nimrod equals Lucifer. All the same thing. Sometimes, if Islam needs them to all be the same thing, then they're all the same thing. So the decline of fire worship was actually a cross-cultural event, which Islam observes. And he's right. Historically, this is true. In Indian Vedic tradition, the earliest known form of worship involved fire rituals. But the old gods Indra and Agni were replaced by the modern Hindu trinity of Vishnu, Shiva, and Rama, and fire worship fell away. In Rome, the fires of Vesta, similar, they were preserved by the Vestal Virgins. We talked about this on like the 5th or 6th episode, the beginning of our Lady Magic series. Yeah. So they were extinguished when Rome was converted to Christianity under Constantine. So both of these are, the end of fire worship and moving forward beyond fire worship. Roman fire worship was also Nimrod worship, going back to our equal signs. And the last surviving Roman Pontifex Maximus was also the sole representative of Nimrod on Earth. So if y'all are panting to keep up with this, we are. It's okay. Don't worry. Islam's entire system really involves breathtaking leaps and logic. So this is like reading Islam. What I'm doing here, like I'm even trying to help y'all with the equal signs and stuff. This is what it's like to read Islam. There are these breathtaking leaps and logic from culture to culture, religion to religion. Babylonian religion is translated into Roman religion, works its way into Christianity, and you just get all these crazy connections. Like he's like that, the detective against the board, connecting the pictures with the red string chart. So the role of the Roman Pontifex, representative of Nimrod on Earth, was appropriated and transformed into the role of Pope. Pontifex. The words, they're so close. Pontifex.
Draw that line. This was done by Damascus, who was the bishop of Rome, in order to convert the pagans to follow his leadership. So to get them to follow him as their spiritual leader, he said, I'll just call myself the Pope, because it sounds like pontifex. They already believe in the pontifex. And so, the worship of the Pope as God's representative on earth is, underneath the surface, the direct worship of the Babylonian king Nimrod. But wait! There's more. The worship of Dagon followed the beast from the sea in Revelation, also the god of the Philistines. Dagon was half man, half fish, and rose from the sea to teach the Babylonians art and science. That's cool. Yeah. A great flood brought an end to the age of Nimrod without the fire, and ushered in the worship of Dagon, or water worship. Ultimately, the cults of Dagon and Nimrod were combined into a single mystery cult. When the Philistines captured the Ark of the Covenant and brought it into Dagon's temple, Dagon's likeness actually kept falling prostrate before the Ark. This united Babylonian Judeo-Christian myth and religion. Just like we had done with Nimrod, it's happening again. So this story shows us this connection. With Dagon worshipping at the Ark of the Covenant, the one god kneeling to the other god, this is not the defeat of that god, it's actually the incorporation of that god into that system, the Judeo-Christian system. With, Christian God in the dominant position, but still, Dagon gets to play. He's not kicked out of he's on the team. So the doctrine of being, no Christian today would be like, yes, there is God, and then there is water God. Can you imagine?
No, I can't.
We worship the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and water God.
This cup of water.
Yeah, this guy.
For which our water God.
But about that cup of water, the doctrine of being born again through baptism is actually an incarnation of Dagon worship, idolization of the beast of the sea.
Well, then I'm part of the gang.
Just as Dagon rose from the sea, so the Christian child or initiative must rise from the waters of baptism.
Aphrodite shit.
Yeah. Islam traces this development to just after the First Council of Nicaea. You're going to love this. It was then precisely 360 that our Lord Jesus Christ conquered the law, that is, the fish, manifested into a terrifying Dagon. At the end of the 4th century, from that time, it was taught that the method in which the baptismal law was thereby born again, and made pure as the virgin stone. Islam is generally guilty of great leaps in logic and what I might generously call wishful scholarship, but here I have to agree with him. That Jesus fish on the back of your kid's soccer coach's minivan is actually an icon for an ancient Philistine and Babylonian water god. It is heresy in the eyes of Jew Christians everywhere. But
Yeah, Karen.
yeah, Karen, take that, Karen. We don't pick on Karen on this podcast. This is the first.
Well, I'm starting it because Karen can get that fish off your car.
Hey, Olivia, what would Dagon do? WDD?
What?
That's what you're supposed to. We gotta get the bracelets.
Yeah.
We should make those. Okay.
This would be really funny, actually, for a check-in.
Yeah, what would Dagon do? Okay, so maybe if you write to us.
If enough people say that they will fight for those bracelets, we'll make them happen.
I think we can. Islam is a fan of Jovinian, who I actually like to spend more time with. Maybe I will for Patreon. So Jovinian believed that all sin was one. That there was nothing special about celibacy or sinful about marriage, and Jovinian argued against the perpetual virginity of Mary.
Okay.
So he was like, yeah, Mary, come on now, Mary didn't get laid. Come on, is what Jovinian said. Yeah, he's not buying it. Because I guess the biggest part of the doctrine is that Catholic doctrine is that Mary was a perpetual virgin throughout her life. She was married. And
There was a whole, sect, too, right? That, split off at one point, and they, only were devoted to Mary. I remember my Reformation class,
I suppose, are not by God, because then there'd be two of them, and that would mean James is actually dead God.
Oh, God. Well, maybe that's a conspiracy.
It's not. We're just making this up right now.
We're making conspiracy.
We're making our own. Screw this. We'll just start making our own. We might. This
I
might
mean,
attract more
that's
listeners.
basically what we're talking about, right?
Priestly celibacy is one of Islam's favorite targets. He cites the tombs of the church fathers, which list the names of their wives, as well as 1 Timothy, which says that the preacher must be faithful to his wife.
Well, if the Bible says it.
Much like confession and the papacy, priestly celibacy, he claims, is an aberration erroneously introduced into Catholic practice through the doctrines of the Babylonian mysteries. That priestly celibacy.
Yeah.
I mean, it is unique to the Catholics. It's an interesting idea.
When did that happen? Like when?
I mean, in theory, the idea stems from the notion of Jesus himself, therefore, to be closer to God, is to be celibate. I think we've said this in the past episodes.
I guess the Jesus conspiracy is like very accurate.
Yeah, that is more blasphemous than I think people grasp, because the entirety of the Catholic Church's practice is based on this notion. And they wouldn't want to think that, private Christian would like to say the demonization of sex, but, essentially it is the labeling of sex as
Comparatively.
yeah, there's a lot of spiritual legislation around sex. For example, the neo-pagan, our traditions we tend to identify with do not do that stuff. So
They're not doing sex ed.
and look what they're missing out on.
Yeah, honestly.
The trouble with Islam is not what most people blame him for. That is to say, completely misreading his sources and cherry-picking his evidence. The trouble is more a matter of context. He claims that the circular wafer used in Catholic communion was taken from the Egyptians, who served circular cakes on their altars. But if you go back to the source for this little factoid, you'll discover that the Egyptians also served triangular cakes and cakes shaped like alligator heads.
Wait, he overlooked the alligator heads? He decided to zone in on the circular ones? The boring ones?
Yes, he had to, because the Catholics use circular wafers.
Oh, I see.
So he's saying, they use circular wafers, and the Egyptians use circular cakes in their rituals. Therefore, they are pagans, just like the Egyptians. They're secretly doing a pagan Egyptian thing. But that completely overlooks the fact that yes, of course they use circular cakes, but they also use alligator head cakes, which are, you're right, way more badass. So,
could you imagine if you were taking alligator wafers at communion?
What a day. You might be in Florida. You might be in Florida.
Literally about to say.
So, like my students repeating some of the crazier things I say on Twitter, Islam is very simply taking pretty much all of this evidence out of context. So that is a thing. That is a thing he does, but that's not actually the deeper metaphysical problem I perceive in what Islam's up to. Islam, like the modernist conspiracy theories who will follow him, is in the business of making heretics, especially calling out Catholics as heretics, which is essentially reversing a millennium-long trend of Catholics calling pretty much everyone else a heretic.
Did he just reverse psychology of the church?
Yeah, there's like a bit of a divine justice, I think, in that.
You think I'm bad, you're bad.
Back around to hit him in the butt. But he's carving a very narrow space for true believers to exist. This is not a big tent. Heslop's tent is actually a bathroom stall. Think of Jonathan Edwards, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God. This isn't exactly that kind of theology, but from the same family. And you have to believe in a very specific way to count among Islam's true Christians. Let's keep in mind, these Catholics Islam's attacking agree with him that Jesus is God and died on the cross for the sins of humankind and rose from the dead and ascended into heaven. They believe all those things. They can all agree on this, that the Bible is true, that it is a source of knowledge and wisdom, and that Paul is a true interpreter of Jesus' message, even though he never met Jesus personally, etc. So they agree on a whole lot of stuff. But
that's more than a lot of people.
Right? But Islam is obsessed with the differences. And this places most of the world outside the good graces of our Creator. Alright, so where did all this come from? why would Islam be developing this theory at this time?
I believe
It's a good question, right? It's not like suddenly there was all this Dagon worship going on. It's not like all the bumpers in Scotland on horse and buggy suddenly had Jesus fish on them.
everyone was yelling, "What would Dagon do?"
Yeah. So where did he come up? Why did he feel the need to write this book? In the 1840s and 1850s, there was a strong anti-Catholic movement in America and also in the United Kingdom. Although Hislop is writing in Scotland, he's part of the same grand cultural shift sweeping across Western Christendom. The United Kingdom came to its anti-Catholic sentiments fairly honestly. Henry VIII, one of Olivia's favorite people.
Yeah, well, his relatives, more so. The time period.
Family, the Tudors.
Mary's my girl, but yes.
Henry broke with the church in part so that he could divorce his wife and produce a legitimate heir. But let's bear in mind, it was also because he was a student of religion that had substantial theological differences with the Pope's brand of Catholicism. His daughter by Anne Boleyn, Elizabeth I, wrote at a peace between warring Catholics and Protestants in England. But the 1605 gunpowder plot to blow up Parliament, which took place under the reign of James I/6, was ascribed to Catholic conspirators, as was the Great Fire of London in 1666. Hear that? 666. Which Londoners believed was the work of Catholics just after the fall of the puritanical interregnum. In many Protestant European nations, after the Reformation, Catholics tended to be viewed as political outsiders, loyal to a foreign prince, namely the Pope. Anti-Catholic sentiments cooled during the 18th century, but rose again in the mid-19th when Alexander Hislop was writing in Scotland. When Pope Pius IX re-established a clerical hierarchy in England. So Pius IX is messing around with the English church system, and this is what gets everybody in the UK beat up about the Catholic Church, the Protestants, which most of the UK would be. Moving over to the United States, the Puritans brought their anti-Catholic feelings with them when they traveled to the New World, and many of the colonies had laws banning Catholics from civic participation. Virginia and Massachusetts banned Catholic settlers, and Maryland, which, by the way, originally had been founded as a safe haven for Catholics and a beacon for religious tolerance, which I think historically is pretty nifty because we podcast from Maryland.
It's our brand.
Yeah, religious tolerance is what we're all about here. So this is what we're all about. But unfortunately, in the great state of Maryland, they changed their laws forcing Catholics to pay heavy taxes, and many Catholics actually fled to Pennsylvania, where there was great religious tolerance on Catholic Quakers. So, during the American Revolution, both the colonists and the royalists blamed each other for being part of a secret Catholic plot to overthrow one true government and pulling this anti-Catholicism forward. With the dawning of the new nation, though, anti-Catholic sentiment dissipated much as it had in England, rising up again with the influx of Irish Catholics beginning in the 1830s. Now, in this case, with the Irish Catholics, anti-Catholicism really went hand in glove with anti-immigrant sentiment. There's always anti-immigrant sentiment. At any time period in history, wherever you are, there's always an anti-immigrant feelings. It just so happened that this was a Catholic immigrant population. There was fear of Catholic schools perpetuating papist allegiance in the U.S., and that the Catholics would ultimately overwhelm Protestants by sheer numbers and take control of American democracy. We hear some of the stuff about immigrants to this country from Central America and Mexico now. Right? They're going to outnumber. Right. The first Catholic American president, that was in 1961.
Yeah, you would have had them for that.
Catholics, with their saints and shrines and angels and demons, live in an enchanted universe, much like the pagan universe of the Romans and Babylonians, albeit with a significant shift to monotheism and all that believe in Jesus as the Savior entails. So, pagans, but big added there. Protestants have broken with this whole mysterious and magical scheme, for the Protestant angels and demons have been banished from this world. Catholic enchantment is a thing of the past. God is in his heaven, and the human world functions according to strict principles of cause and effect. Protestant theology really fits a rational scientific culture well. Perceived holdovers of paganism threatened to bring Christianity down when the new empiricism attacked, just removed the various miracles they claim to produce, or seem to in the end. In other words, in the eyes of Islam, Christianity's continued relationship with magic and mystery makes it vulnerable in an age of science and reason, and perhaps subject to annihilation of its religion. The magic and mystery of Catholic ritual is actually a scandal on modern, rationalized Christianity. Right, now here we go. Let's deal with this whole thought process, because this is the big problem that World Confession stands to. The problem with this is that Jesus himself performed miracles. Tangled with Satan in the forest. Jesus existed in an enchanted world. Paul based his interpretation of Christianity on supernatural visions of the Savior. Us modernist and postmodernist cultists have proven that belief in magic and mystery can actually survive in a rationalist world dominated by atheistic scientists. In fact, our way of thought may be better suited to fill the spiritual void left by our modern metaphysics. And so there you go on anti-Catholicism. Despite the flaws of Islam's argument, though, his ideas have echoed through centuries. In 1966, even after Kennedy's election, evangelical Christian Malcolm Woodrow published The Babylon Religion, drawing largely on Islam's argument, crafting his own polemic against the Catholic Church. The book went through multiple editions and was translated into a handful of languages. Writing for the Christian Research Institute in 2000, Woodrow actually lamented relying on Islam's account, which he realized was highly manipulative and often flat-out dishonest in its argument. So, in other words, this ideology lasted all the way through the 1960s. In 1966, this guy Ralph Woodrow is publishing a very popular book that draws on these ideas. And then, in 2000, 40 years later, he's like,
yeah. I mean, that kind of sucks. What the source that you're using is from, like, what? How long ago?
1853.
Yeah.
1966, 2000. But for all the reasons that I said, right, it's just not a good source.
That's what I mean.
In the 1920s and 1930s, the godmothers of modern conspiracy theory picked up where Islam left off, expanding on Islamic plot to the entire Western world, and labeling the Babylonian conspiracy a Luciferian occult school or theocracy. Did you notice there, Olivia, that I said godmothers? Yeah. So we've only been talking about the one godmother. I started this series on occult conspiracy with Nesta Helen Webster, but she actually wasn't alone. A second, more mysterious woman emerged just a few years after Webster published her theory of the Illuminati. Like Islam, this woman, Edith Starr Miller, believed that an occult sleeper cell had infiltrated a long-established organization to propagate occult worship. But in her telling, she replaced the Christian church with, wait for it, the Freemasons. Wow. Edith Starr Miller, also known by her aristocratic title, Lady Burrow. Like that?
What a name. That's a great name. I love that. Add that on the end. Yeah.
Olivia Literal, Burrow of Queens.
Yes, I borrow all of the Queens here.
Was born around. She was born around 1888, and she grew up in her parents' six-story townhouse in New York on Fifth Avenue and 86th Street.
It's a big townhouse.
She got some money. Her grandfather was one of the founders of the Metropolitan Opera. Her first book, Common Sense in the Kitchen, published in 1918, was not actually what it sounds like. It's not about cooking or anything. It was a manual for suspicious domestic employers, so rich white ladies, to prevent their butlers, maids, and cooks from stealing from them.
I mean, you gotta, right? If you're a Lady Burrow.
You gotta keep an eye on those butlers, maids, and cooks.
Yeah.
But this was the conspiracy that her servants put up against her was but one. Her second book, called Theocracy, her death in 1933, and she was 45 when she died. Occult theocracy borrowed from Islam and Webster in its construction. Like Webster, it sought to trace the existence of an anti-religious occult group through the long arc of history. And like Islam, it found that in the secret corners of a well-known
public organization. To introduce ourselves to Lady Queenborough's anti-occultism, I invite our listeners to join us for the second in our ongoing series, Occult Take, in which we send a quote. We take a quote, and we send that quote. In this case, a quote from Edith Starr Miller to one of our fellow occult podcasters in their Occult Take. Today's text comes from the first few pages of Occult Theocracy. And commenting on that is going to be Danielle Reed of the podcast Magic and Mediums. Magic and Mediums. Okay, let's check it out.
Our God, the God of the Christians, is the power of evil in the eyes of the Kabbalists. And for them, the power of good, the real God, is Lucifer. As someone who is an occultist, I definitely do believe that there is a political connotation to this quote, talking about how the real God is Lucifer. We can say that Lucifer, especially in the images of Lucifer now, the tail and the horns, is actually a unique representation of the pagan god Pan. And so we can say that the power of good is really this pagan entity that was crushed down as Christianity started to take over and literally kill people if they did not submit to believing that the God of the Christians was the true God. But when it comes to the eyes of the Kabbalist, and in this case, Kabbalist with C, I wonder why, in particular, it is the God of the Christians that is viewed as evil. For me, I think of the tree of life, and I actually did a little bit of counting Yomer, which is a Jewish Kabbalistic ritual in which every day you count the day, and you do specific meditations that actually tie in with the different sephiroth of the tree of life. And from that practice, which you can say is a Kabbalistic practice with a K, I found that this God that we're getting closer to in this Kabbalistic practice is one that isn't the God really represented in the Old Testament Christian text, or the God that is preached about by old Christian pastors, priests. This is a God that is found within ourselves, and is a God that really helps us go through different changes without judgments. And as much as Christians say they don't want to judge others, a lot of Christianity is about judging. It is about being in this two-dimensional perspective in which there is good and there is bad. But when we look at Lucifer, what is bad isn't necessarily bad. What is good is bad, what is bad is good. And in that sense, that is the divine, because that is all that is. In a sense, it is the I am. It is the I am bad, I am good, I just am. And for me, that's what Lucifer really represents. And I'm not talking about the whole Luciferian movement, which is really a sort of rebellion against the modern day church. I'm talking about Lucifer as this being an entity in this evolution of Pan itself, or the evolution of these pagan deities that have warped up into this demonic and evil thought form. When we think about the tree of life, and we think about the fifth Sephiroth, which really goes into the dark night of the soul and the depression, the sadness, and the loneliness. A lot of people would refer that to as being in hell, and Lucifer being associated with hell. We can associate that with a Luciferian time. But it's in that time that people really find the light within themselves. And that's when the true God within ourselves comes to light. It's not from going to someone like a preacher or pastor, which I think the
Old Testament and the people who said that they were his disciples would have preached or preferred. It's about going deep within yourself and finding the light within yourself as a result of this hellish time.
Lady Queenborough traces the genealogy of the Illuminati through a path more or less the same as the one Webster outlines. It begins in the pre-Christian world, is picked up by the Gnostics, encompasses the Templars and the Rosicrucians, as well as the Cathars, and culminates with the Freemasons. Her only identifiable associate was Robert Byron Drury Blakeney, editor-in-chief of the Fascist Bulletin. Her husband, Elmeric Hyde Paget, Lord Queenborough, was a conservative member in Parliament. He served as treasurer for the League of Nations, but hated communism so much that he resigned in 1936 when Russia was invaded. And to cap things off, he expressed admiration for Hitler's new Germany. So, communism, not cool. Fascism? He keeps an open mind. This is not to suggest that Lady Queenborough was on board with all of her husband's alliances and opinions. He, in fact, sued for divorce a year before she died. Speaking of that death, given her seminal place in the history of conspiracy, some suspect, despite a complete lack of evidence, that she died of unnatural causes. She was, after all, only middle-aged at the time.
Therein is Christ's teaching diametrically opposed to that of the high adepts, whose secret doctrine was that man had divinity in himself, and could bring it out by exercise of will, by concentration of thought, and scientific psychic development. Here, the predominant feature attendant upon the gaining of knowledge in all other religious systems was foreign to the adherents of Christ. Love of God and love of the neighbor were the only precepts. Faith and charity, the only means through which the divine spirit gave man transcendental power over moral and physical ill.
Alright, like we like to do, let's fight with some dead people, Olivia.
I'm pretty sure we fight with dead people. That's like our target audience.
You won't be fighting with people. Well, I mean, it's important. I mean, we need to take on some living people, but the living people, I mean, my issue is the reason I fight with dead people is because the living people pick up all these ideas from the dead people. And the dead people are actually picking up their ideas from people who are more dead than them. And it's just like this chain, and if we can trace the chain back to the beginning and break that beginning link, then everything that follows, it's not like it's a, it's a house of cards, like it's a Jenga tower, the whole thing just topples over. So I think if we can adequately address how messed up these ideas were from the start, when we notice them in contemporary culture, we can see where they came from, but also understand why they're wrong. So let me fight with it. I tend to see multiple systems bridging love, belief, and charity as the hallmarks of a spiritual life. Buddhism, for example. I even say neo-paganism can be described this way. In fact, if we remove Queenborough's prejudice against scientific development, most of modern occultism looks much like the perfect Christianity she describes. Spiritualists, theosophists, modern Rosicrucians, Wiccans, neo-pagans, they all focus their practice on love, faith, or belief in a spirit, if not God, and giving generously of themselves to serve others. And there is no place in any of these traditions which focus on giving their members comfort for the next life and a means of dealing with the chaos of this life. And given, as I've already mentioned, that Jesus performed miracles to persuade his followers, it's a bit unfair to deprive modern believers of the phenomena of faith healing, mediumship, networking, or any of the other means by which modern occult believers find their faith. But it's not just supernatural phenomena that Miller takes issue with.
Within a very short time after the death of Christ, Christian ritualism began to appear. A theological system of dogmas and beliefs was devised, modes of worship elaborated, and a hierarchy arose for all intended evils.
Here she rolls up Catholicism along with ceremonial magic, pulling in and tearing down the Freemasons, the Golden Dawn, and Rosicrucians in one grand swipe. But she doesn't justify why these paths to love, faith, and charity are so damaging. My philosophical disputes with Queenborough are actually fairly petty compared to the real flaw in her narrative.
While it is grand, stretching across cultures and millennia, it's often breathtakingly spare, bizarrely specific in the way it constructs the movements that form the great Luciferian conspiracy. In this way, her writing resembles Islam's method of lifting practices from ancient traditions out of context. The Gnostics, who Olivia loves, were apparently founded by mediums to communicate with the spirits of the dead. Does that sound right?
Say what? She founded by mediums?
Yes, this is her claim. This argument needs some attention, right? Because this is not something we can just say, oh yeah, of course that's
I
true.
don't even understand what that's supposed to, like, mean.
So she just says this, and that's it. She doesn't defend it, she doesn't argue for it, she just drops it like it's true. This is just
Okay, girl. Alright, whatever.
She quickly turns from broad Gnosticism to a particular branch, the Carpocratians, who promoted promiscuous sex and incorporated sex into magical practices. All we know today of this group comes from its enemies, the early church fathers, who had an agenda to point out the Gnostics' heresy. In any event, they were only one of the dozens and dozens of Gnostic sects practicing at the time, and it's strange to single them out as if they represent the whole movement. This is just how she talks, though. These weird, hard left turns are in almost every chapter. Her discussion of the Rosicrucians begins with the usual complaints about them seeking immortality in the form of the philosopher's stone, and their humidity, lusting after the means to transform base metals into gold, which they're photooftheday bastards. But then she points to the Rosicrucians as the progenitors of the Freemasons, and suddenly, really suddenly, turns to Oliver Cromwell, Lord Protector of the Commonwealth, during the interregnum. Yeah, seriously.
Okay.
Cromwell, she says, was a brother Mason, suggesting the execution of Charles I was a Masonic plot. This is all like in a matter of pages. This is done in like a few pages. Just bam, 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 all over the place.
That hurts my brain a little bit. Thus it came about that all blows dealt to Christianity and states were prepared by the secret societies acting behind the veil of Masonry. In the face of the late events, namely the peace conference, the creation of the League of Nations, the amalgamation of the international resources, the confiscatory inheritance taxes, the development of international finance, the proposed establishment of an international non-Christian cult, have we the right to refrain from lifting the veil of Masonry, behind which the first movements are so conveniently hidden?
Traditional government and Protestant Christianity are the good guys, Greensboro's occultic and subversive bad guys, who are one and the same. Cromwell is as much an occultist as John Dee or Robert Flood, at least by implication. This is insane. The link that draws all this together is the Freemasons, the culmination and centralization of the occult and radical political programs. So, in the Freemasons, we will finally see a group that is both worshiping Lucifer and seeking to overthrow traditional government.
Not in that.
The link between occult devilry and the Freemasons is arguably the most important part of Queenborough's book, although it only takes up a few chapters. Queenborough's Freemason plot starts with French Mason Hyman Isaac Ball, a British Jew who in Geneva is supposed to have brought in.
What? That was a lot. I'm sorry. I'm there now.
Okay, well, I'll do it. It was a lot.
I already love him.
Be a lot for others. Yeah. Hyman Isaac Ball, a British Jew living in Jamaica.
That's like a story.
He is supposed to have brought the Knights Templars ahead of Baphomet, and also ahead of Jacques de Molay.
Oh,
Right?
he's back.
Back.
He's here.
So it's tough because of COVID, and we did all that the special series and all that. Theoretically, all the pieces should start to come together. Like that's why I do these longer series, because we just talked about the Templars. We can start to pull the portion of this now. Anyway, he was our Grand Master of the Templars, right? So he brought the head of Baphomet, the head of Jacques de Molay,
which the Templars managed to escape from their persecution, brought safely to Scotland, and then they bought it, and they bought the head from the executioner who killed John Mullen. Okay, so when our friend, French Mason, Hyman Isaac Hall, British Jew, immigrated from Jamaica to Charleston, South Carolina in 1796, he brought these two heads along with him. So he's just traveling around the world carrying heads. In Charleston, people are like, what's in the bag? And he's like, a bowling ball. They're like, what's bowling?
So the heads got to Jamaica? And then he took them from Jamaica
to Charleston, South Carolina.
Why was the British man in Jamaica?
Colonization? Yeah, colonization, yeah.
Okay, never mind. I should have
So in Charleston, the head of St. Jacques sits on a pedestal and talks with the Masons and also vomits flames once a year.
I would love to see what vomiting flames is. Like, what is that actually?
You know, like your dragon guarding a treasure just spews fire.
Well, that's just breathing fire. That's not vomiting flames. Do you know what I mean? Like,
maybe it's more unpleasant. In Charleston, Queen Bear's conspiracy, Star Miller, hits its stride with the story of a man named Albert Pike, who was elected to be Sovereign Grand Commissioner of the Scottish Rites Southern Jurisdiction in 1859. According to Queen Bear, while serving as Grand Commissioner, Pike also became leader of a secret Masonic order within the Masonic order, a covert operation called the Palladians. Yet they worshipped Lucifer as a god co-equal to the Christian god. So they kept the Christian god and they just added Lucifer as a part two. In one lurid account, Queen Bear describes a seance Pike ran in St. Louis, in which a psychic medium was possessed by the spirit of the elemental Ariel, along with picture Ariel as a hot redhead Christian, along with 329 seashell cups over.
not what I first thought. Thank you for that.
Yeah, anytime. Also, the Shakespeare play, right? Tempest Narrative.
That's what I was thinking was.
No, but I prefer the Disney cartoon. That's what I want you to picture.
Yeah, honestly, that's a lot better.
So, the medium becomes possessed by our mermaid, along with 320 other spirits of fire. She rose up above the heads of the seance participants, and her clothes were burned away. It gets sexier. The group, except for the seashell cups, the group somehow able to continue with the seance, so they just kept going, right? So the medium rises up, yes, her clothes burned away, and they just, don't bat an eyelash. So they continue with the seance. They proceed to ask her questions, I assume very calmly, which she answers, and then Astaroth appears.
Wow, everyone's here.
So Astaroth, formerly Archangel, became a demon, whatever, appeared and clothed her with his breath, and she descended back into a chair where she gave up possessing spirits. Yeah, dressed her right back up, so she could go outside. Yeah, so the only account of this is in Queen Pearl's book, as far as I can tell, where she's at least the popularizer of the story that never happened. However, the Albert Pike conspiracy was not her own original idea. The notion that Albert Pike was the head of a secret Masonic order within a Masonic order can actually be traced to the French anti-clerical writer Gabriel Pages, who wrote under the pseudonym ViralRabbi.
Great name.
Which one? ViralRabbi or the other one?
I'll take either because some of these people have not had some great names.
So ViralRabbi is now the center of the story. We're going to talk all about this guy. I love this man. I don't want to be him, but I love him. Okay, so Taxon had been accused of libel by Pope Leo XIII after the publication of his book, The Secret Loves of Pope Pius IX. Now that name should sound familiar, Olivia. Remember Pope Pius? Yeah, he's the guy who reestablished clerical hierarchy in England and pissed off Alexander Islam. So our friend Leo Tuxedo writes this whole book about how he's having all these secret love affairs.
Which way you all see
Yeah. Oh, so that's supposed to do that. Okay, so this was not Tuxedo's first book attacking the Catholic Church, but at the time, it appeared as though it might be his last. So the time period is the mid-1880s, and Tuxedo suddenly comes to Jesus, to the shame and chagrin of his anti-clerical club. Right, so remember I did that whole bit on anti-Catholicism?
Yeah.
People hated Catholics so much in the 19th century that they formed clubs where they could just sit around hating them. Leo Tuxedo was a member of one of these clubs. So again, that's the, I don't want to be him. I love him, but I don't want to be him. That's not cool. So, but now he pisses all of his friends off in his club because he's suddenly converts. Yes. He marches through the door of a Catholic church, finds the nearest priest, and confesses, after which he is welcomed with open arms into the bosom of the church. In addition
that's
to...
a little bit like a quick rash decision, maybe, but, you know, whatever.
We're going to dwell on that decision for a little bit, okay? So, in addition to being an anti-clerical published several times over, Tuxedo had also been a Freemason. This is important to understanding this whole story. But in 1881, his lodge had kicked him out when he got into an argument with two of his lodge brothers. He decided, instead of speaking out against the Catholic Church, of which he was now a member, he would turn his attention to the Freemasons who had rejected him and became the living embodiment of the conspiracy theories and
It is now 4 o'clock
from
p.m.
Islam's anti-Catholicism to Western Queenborough's anti-Mason. So he is the missing link between Islam and Queenborough and the whole anti-Mason thing that we do in the 20th century. He goes on to publish 4 volumes detailing the satanic current running through Masonic rituals. Let me repeat that. 4 volumes. Which one is satanic current?
My whole phrase you said, I was down.
So 4 volumes about the satanic current. Yeah. This is a lot of work. And that's what we really have to understand about this guy. He's putting in a lot of effort. Pope Leo the 13th, who was Tuxedo's old nemesis when he was an anti-cleric, right? Super pissed because he was writing about Pius IX. Also believed that the Masons were conducting satanic rites. So Leo the 13th, completely independently of Leo Tuxedo, had developed this idea that the Masons were actually Satanists. And he published, oh yeah, they're all going to click together. Yeah. He published an encyclical discouraging Catholics from joining the Masons. The Freemasons, Pope Leo the 13th said, were an organization in which the partisans of evil were combining together to struggle against the faith. So, there was a whole lot of enthusiasm around Tuxedo's conversion, or anti-Catholic, because he'd been such a vocal critic of the church. Tuxedo told a story about a cleric from Freiburg visiting him at his home. Here I am, on my return. I lost it. Not only say my soul, the miracle in front of me. From this chariot came, or an umbrella. It was really an actual Catholic canon came to his house and said, transform your furniture for me.
The church was legitimately, like, welcomed him with open arms.
They were thrilled.
That seems so crazy to me, that they weren't just like, yeah, we'll let you in our club, and then we'll fucking backstab you. Like, you think, you know, you can't talk all that shit, and then just join the other side.
Tuxedo was not up to the task. Later, he told an audience in the French press the story of his encounter with the cleric. I objectively declined that my cat had returned to Freiburg, saying that if I was not performing miracles, what is that?
Several months later, he sent me a gigantic career cheat on the crust of the department lies and missing hieroglyphs. Next, never seemed to come to an end, in which I hate. How do you like that? He sent him a GS.
That feels like hate. Like, that's like something that, like, you just, like, give someone a cheese as a present. Like, carved, like, shit in it. Like, that's crazy.
Like, the everlasting gobstopper of Gruyere cheeses.
That, honestly, I need that right now, though. Like, in quarantine.
Yeah, it's so good cheese. So, Toxio even went home. He found out owned all of his anti-Masonic books. Probably also all of his anti-political books, if I had to guess.
I guess you have to know.
So, Toxio followed up the success of this 4-volume set with the Confession of Diana Vaughn, a former Grand Priestess of the Palladian Lodge within the Masonic Lodge in Charleston, South Carolina, where Albert Pike is the head man in charge, and Ivan Isaac Post, and brought the mysterious Templar heads from Scotland back in the day. Well, from Jamaica, from Scotland. Follow all that?
Yes.
So, basically, now we've got a high priestess who's functioning within this secret order, within a secret inner ritual. And invoking the name of Joan of Arc drove off the demons, and the experience of putting the Mason's devil to flight with the name of the saint convinced her to give up worshipping Lucifer and, like Toxio, join the Catholic Church. So she let the name of Joan of Arc slip while she was performing one of her grand Palladian rites. Suddenly, the devil's all left, and she's like, oh, man.
How do you just let Joan of Arc slip?
Catholic, I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay. It's not like a curse word, you know?
Maybe it should be, but we should try it.
Oh, Joan of Arc.
I'm
gonna start that. Somebody send some Catholic I don't know.
So this proves to her that saints are more powerful than Palladian devils.
Okay.
So Diana Vaughn actually first met Lucifer with the Charleston Freemasons on the 8th of April, 1889. She was born with royal blood, we get all this from Toxio's account, and was indoctrinated into Palladianism by virtue of her family. She traces her lineage back to the Renaissance alchemist Thomas Vaughn. Her father was an American Protestant from Kentucky, and her mother was French and died when she was 14. At the age of 20, she crosses the threshold of the triangles, entering the Palladian Lodge. Lucifer asked to meet her, and she spent 3 days preparing by eating a special diet, including black bread, blood fritters, and milky white herbs.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Right? Finally, she was ushered into the sanctum rectum, and the 11 elders retired, leaving her alone, the idol of Baphomet. Vaughn told Lucifer she thought it unfortunate the way his worshippers portrayed him, since his idols were often so ugly. A strange heat, right? But this works, this gets it going. So, a strange heat fills the room. There's the sound of thunder. Spirits flit through the room. Baphomet vanishes and is replaced by Lucifer on a throne of diamonds.
Hell yeah.
The 11 prime chiefs return, our elder, Freemasons who have left so that you have some alone time. And Lucifer declares Diana his grand priestess to them. Instantly, she's transported to a spirit world where she meets Asmodeus, her favorite demon. So you get to meet your favorite demon. And he serves her as guide as she watches the armies of Lucifer and Adonia do battle against the gates of Eden. Wow.
That's a lot. That's honestly a dream scenario for me.
In 1896, Arthur Edward Waite, a very prominent culprit Bible character, you're familiar with that, right?
Name sounds really cool.
He commissioned the creation of the first tarot cards.
Oh, yeah, I have that deck, that's why.
Largely responsible for their, well, not largely, partially responsible for their design. But he wrote a lot on occultism. He was one of the most literate members of the Golden Dawn, and he was a historian of occultism. Published a lengthy tract actually criticizing the various claims made by Leo Toxio and Diana Vaughn. It seemed to Waite that Vaughn was too much to be believed.
Wait for it. And he was right. On the 19th of April, 1897, Leo Tuxedo held a press conference at which he promised to introduce the media to Diana Vaughn. But when the press arrived, Tuxedo was alone. And he proceeded to give one of the most bizarre confessions in the history of occult confessions. Tuxedo took the Pope's encyclical against the Masons as a prime opportunity for one of the most elaborate practical jokes in modern history. He was so secretive about the prank that at first he didn't even tell his wife. After all of his anti-Catholic rhetoric, he preferred that his friends and family think he was going crazy, which, when you think of all the work he did and all the effort that went into this prank, he kind of was a little crazy. He was not, poor Holmes, he was not especially annoyed about his separation from the Masons, describing his conflict with the two men in the order as a little row that he more or less laughed off and used to make it seem as though he had been deeply offended enough to speak out against them. Remember, so he claimed that he had an argument in his own order, and that's why he was writing his anti-Mason books. And the real reason he was writing them is because he knew Leo XIII had a hard-on for, bashing the Masons. So he was like, this is my chance. I can pretend that this was a big deal to me and that I was in on all these secrets and I can lay out this whole plot. Let's hear from Tuxedo.
I found out that a certain number of Catholics strongly believe that the name grand architect of the universe adopted by Freemasonry to designate this supreme being without relating it to a particular way of any specific religion. That this is, I say, used in fact to skillfully conceal masterly Satan, the devil. Now, the tree of contemporary Luciferianism and making all my care. Then I rewrote one of my books, introducing a Palatine ritual and allegedly obtained in communication, but in fact, was really fabricated by me from beginning and end. He pulled in two Confederates who served as characters in his books, witnesses to the sound-plating rituals he described. One was a childhood friend, the ship's doctor, who was anxious to believe all of Tuxedo's stories about the Masons' evil ways. Tuxedo wrote the doctor letters as Sophia Walter, a grand mistress of Calvinism. He offered to let the doctor meet Sophia, and finally, when the doctor met him, he gave up the joke and told the doctor the truth. The doctor thought it was hilarious and agreed.
That's good.
Right, I mean, could have gone the other way.
Yeah.
Challenged him to a duel. He thought it was hilarious and agreed to help as a co-conspirator. Then came Diana Vaughn, the last member of the team.
Finally, I convinced Miss Vaughn to become my accomplice in the final success of my books. I drew a pitch to me. 150 francs per month for writing manuscripts as well as for letters which should be copied by hand. It goes without saying that should trips be necessary, all your expenses will be free. In fact, she enjoyed the prank quite a lot. Corresponding Bishop Hart receiving letters from the private secretary of the Sovereign Pontiff telling him Mary Dale is informing the Vatican about the dark plot of Luciferians. All this set her in an inexpressible daze. To take me for associating. Had she possessed a great love needed to make her prestige greater, she would have never accepted the price of she would have taken all the costs. Albert Pike was only ever a Grand Master of the Scottish Rite, never anything like a Luciferian pope, meeting Lucifer in person every Friday at 3 p.m. as Tuxedo described. The hoax kicked off a series of books by writers anxious to believe in and corroborate the Masonic conspiracy. These then became Lady Queenborough's primary sources in constructing her Luciferian Masonic plot. But, they say, so it's just like
terrible game of telephone. Toxiel makes all this stuff up to, pull a fast one on the Pope and make him look ridiculous, which is hilarious and why I love this guy. He was so committed. He wrote extensively, like he was all in on this, essentially incredibly elaborate early form of performance art.
You have to be all in.
But then after he, I think he imagined that when he came out and said this is all a hoax, that would be the end of it. And the truth of the matter is, in the midst of him writing all these books, other people are reading his books and like, oh, this is so true. I'm going to write my own take on this. And a literature grows up around this idea. And you fast forward 20 years, and even Star Miller is sitting in her kitchen worrying whether her servants are stealing from her. And she picks up this book and she says, oh wow, there's a secret of the Southern plot. I had no idea. Because it seems that there is, if you don't do any further research on it. But it's all based on hoax. In order to accept these stories as true, Queenborough had to ignore Toxiel's elaborate confession that the whole story had been invented for the sole purpose of embarrassing the Pope. Alright, we're at my analysis portion of today's discussion. Taken together, Hislop, Queenborough, and Webster treat their conspiracy narratives like they're panning for gold. Any piece of any history or story that fits their narrative is carefully collected and preserved. The things that don't fit their argument fall through the sieve and disappear back into the Greek bank. Unlike more academic historians and scholars, yours truly, they don't waste any time on addressing counter-arguments to their narratives. They may or may not be aware of them, but their grand narratives are so significant that counterpoints shrink down to nothing under their mighty shadow. The grand narrative is a hallmark of what I call modernist, and what you might prefer to call old school conspiracy theory. These are the first round of American and British stories that would go on to shape generations of conspiracy believers, with or without their knowledge. I bet if we have conspiracy theorists tuning in, this is the first they're hearing the names.
All the details, what the writers won, what they gave up, what they may have lost, who knows. 5 o'clock today on KFI. So live on KFI, what else goes to KFI 25 minutes? Long Beach. Long Beach says it's lowering the speed limits on more than 100 streets in the city. Officials say it's mostly to reduce accidents and save lives, but it's also to reduce noise and encourage walking and biking. Police in London say they've opened an investigation into comedian turned conspiracy theorist Russell Brand over allegations of sexual assault made by 4 women in a BBC documentary. And Lego says its experiment didn't work, and it's decided not to progress with making its trademark bricks from recycled bottles. Lego says it is committed to making Legos bricks from some sustainable.
Edith Starr Miller, Lady Queenborough, and Hislop, Alexander Hislop. But you don't have modern conspiracy theory without them. That just speaks volumes to the way this all functions. You don't dig under the surface of these things. You just operate on the surface. If we've learned anything today, it's that conspiracy theorists are particularly bothered about vetting their sources. And so these ideas, regardless of how easily discredited they are, persist in the echo chamber of conspiracy theorizing. It's as if the modern conspiracy theorist prefers to skip along the surface of things rather than plumb even the shallowest pool for fear that they might find something that contradicts what they'd rather believe. This is a postmodernist take, a take that privileges subjective personal belief over intersubjective agreement. Postmodern conspiracy of the second part of the 20th century is actually the next stop on our tour. So I'm going to leave us there with something to look forward to. We'll be analyzing how we move into this postmodern world going forward with our next episode on Jean Todt and the Illuminati witch cult.
Yeah, that was a lot. That was cool. That was nice.
Thanks, I enjoyed it. Wild ride, wasn't it?
It really was. It just makes you think, like, what if that happened but today?
The Toxiel hoax?
Like, that would be the next step up.
I think it might be happening in some cases. I mean, if we have folks like Alex Jones, for example, he's highly motivated to sell pills, right? Does he actually believe all the things he says? I think that the things he says are more about drawing an audience, and he doesn't really care whether he personally believes them or not. The important thing is to get them to listen so that he can then, what is it, shill, silver, water, or something.
I don't even know. I think, I don't know. I think anyone that follows Alex Jones would fight with you there, but.
Well, yeah, but come on.
No, I'm with you. I think part of it has to be even if half of it is just like exaggerated over the top. I mean, it's like how we would talk about with like a lot of the spiritualists. They would lie to prove the point of truth.
Yeah. We, on this particular podcast, I think we have a stronger leg to stand on. I understand we have a much smaller audience than Alex Jones, but we are not selling any products. We don't
even have ads.
No, we have no corporate sponsorship. We have, there's no. We have patrons. We're supported by our own listeners. This is a community that supports itself. So we don't have any incentive to say anything other than what we find and believe to be research. Alex Jones is not that way. He could be hoaxed and he would have an incentive to do so. So I don't know.
You have reached the alchemical actor hermetic hotline. At the moment, the hotline has gone cold. If you are having a hermetic emergency, please hang up and DM us on Instagram. Otherwise, please leave a message at the sound of the tone.
Dr. Rob, Church Secrets here. It just struck me while I was listening here that it's almost as if you want us ramrodding you with our holy rods. On the account of you keep sending us advanced audio, you're unholier than us, noise-shaped vaguely into what we here at Church Secrets wouldn't call a podcast. You want to know what I've got to say about the Catholics? Same thing as I say about the Masons. Heathens, head-worshipping, frog-licking, sex orgy heathens. What do you think of that? Well, you can't respond because this is a answering machine. But if you could, what do you think of that?
Let's do the sources. The sources today include The Two Babylons, Paper Worship, the Worship of Nimrod and His Wife by Alexander Hislop, The Two Babylons by Ralph Woodrow for the Christian Research Institute, also The Confession of Leo Taxiel, translated from the Frondeur of 25th of April, 1897. That translation is by Alain Kornheim and A. William Sami, also Eric Siritsky, reprinted from the Transactions of the Scottish Rite Research Society, Volume 5, 1996. 1996. I like to go, now that I'm going to put them at the end, I feel like I can say, Occult Theocracy by Edith Starr Miller, Lady Queenborough, Devil Worship in France by A.E. Waite, Lady Queenborough, Edith Starr Miller at freemasonry.bcy.ca, Behold a Pale Horse by Milton William Cooper. Like, look at that, this is research, man.
There are a lot of sources here.
And they're primary sources. Like, I'm in the primary sources, and that's where you get the truth. Okay, we got to talk about an excellent comment we had on
oh, is it still up on my life?
Yeah, let's go along into the order of confessors. All right, Olivia, this is at Chewbacca.
Yes,
Chewbacca, who we are lulling to sleep every night. At Chewbacca had a dream that At Chewbacca was actually doing a live episode for us on giant spiky chairs. We fill Chewbacca with rage and awe, which apparently is a very pleasant feeling for Chewbacca, because we got 13 out of 10 stars, and Chewbacca offered us some blessings. Again, in times of economic hardship, if you can't, give $1, a couple dollars, $5 on the Patreon, a review would be much appreciated. We are periodically trolled. This is a podcast that has a strong perspective and does have a lot of personality.
Individual opinions.
I guess that's what people have complained about, right? I don't understand that.
That was the quote. I'm just directing from memory.
So there are people who don't like the personality of the podcast. I guess I see individual opinions, but we do our research and we couch the research as research. We're not trying to distort that, and everybody has a perspective on what they're talking about. So anyway, if this is your bag, baby, then hop on and just say a few words about us, because that helps other people find us. Sometimes you'll see, like if somebody writes a nasty review, that might be the first thing you see under our podcast. You won't notice that we have 100 some odd positive ones, and you'll be like, that's a shame. I really wanted to listen to this, but it looks like it sucks. So that person doesn't get to listen. So for the good of the community, if you have a minute, go on and say a few words. Okay, let's bring it on home.
Here, oh God, this is so lovely. Like, what am I even adjourning?
Just
like
you and
us?
me. We're adjourning the two of us.
I hereby adjourn and declare closed this meeting of the Secret Order of Alchemical Actors till such a time as we get together and do it again. That's sad now. I'm sad because we're not together doing anything.
Well, we get a third person on that might feel better. Our voices today included, all these folks joined us on the episode. We had Lucy Bond in the role of Edith Starr Miller, Sean Priest giving us the Reverend Alexander Hislop. Andrew Mims was playing a couple of parts for us, including Cooper at the start. Brandon Walls was our Leo Tuxedo. Coming up on Occult Confessions, as I mentioned, we're going to be doing the story of John Todd. This is a fascinating story that I went deep into. I dug deep on John Todd, who was, just to give you a thumbnail, he was a pagan, a member of the Wiccan community in the 1960s and 70s. But also straddled and converted to fundamentalist Christianity, and actually moved back and forth between being a pagan, anti-Christian pagan, and an anti-pagan fundamentalist Christian. And I can't say this with certainty, but he is one of the first people in occult conspiracy literature, which is what I've been focusing on this whole series, who speaks from a first-person perspective. So, Hislop and Queenborough and all these folks are speaking from a third person, right? They're viewing these movements and talking about them from a sort of bird's eye view. But Todd is one of the first people to say, I lived it, I experienced it, I was at these rituals, these things happened to me. So we're actually going to give 2 episodes to John Todd. So that's coming up. I think you're going to be fascinated by it, and I am anyway. All right, so that's it. That's it for today.
Well, that's it.
All right, we'll catch you guys next time. We're back. We're back, baby.
We're back.
We will catch you at our next episode. See ya.
Bye.
Occult Confessions is brought to you commercial free with the generous support of our patrons. Visit occultconfessions.com and click on donate to help keep the history of the occult on the digital airwaves.
John Todd was a fascinating, troubled, and troubling human being who straddled the worlds of fundamentalist Christianity and postmodern occultism like no one before him and no one since. In 1973, Todd rose to a kind of fame among evangelicals as a Christian convert who had been raised as a witch. But these witches were not just your friendly neighborhood neo-pagans we've all come to know and love. Witches, in Todd's telling, were key players in a global conspiracy organization better known as the Illuminati. America was the linchpin in this plot, and only a mass Christian conversion could prevent its fulfillment. Rock music, or witch music as Todd called it, was created to draw people away from the Christian churches and toward Lucifer. In addition to being a former witch and Illuminatus, Todd also claimed to have worked for a satanic record label named Zodiac Productions that changed its name because of the negative publicity he later brought to the organization through his ministry. Zodiac Productions was behind every major record label and used a master witch tape to disseminate literal demons through the records it sold. Todd drew popular attention to himself among fundamentalists twice in the 1970s. In 1973, he appeared on Doug Clark's Amazing Prophecies TV show on the Faith Broadcasting Network, but his association with Clark ended when allegations began surfacing that he had been fired from a Christian coffee house because he had been propositioning teenage girls for sex. Unfazed by these allegations, or perhaps believing them to be part of an anti-Todd conspiracy, Christian cartoonist Jack Chick featured Todd in one of his widely circulated Chick's tracts, titled The Broken Cross, and published in 1974. After 1974, Todd dropped off the Christian radar, moving to Dayton, Ohio, where he opened an occult bookshop called The Witch's Cauldron and conducted naked rituals with at least one teenage girl that landed him in jail. He was probably operating under his witch name, Lance Collins, when he was in Dayton. Jack Chick hired a lawyer to get Todd released, and Chick, still unwilling to believe Todd could be guilty of assault or statutory rape, published a second Todd-inspired comic, Spellbound, in 1978. The second comic coincided with Todd's real rise to fame. In January 1978, Todd was invited on a speaking tour arranged by Tom Berry, pastor of the Bible Baptist Church in Elkton, Maryland, not far from where we're recording right now. Tapes from this and earlier speaking tours had been circulating, growing Todd's fame in an underground fashion. These tapes are still available on YouTube and receive tens of thousands of views. As a scholar, it's difficult for me to name firsts because someone always comes along with an earlier version of whatever you claim to be a first. But Todd was ahead of the curve with the Satanic Panic and among the first to claim to have participated in the Illuminati. Note, I'm not saying he was the first to claim the existence of an Illuminati conspiracy, but one of the first to claim that he had been a member. Earlier conspiracy theorists like Webster and Miller believed they had uncovered plots by reading the signs from the outside. Todd, as well as future satanic abductees like Michelle Smith and CIA sex slaves like Kathy O'Brien, would claim to be escaped insiders. Todd established, or at least popularized, the narrative, and was the only one among them to have actively participated in actual modern occultism. His many faces, witch, fundamentalist convert, Illuminati whistleblower, comic book superhero, and convicted predator, make his story difficult to tell. But his fractured personality also reveals the cracks in the occult conspiracy narratives he helped to propagate and even invent. Narratives that occupy an important place on the telephone chain informing the anti-occult and Illuminati conspiracies that circulate today. All right, my name is Rob C. Thompson, Doctor of Things Occult. I am your Supreme Hierophant of the Secret Order, and I'm here for the next month here, for the next two episodes, with Johnny Cook, our patron progenitor.
Hello.
There he is. Oh, that is me, John. What's going on?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing at all?
No,
because you can't leave the house. But you're working,
no,
right?
so I can't progenate. Is that the word?
You can't
I no longer. It's not progenity.
You can't progenate into the world.
Yes.
There with John is Bree Literal, our metallurgic prophet.
Hello.
What's going on with you?
Sitting in the pantry right now, so.
Sitting in the pantry. Yes. So this is day two, I guess, of recording from home. We thanks to our patrons, we've distributed some new equipment, and we've got different folks around the state of Maryland now working together remotely. So we've got a whole elaborate setup here where we're working with each other. Bree and John from the pantry.
Yes.
And me from my walk-in closet. These are the ideal spaces for acoustics, as we found out. Bree, how many did you test all the rooms at your house?
Yes, it did not go as well as it did in the pantry. It was bad. It was bad everywhere else because there's just so many windows.
Oh, the windows, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're getting nice hermetic seal on your sound environment. The flour is absorbing the echo of your sound in the pasta boxes.
Yes.
This pledge, shall we? We, the members
of
the secret order of alchemical actors, do solemnly commit ourselves to a full and honest telling of the history of the occult as far as we know it. Wow, that was nice. That felt really good.
That was solid.
Yeah, nice job. All right, this is gonna. I'm excited now. I'm excited to spend the next 3 hours with you guys.
Oh yes.
So just a note before we get into the plugging and what have you. Olivia is off for this series of episodes. She's working on a couple of other projects for us. New thing for our patrons. And she's going to be doing a couple of special episodes in our Evil Spirit series. I don't know, that's what I'm calling it, which is coming up closer to Halloween. And we've also got this secret project that we can't tell you about yet, but that we will tell you about soon. So just working on that. But John and Bree are here for the long haul. So the research that we're presenting today on John Todd, Bree has been intimately involved in this process. When we used to share time on campus together, Bree sits in our green room where my students dwell when they're not, learning things. And I would periodically come in and rant about the things I was discovering about this man, John Todd.
And what things you came to talk about. It was insane. You took me on a whole journey. I felt like I was reading the books with you.
So this has been probably my most involved research that I've done for this series. So I wanted Bree to be able to come full circle with this and join me for the episodes that sort of tie all this together. But it is going to be 2 episodes. Because it's going to take that long, really, for me to explain the story of this really bizarre, interesting, but kind of horrifying human being, John Todd, who was also Lance Collins. Like, he's a complicated man. So this episode and the next episode we're recording on the same day. We're going to do, the 3 of us are going to get this all done right in one shot.
Woo.
But you guys will get it on normal schedule. All right. Bree, do you know how to open up the plugs?
Doesn't Olivia just make a bunch of weird plugs? She says plug really weirdly 3 times or something?
3 times, because, the rule of 3.
Plug. Okay, John.
Let's talk about our patrons. We've got a nice crew of new folks joining us. Again, very grateful. It is time of COVID. We appreciate, I guess it's still time of COVID, and I guess it will be for the next 6 months to a year. Let's hope sooner rather than longer. But, economic downturn and what have you, we appreciate y'all joining us. We have Ashby, Kyle R. So Ashby, by the way, is not Ash and then B, it's Ashby. Ash, it's all one word. Kyle R, though, that's Kyle plus the letter R. Isaac, who is a resident of Lovecraft Zone, Providence, Rhode Island, and is definitely on board with our idea for Dagon bracelets, which is last episode. You guys, you got to check that out. We got a merch idea. What would Dagon do? Yeah. So you got to listen to it. Anyway, and I do want to mention Flesh Eater. Our friend Flesh Eater has given us a pledge bump, so we appreciate that, Flesh Eater. Thank you so much.
I'm glad they're our friend.
Yeah.
Yes. Better to have Flesh Eater on your side. All right. We do want to mention the merch is still out there. Olivia is able to get back to the post office. There was a time there where we weren't able to mail out merch. T-shirts are still available. And, you know, I don't know, rate and subscribe, all that good stuff. Okay, that's all I got for the plugs. We can close them all up. We got a lot to do today. Go ahead, close them up for me, Bree.
Did you just say plug again 3 times?
Yeah.
Plug. Gotcha, John.
Element of excitement there to see if John would sneak in. Okay. So, part one of part one. So this is part one of the John Todd story, and I guess chapter 1. This is John Todd, conspiracy theorist. The face that Todd most wanted to present to the world was the one he wore during his preaching career, from roughly 1973 to 1978. The version of Todd that brought him the most attention. John Todd, the conspiracy theorist. To establish the through line of his conspiracy narrative, I'm going to draw on the speeches he gave and the exchanges he had with various congregations during the question and answer sessions on his 1978 speaking tour. This, by the way, was through Maryland, started in Maryland, so local connection. As with previous episodes, is that good or bad?
I don't know, that's why I started laughing.
Oh, it just makes you uncomfortable.
A little bit.
It was Elkton. So, as with previous episodes...
No, you don't even...
I used to live in Oakton. It makes sense.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did you go to the Bible Baptist Church there?
No, I didn't. But like I said, it just makes sense. It just
John Todd would get his start there. Okay. So, as with previous episodes, in telling Todd's story, I have to note that I'm not endorsing his story in any way. In fact, I'm going to spend some time debunking at least some of it eventually. But I want our audience to get an idea of his claims and the way he presented them. So this is Todd from his own perspective, or from the perspective he wanted us to believe. Todd was one of the Collins bloodline that originally brought witchcraft to Salem, Massachusetts, changing their name to Todd before the Civil War. His ancestor, Francis Collins, was the first head witch in America. That's with a capital head, capital witch. Todd's ancestor, Francis, had manipulated the community at Salem so that they ended up murdering a bunch of innocent people in place of the actual witches who were really living among them, except that is, for one prostitute who was accurately hung for being a witch. Good job, Salem. Woo! For his part, Todd had gone by the name Lance Collins, but also John Todd Collins at different points in his life, connecting back in with that Collins bloodline. He was initiated into a coven at the age of 13. When were you guys initiated into your covens?
Still waiting on my application.
It's still pending.
Yeah. I'll hear back in 6 to 8 months.
It's a long wait for your coven, John.
They're because of COVID. How about you, Bree? How old? Well, you're an actual neo-pagan, so when did you start doing that?
It's been a few years since,
Were you 13? Younger?
I think I was around 14, actually.
13 was actually a significant number in Todd's occult lore. His initiation into witchcraft in Columbus, Ohio, a hotbed of witchcraft, as we all know, was identical to the Masons' initiations, the Freemasons, that is, and Todd welcomed Freemasons at the congregations he visited to challenge him on this assertion. He sort of welcomed fights with the Masons. He was like, you guys are doing witchcraft initiations. I don't care what you say, come at me. Except that the only difference between the witches and the Freemasons is that the witches used blood in their initiations, whereas the Masons did the same thing but just took the blood out. So a little bit kinder and gentler, I guess.
Much less metal.
Say, I want the blood.
Significantly less metal. So at the age of 18, Todd became a high priest. He was exempted from the draft as a minister, but enlisted in 1968 in order to spread witchcraft through the military. Stationed in Germany, he got into a 2-hour shootout, 2 hours long, in Stuttgart, and he killed an officer. He was placed in solitary confinement to await trial. Now, I got to remind you, this is all the story Todd told about himself. You have to take it all with a grain of salt. All right. So he's placed in the brig, awaiting trial. Todd did not want to leave his fate in the hands of the military court, though. Remember, he's a witch, so he got word to his mother to cast a spell so that the jury would see him as a nice guy. It's kind of a minor spell. I think he would have done something more major when he's on trial for murder. He's just like,
I know, right? He's just like, I just want to be a nice guy. You know, you don't have to like help me get out or anything. Just make
nobody
them think
executes
I'm
a nice guy, right? So the next day, a senator, a congressman, and some generals arrived at his cell to give him an honorable discharge. This high-ranking intervention struck Todd as unusual, but he understood that it had to be connected to the message he'd sent to his mother. Right? Still unaware, so he's an ignorant high priest at this point in the army. He is unaware of the Illuminati's role in witchcraft. He's about to find that out, so he has no idea of the plans they're making for him. He has no idea that them breaking him out of prison is the beginning of this deep witch cult Illuminati journey. When he landed at the airport in Ohio, he received a plane ticket to continue on to New York. Surprise, surprise. He was picked up at Kennedy Airport by Dr. Raymond Buckland, who Todd claimed was the head of anthropology at Columbia. Again, I'm not going to debunk Todd at this point. We'll do that later. It seems like a minor point, but it actually turns out to be a major one. But remember this name, Dr. Raymond Buckland. You got that in your head, John?
I also have it in my head, Rob.
Just in case as a backup. We're going to put John on remembering duty today.
Okay.
I can do that.
It's a lot to remember because, again, we have 3 hours of John Todd to get through.
This man does some wild shit.
Yeah, we're all
He got a lot.
I mean, all I have to remember is Ray, so I'm good.
Okay. So Raymond Buckland, the professor of anthropology at Columbia, explained to Todd that the gods and goddesses Todd had been worshiping were actually demons. Oh no! Witches, he says, generally don't believe in Satan, though.
And it was quickly explained to me that Lucifer was a good God, not an evil God, and that Jesus Christ was the imitator. So I learned many things about witchcraft, and I also learned what the senators and the politicians were there. They were there because we were the religion of a political organization called the Illuminati.
It's at this point in his presentation to the congregations that he's speaking to that Todd projects an image of the back of a $1 bill onto a big screen. Now it's the 70s, so we're talking about, like one of those click projectors and the pull-down screen and all that. This, he tells them, is the seal of the Illuminati. You know, the back of the dollar bill?
Oh, okay.
The Great Seal of the United States with the pyramid? Yeah. And the little eye on top? Yeah. So he says, there's your seal of the Illuminati. And the congregation's like, oh, and they clutch their pearls. So,
they all had pearls.
Todd's question about the Great Seal of the United States, and it's like hilariously a good question, is this is an Illuminati symbol, he says. It can't possibly be what they claim it to be, the Great Seal of the United States, because no documents were ever sealed with it. Right?
Okay.
Wow. Wouldn't you expect to seal some things like the Constitution or something? They just stamp that.
We just don't seal anything, apparently.
We didn't seal a thing with that Great Seal.
We have this seal, but we don't use it.
Nothing's been sealed. Everything's unsealed. Like, you don't go around the CIA and see all their classified documents who've got the pyramid on them. That's a good point. That is legitimately.
That's an actual point. Wow.
It's a good question. This is the last one, so don't get used to it. After this, it's all downhill.
Yeah, it's bad.
Starting now, he claims that the number 1776 refers to the founding year of Adam Weishaupt's Illuminati. Of course, the number 1776 appears on the $1 bill and on the Great Seal of the United States. And that is the year that Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati over in Bavaria. However, as we all know, that's also the founding year of another thing. Any guesses?
The dollar?
the United States. 1776. So, yeah. You guys have had a rough day. All right, so
I'm good at remembering things, not
recalling them.
Remember that year, John, 1776. All right. So Todd implies that it's not a coincidence that the United States was founded the same year Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati. This to him is like, this ultimate secret behind the whole thing. It's popular in conspiracy theories.
On the top of each pyramid, you'll see a capstone with an eye in it. The eye is Lucifer, their god, their voice.
Todd belonged to the highest council of 13 of all of the councils of 13. Under the 13 are 33 master masons, and under them are 500 of the richest people in the world. So the richest people in the world serve the master masons. There are 33. There are 33 degrees, I believe, in masonry. Does that sound right?
Maybe, sure.
Yeah, so there's 33 masons. So like Bill Gates works for the masons who work for the Illuminati witch cult, who's the Council of 13 at the top. You got the pyramid?
The first or second council of 13.
This is the one. This is the top one. The top council.
How
the
many
other councils, we don't have to worry about them. Those are for poor people.
But how many are there?
I don't actually know. He implies, since he belongs to the highest council, it does imply that there are other councils, but he doesn't say anything about them.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right.
They are for poor people, you're right.
Yeah, they're for the poors. So, screw them. The Illuminati's various... I don't mean that. We're in the Todd... We're in Todd brain right now.
He's channeling Todd.
Yeah, channeling Todd brain. So the Illuminati's various religious bodies include, you're going to love this list. So these are all Illuminati religious organizations. Number one, can you guess who's number one? Let me give you a hint. Tom Cruise.
Oh, Scientology.
Yeah, Scientology, of course.
That's not what I was going for.
What were you going to get?
Hollywood.
What? That's not a religion.
Oh, yeah.
It's not.
But it implies, right, that there's this cultural control. The Satanists, and we're going to get there, by the way, John. You're going to love all the things we have to do with Hollywood and the music industry. So the Scientologists are an Illuminati religious group. The Satanists are a religious group. And the Process Church of the Final Judgment, which Todd says is Charles.
The what?
The Process Church. Process Church was a UK church founded in the, I think, late 60s, and they're sort of like quasi-satanic. They believed in Lucifer, and some scholars classify them as a branch of Satanism. And Charles Manson did have ties to the Process Church.
Okay.
They should have chosen a much more straightforward name.
I know.
Let's call them the Quasi-Satanists.
The Quasi-Satanists. For when Satanism is just too strong, you need quasi-Satanists.
Yeah. Yep.
Because they just sound like rehab. Like,
it does kind of sound like a rehab.
Putting you through the process. And I'm sure they do. I don't know much about them, so I can't speak at length about them. But we are going to talk about Charles Manson quite a bit today, so something to look forward to.
Yes.
Also, the Rosicrucians, who I gave a whole episode to this series, and he says that Rosicrucians practice human sacrifice, by the way.
Yes. Sorry.
Sorry. So as a member of this elite body within the Illuminati, Todd was able to meet Lucifer himself. What a no.
I've seen him sit down at tables and at meals. I've seen him even have sexual relations with women at witchcraft meetings and higher meetings. He appeared about 7 feet tall, usually clothed in deep purple, sometimes clothed in red, sometimes clothed in golden, purple and golden. Jet black hair, snow white skin, and the color of his eyes, instead of blue or proud or whatever, or deep violet, almost purple. When you're looking in them, it was like going down the Grand Canyon. It's just bottomless, this power. Believe me, if he ever appeared to you, you know you were in his presence.
The Illuminati's plan to take over the world was written by, you'll never guess this, Ayn Rand.
Oh my God.
Yes. And this is bizarre. So Todd is very anti-Ayn Rand. He never actually names her. He calls her one of the mistresses of Philip Rothschild. And this is going to take even more working through. And he says that her 1,100-page book, Atlas Shrugged, was a message targeted to all witches. So the only way we know that he's talking about Ayn Rand, he does name drop Atlas Shrugged, but he doesn't. He just calls her a mistress, or the mistress who wrote this book. The secret plan of Ayn Rand, that is barely concealed, by the way, in the pages of her novel, was to blow up oil fields and grain mills and trains in order for billionaires to bankrupt their own companies and destroy the world's currency, with only the elite, also known as the Illuminati, surviving the vast economic collapse that they caused by destroying their own stuff. Now, this is weird, because today, our particularly American listeners will know that Ayn Rand is very popular among John, who loves Ayn Rand.
Everyone.
not this podcaster. But what I'm not going to say political party, but political organization is most identified with her. Am I quizzing you?
A little bit. I don't know exactly, to be completely honest.
I thought by some of your Facebook posts that you were at least aware of this conversation. The libertarians.
Yeah. I wasn't sure, because there's a lot of different, non-mainstream groups that take some of her ideas. Like libertarians, a little bit like Tea Party type stuff.
Yeah. And some American conservatives in the Republican Party also are big Ayn Rand fans. So she makes for a strange inclusion in Todd's conspiracy for all of these reasons, because as we get to know Todd, we'll discover he's very libertarian in his ideology. But Todd wasn't shy about attacking some of his audience's favorite things. So remember, he's talking to fundamentalist Christian congregations. Specifically, the tapes that I listen to, the tapes that circulate, are from his talks in this state, in Maryland, and also in Pennsylvania. But he would attack televangelists, popular televangelists like Jerry Falwell, and also popular movies, and I think more in line with his audience's prejudices, rock music. Yeah. So, but think about that, right? Like, he's speaking to fundamentalists, and he's saying Jerry Falwell is, Satan worshiper. So, we'll get into all that. So it's difficult to say exactly who Todd means, though, going back to Philip Rothschild. The Rothschilds are an ethnically Jewish family of bankers dating back hundreds of years and are generally central to a lot of anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that Jews control the world economy. Todd doesn't generally trade in anti-Semitism, oddly enough. Or maybe not oddly enough, we'll give Todd the benefit of the doubt here. He's not much of an anti-Semite. He argues that the Rothschilds aren't actually Jewish. This, he says, is a cover for their real spiritual and ethnic identity, which is witch. They are ethnically and racially witch. W-I-T-C-H, witch.
How does the...
We'll get there.
What's an ethnic witch?
How are you to be an ethnic witch? Hold on to that question.
Okay.
And they are the Rothschilds are then the most powerful ethnic witches in the world, regarded as gods by the rest of the witch Illuminati community. So, to this point, aside from what John and Bree and I have been doing sort of on the side here, I've tried to avoid in my direct commentary tackling the veracity of any of Todd's claims here. But I sort of have to take a moment here for Philip. Because Philip's not going to come up again, and let's just deal with it right now. And we'll forget about him by the time I get back to this. Because Philip is a little perplexing. Philip Rothschild, because there is no Philip Rothschild. As far as I can tell, no such person has ever existed. Do you guys know of any Philip Rothschilds? You ever met one?
I distinctly remember you coming into the green room and screaming at me, "This man's not real. What is he talking about?"
So what I was able to find is that there was a man named Philippe Rothschild. A small but important distinction, especially for thinking about country of origin. This is the closest name to Philip within the Rothschild family. Philippe lived at roughly the same time period as Ayn Rand. He was a vintner, so a guy who makes wine, He was also a playwright and a Grand Prix driver, and he produced the first French talkie, the first talking movie in French.
Huh.
That's a resume.
Yeah.
It's all pretty cool. Like, he sounds like a neat guy.
Yeah.
However, there is no evidence at all of him ever having had any contact with Ayn Rand, and it's sort of difficult to conceive of how Grand Prix driving is any sort of Illuminati conspiracy. It's hard to draw the links
I don't know
there.
about that.
So Todd says, moving on from Philly, he says he was able to go along with much of what the Illuminati witch cult was having him do. That is, until a packet of 8 letters containing the Illuminati's secret master plan arrived. And they arrived not for Todd, but for his elder. John, what was that name I wanted you to remember? Raymond Buckland. That's right, Raymond Buckland.
Yes, that's what I said. Sorry, it's sorry if the mic didn't pick that up.
Yeah, John totally said that.
Oh, okay. I'll catch that later.
Now, in the first letter that we opened in those last two was a chart. In that chart, it listed an 8-year step-by-step plan for world title, ending in the December month of 1980. Since I've gotten out, I've not seen one thing fail or be delayed on that time chart. I'm not saying that it won't be delayed, but it is going to take a lot of serious Christians doing a lot of serious praying, which I've not yet seen.
In the 8th letter, the writers, presumably the Rothschild family, who are the masters of the Council of 13, reveal that they found a man they believe to be the son of Lucifer. He was, Todd said, a demon possessed like no one had ever seen! Exclamation point.
What does that mean?
We're gonna
Like no one ever seen. It just sounds so positive. Like,
oh yeah, it does sound like a demon possessed, like you've never seen a demon like the demon in this guy. He's got some demon.
he's like you've never seen before.
This demon will knock your socks off.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the weird thing about this man. If you spend as much time with Todd as I have, you'll notice that he doesn't often name this demon-possessed man. But it becomes one of the hallmarks of his theory that this son of Lucifer, who he also calls the Atom, is, at the time, President Jimmy Carter. Now, Jimmy Carter, for those of you who are not students of 1970s presidential history, is generally regarded as one of the most religious presidents of the 20th century, if not the most God-fearing president we've ever had.
Maybe he was just overcompensating.
Yes.
It's a lot of overcompensation.
It's a good cover-up. Carter's sister, Ruth Carter Stapleton, is also a high priestess of witchcraft who personally instructed John Todd. Carter, the Rothschilds, and Charles Manson are all aligned in a single scheme to confiscate all of America's guns in order to pave the way for a mass murder of Christians.
Okay, so I love Charles Manson, so I cannot support that statement.
You don't want him taking our guns?
I can't support that he would be a part of that.
I mean, this situation. The libertarian thing gets odd, right? Because, you know, the take our guns ideology and the bunker stuff that Todd is going to get into seems like it's, you know, right up the libertarian's alley, and yet he's calling out Ayn Rand the whole time. Very, very strange stuff.
Most people don't know how important it is that we not lose our constitutional right to own a gun. The Illuminati are not going to be able to start helter-skelter unless they can convince the people that they're not going to have to go from door to door, find a way down the street as they burn and kill and rape and everything else. So they promise them that there'll be nothing existent in the form of guns in anybody's hands within the next year and a half.
It's important to keep in mind that Todd was a survivalist who carried a concealed handgun more or less all the time. In addition to stockpiling, I mean, like into churches and stuff, he always had a handgun on him.
Just in case Satan showed up. I know, a couple of times.
Got to pull a gun on Satan.
Yes,
that's
Satan sneaks up on you in church. That's such a subversive statement, John, that you would have a gun with you in church for when Satan sneaks up on you. I mean, yeah.
You never know.
In addition to
I'm sure that would be my reaction, but...
Oh, you wouldn't pull a gun on Satan?
No. The disappointment in John's eyes and said,
Well, John's the one suggesting that good Christian churches are where Satan tends to hang out.
yeah, you really are.
I mean, you know, you gotta be prepared.
In addition to stockpiling assault weapons and hunting rifles, Todd suggested collecting and canning enough food to last for 6 months to a year, which we probably should have done before the pandemic.
Yeah.
Right? So, not bad advice. There gets another one. Two points for Todd. He advised Christians in the late 1970s that the Antichrist, who he wouldn't name, so actually Jimmy Carter's not the Antichrist, he's just, the son of Lucifer. The Antichrist is another person. It should not be confused with the Christian peanut farmer, son of Lucifer, Jimmy Carter, who would make his first appearance at the dawn of the Age of Aquarius in 1980. So Jimmy Carter is important. He's like leading to the Antichrist, but he's not the Antichrist yet. On reading these revelations in the Rothschild's letters to Buckland, Todd decides it's time to quit the Illuminati. He's like, oh no, this is too much for me. I'm out. He thought about quitting once before in the days following the murder of Sharon Tate. But this time, urgent. We're going to get back to Sharon Tate and Manson. All this stuff is coming. So when the Illuminati murdered Sharon Tate, he thought about quitting.
That wasn't initially enough. He was like, I'm gonna wait a few months, after that horrendous criminal act that was committed. Let's just take a few months, and then I'll decide that it's too much.
See what happens. Okay, so now he's quit. He quit the Illuminati. This is it for him. He read this letter, all this stuff about the son of Lucifer and taking our guns and what have you, and he's got to get out of here. So he suffers a mental break, and he's mainlining crystal methadone, also known as meth, crystal blue persuasion. And at this low point in his life, he's visited by a Baptist preacher whose daughter just so happened to have taken up witchcraft. The pastor was distraught because he could not turn his child away from her pagan practice and began trying to convert any occultists he came across. How lucky. He stopped at the occult shop where Todd was working and witnessed to him, witnessing being this evangelical practice of sharing the story of how one was brought to belief in Christ. And he attempted to save Todd. After his meeting with the preacher, Todd's drug dealer told him that the latest shipment of meth had been busted and he didn't have any meth for him. So, Todd's occult spirits fell silent, quieted by Todd's encounter with the preacher, and he began aimlessly wandering until he found himself in a movie theater watching a film called The Cross and the Switchblade, and on the way out of the movie, a young man handed him a Christian tract for those who had been bewitched.
I am
right. Series of odd events happening. All these things happening at once. Todd wanted to find a Christian church to talk to a pastor about this state of affairs in his spiritual life, but he was afraid the Illuminati would notice. A prostitute witch, that is to say, a witch who is also a prostitute, which, by the way, if you're keeping count, is the second prostitute witch in Todd's narrative so far, told him about a church being run out of a cafe that was giving her trouble in her business, because I guess they kept turning her customers away from banging her. This right, so that'll mess you up. Their customers were like, "Yeah, can't wait to have sex with you, prostitute witch. I just want to stop and get a coffee." And then when they stopped and get a coffee, the coffee guy was like, "Jesus," and they were like, "Oh, I forgot all about him. I can't have sex with that witch now."
I'm sorry, but that would not stop me from having sex with a prostitute witch. I'd get my coffee, I'd go right and meet her.
Well, I bring her coffee.
Yeah, I gotta bring her coffee. Maybe a nice latte.
It's a Christian thing to do. So this coffee church turned out to be the Castle Hills Baptist Church. At the request of the unnamed preacher whose daughter had turned to witchcraft, this Castle Hills Baptist Church just so happens to have been praying for Todd's deliverance. So this guy with his daughter troubles went over to this church because he met Todd, and they were like, "Can you pray for Todd?" And they're like, "Okay, we'll pray for him." And then at 2 a.m., just in the Castle Hills Baptist Church coffee house, the manager was there fixing a soda fountain in a little cafe next to the church, and Todd just so happens to wander in. So he called the pastor of the church, the manager, and together they arranged a late-night prayer session for members praying from home, and Todd was saved brought to Jesus right then and there. Whew. And that's the end of Todd's experience with the Illuminati witch cult. Now, so I'm going to comment a second, then we're going to get into it. We're going to start to unpack this. So that's basically the narrative he tells of his life with the Illuminati. This is not, we still have to get into all his ideas about what the Illuminati does, its influence on the culture, but that's his personal experience. So Todd's vision of the Illuminati conspiracy is what I'd like to call a pastiche. My Western theater students are familiar with this concept of pastiche, which is a joining together of disparate elements from different conspiracy theories and popular culture into a plot that has the semblance, if not the substance, of a coherent plot. So this is a concept I'm going to be using to analyze Todd throughout. So I'm going to take a little bit of time to define it. A simple definition of pastiche is the joining together of images, text, sounds, or in this case, ideas, based on form rather than content. All right, so in order to really help you, our listeners understand, you guys follow me so far? You remember this? Remember me teaching this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember this.
So I'm going to start with a counterexample of a thing that isn't a pastiche, and then I'll give you an example of a thing that is. So a counterexample of something is not a pastiche. From this podcast, we've discussed Anton LaVey and also Michael Aquino. We discussed them in the same episode on Satanism because they belong to the same organization, the Church of Satan, and they developed separate practices with philosophical similarities because of this substantive connection. So when I take LaVey and Aquino and I decide to put them together, this is not a pastiche because there is a historical, substantive reason to consider them as connected. A pastiche might join together Michael Aquino and, for example, Eugene Levy. You guys know this guy from American Pie? He's on that show Schitt's Creek now. You know what I'm talking about? No. Eugene Levy? He's in the Christopher Guest movies.
I think I remember who you're talking about. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Eugene Levy. He's
Yeah.
American Pie. He's the dad on American Pie.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to put together Michael Aquino and Eugene Levy, our listeners are screaming. Our listeners in their 30s are screaming. You guys don't know Eugene Levy.
I do. John just doesn't.
John, well, in fairness to John, he doesn't know many pop culture things. This is very true.
Yeah.
So, Schitt's Creek is actually a pretty good show. It's Canadian. It's a Canadian show.
I think my mom watched it.
Does it? Yeah, I think Eugene Levy's Canadian actually. Anyhow, if I put Michael Aquino and Anton LaVey together, that is not a pastiche. But if I put Michael Aquino and Eugene Levy together because they both have funky eyebrows, that is a pastiche. Unlike Aquino and LaVey, the eyebrows are the only point of contact between Aquino and Levy. There's no other reason to put these two guys together, as far as we know. As far as we well, pairing LaVey and Darth Vader because they both wear black capes or have shiny heads, which Todd actually kind of does in outline, not in detail, is also a kind of pastiche. You see, like, LaVey and Darth Vader technically have nothing to do with each other, but it's true. They both have shiny heads and they both wear capes. So I could pair them side by side. But that amounts to a sort of pastiche way of thinking. We see it a lot in art. Banksy does a lot of pastiche, and there's a lot of it in like modern adult cartoons, and pastiche is sort of everywhere in our culture. But Todd is using it to make a point, and the point is the problem. All right, let's talk about. So now that we've, invoked this concept of pastiche, let's go ahead and talk about it in relation to Todd's theories on the Illuminati's influence on our culture. Chapter 2, the cultural Illuminati. Pastiche runs rampant in Todd's attacks on American culture, popular culture, the hippie counterculture, and a hidden elite within organizations like the Freemasons and the charismatic Christians are the three pillars of Todd's imagined enemy. In the realm of popular culture, he attacked television broadly, claiming that 3 of the major networks were run by witches. This was back when there were only like 5 or 6 networks on TV. In the 70s, they didn't have cable or the internet.
Yeah.
Right. But like 3/4 of television was controlled by the Illuminati. Also, soap operas were a form of occult persuasion for adults. Back in the heyday of the soap opera, 70s, 80s, 90s, when that's what you watched at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Do people still do that?
Yeah. Yeah. People do.
What are the soap operas? Do you know?
It's things
They're
like
still General Hospital.
I think one of the closest things that people would get would be like Grey's Anatomy or something like that. But there's other things.
Sophie.
There's other things like that. Like I know Amazon Prime, a lot of their own stuff that they make is very soap opera-y. Like it's that.
A little bit of melodrama. Anyway, that's all occult persuasion, just so you know. John, are you a Star Wars fan?
Oh, yes.
I'm also a Star Wars fan.
Yes, me.
Well, I think this is one of John's few cultural references I think he can get. All right, so in the movie theater, John, he went for George Lucas. He went after your man. Star Wars, he said, was the biggest thing that witchcraft had ever done to spread its doctrine.
I mean, he's not wrong.
What?
He's right.
All right. But this is going to get, I bet this will bother you, John, because I'm going to quote Todd directly.
Okay, I'm ready to be bothered.
In the movie, he said, they say, and may the force be with you till we're apart.
No.
Does that sound accurate?
No.
Which, he says, is what witches say when they greet and part from each other.
Isn't that like, may the Lord be with you, and also with you? More like the speed of what's happening?
But it's may the force be with you till we're apart. Okay, I can just picture Yoda saying it. I can hear it right now. So the force itself was the neutral supernatural force which is manipulated for various ends, the force in the movie. And characters like Luke Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi, Star Wars used to promote the false idea that there was such a thing as white magic, because these were supposed to be good guys who used the magic force to do good guy things. So this is all a lie. Everyone who participated in the production, by the way, John, was actually a practicing witch. So we're talking about the actors and directors and screenwriters and special effects people. Everyone was a witch. The whole team in their private lives were witches.
Does he realize how many people are involved in the making of those movies?
Yeah, it is probably a few hundred, right? Wouldn't you think? Isn't that about?
Yeah,
Yes.
easily, definitely.
Yeah, so all witches, 100% witch is what we're looking at. Even the key boy grip, that's a witch. The pastiche. Okay, so let me get to my pastiche here. The pastiche is hard at work in this idea. Star Wars and witches both use a magical force. Therefore, Star Wars is of and about witches. Even if this comparison falls apart when you start drilling down to the details, the conspiracy theorist, John Todd in this case, doesn't care. So what if they don't say, till we're apart? They do say the force thing. And so what if the plot directly opposes an Illuminati-style one world, or in this case, one universe government? Right? Think about the plot of Star Wars. It's about a one universe government having its big starship blown up. So, it's like a new world order in reverse. So that's just the Illuminati hiding its agenda, like Jimmy Carter pretending to be Christian.
Does that mean the Illuminati are Jedi?
Yes, the Jedi are Illuminati, but also Darth Vader. They're all just Illuminati. Anyone who believes in the Force and practices the
Star Wars is the Illuminati.
May the Illuminati be with you.
Oh my God.
Not that guy who Darth Vader finds his lack of faith disturbing. That guy, he's not in the Illuminati. No, because he has a lack of faith. He could use everybody else. No. Yeah, everybody else is. All those Forcey guys, they are way in the Illuminati. Because the Illuminati is a witch cult. I mean, that's what I can't drive home enough. John Todd's version of this, the Illuminati equals witch cult. That's what it is. There aren't any other things in the Illuminati but the witch cult, or the witch cult is rather in charge of the whole operation. So it's all witch cult by default. The pastiche level connection is what this whole thing is all about. Oh yeah, the audience says. witches and Skywalkers are kind of alike, even though they really have nothing to do with each other. And by audience, I mean John Todd's audience. They see the connection, even though it's just a surface connection. Best-selling books, he said, are tantamount to occult books. He says, and I quote, bestsellers that are just descriptions of pornography books, so Doubleday can make an extra buck.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, this is exactly what he says. Bestsellers, he uses the word that, it doesn't really belong, but bestsellers are just descriptions of pornography books. So they're not pornography books, but they're books that describe other books that are pornography books. But wait, there's more. J.R.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis, popular authors, like immensely popular authors among Christians worldwide, are both members of the Illuminati whose books are designed to lead people away from Christianity and toward witchcraft.
Yes, because the witches fare so well in all of C.S. Lewis's books.
I know, right?
Yeah, it always starts with somebody dropping a house on one of them, right? Different guy. The Illuminati also own retail stores. I mean, I guess in Tolkien, the witches don't do so bad. I mean, the wizards, but it comes out okay. Yeah. Except for that one in the two towers.
Except for the ones without the beards. With the nice beards.
Unbearded ones.
They don't have a nice beard.
Yeah. Okay, so here's another thing. Now, this is going to be less meaningful to us because I'm going to name a bunch of retail stores from the 70s, and I don't even think we're going to have retail stores in like 6 months, and I guess that's not funny. But anyway, the Illuminati own retail stores, so maybe we're better off without them. These include Gold Circle, Kmart, Lazarus, Federal Department Stores, Sears, Montgomery Wards, and Mobil Oil.
I think I remember you telling me about this now.
Yeah, Kmart. Is Kmart still in business, or did they go under as well?
I think
I've seen one.
I've seen one.
They were sort of on the rocks before the pandemic, so yeah, good for them. Hang in there, Kmart. Credit cards are a dry run for a security card that will be issued in order to track people's movements and habits. Now, this is the 70s, and the use of credit cards is really starting to ramp up in the 1970s. Before then, you really were paying for most things with cash. So, you know, he's sort of attacking the new stuff. Imagine what he'd say about, like, Venmo or PayPal.
Oh, he would have such a time talking about that.
Our Facebook accounts, right?
Yeah.
His definition of the American Illuminati visits familiar ground. The Trilateral Council on the Council of Foreign Relations are the American Illuminati, but the root of the American plot is the Freemasons, another very familiar conspiratorial face who we talked about at length just in our last episode. Todd mentions Albert Pike, who was, by no fault of his own, made into the center of the imagined Masonic scheme in the Toxiel hoax, also from last episode, which was targeted as a secret occultist organization and Edith Starr Miller's occult theocracy. The prominent Confederate officer turned Freemason Albert Pike ran the Illuminati in Todd's version of events, as well as the Masons, and in 1776 he did this. I'm sorry. And he came up with the idea of inventing a political party to frighten the world and keep them from fighting each other. All right, so I want to repeat just one more time for our listeners who might be doing something else, like, I don't know, feeding your baby or baking bread. He says that Albert Pike, let me repeat my description of Pike, a Confederate officer turned Freemason. Now, for those of you who aren't students of American history, John, could you tell us roughly when the Civil War happened?
That was 1861 to 1865.
Very nice. And he says that my man Albert Pike was running the Illuminati in 1776.
Huh.
Yes.
Right. This is we're going to see this again and again in Todd's theories, that there are these just like a failure to see things through. He seems to like have this breadth of knowledge, and he really does know about a whole lot of stuff, but his knowledge is cursory at best and results in a whole lot of nonsense like this Albert Pike idea.
Could be Albert Pike Sr.
Maybe, yeah.
I think so.
So
they were both Confederate generals. The 1776 Confederacy.
The Confederacy of 1776.
Yes.
All right. So now this is why I do episodes in series like we've done. And now the fact that I've been working in a cult conspiracy theory series bears a bit of fruit for us. Unless you knew the relatively obscure history of the Toxfield hoax, cursory research into Albert Pike would seem to prove Todd's point. Pike was a prominent Mason, chronology aside, and there are conspiracy theorists who wrote about his inclusion in a secret Masonic plot. But, as we know from the last episode, it was all an elaborate prank invented by the French anti-clericist Gabriel Jorgon-Pages, also known as Leo Toxfield. Conspiracy theory can be compared to a game of telephone, but that's actually not entirely fair. It's more like what we used to call yellow journalism. Edith Starr Miller passed on the Pike theory and either ignored or failed to adequately research the fact that it was, from its inception, entirely made up. And Todd picked it up either from Miller or someone who's read Miller, because it sounds good, it's sensational, it's fun, it works well enough for what he chooses to preach. So screw it if it's a lie. It doesn't matter.
Nobody's going to do the research. Nobody listens to him anyway.
Right? Yeah, they're sitting there like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I put those pieces together. Absolutely. I'm with this man. This is just like conspiracy accusations against America's founding fathers, who, pastiche style, founded a country the same year that Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati, what we've been talking about earlier. We're really dealing with a collage here, not a reasonable argument. By bringing the historical Illuminati and America's founding fathers onto the same piece of construction paper using the link 1776, we can draw our own conclusions. But the construction paper, which is to say the year 1776, that connecting point, is really the only connecting point. It's the eyebrows, just the eyebrows. There's no other reason these things should go together. There is no documentary evidence whatsoever that Hamilton, Jefferson, or Washington had any contact with Weishaupt.
John Adams wrote George Washington asking him to beware Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton and their misuse of the Masonic lodges, which Washington was a member of, because he was using it. And this is a direct quote. He was using it for Illuminati purposes for the worship of Lucifer.
Charismatic Christians are much like the Masons. Todd blames them for constructing megachurches like the Melodyland Christian Center in Anaheim, which is not far from Disneyland, and which took over a concert venue, also called Melodyland before it became the Melodyland Christian Center, and became a significant gathering place for the Jesus movement. Todd says that he personally carried checks to Melodyland written by the Illuminati's Council of 13 when he was one of those 13. So, in other words, the Melodyland Christian Center, which has the word Christian in its name, is being secretly funded by the Illuminati. Todd knows because when he was on the Illuminati, he paid them. Todd distrusts the accumulation of wealth and resources in the hands of a single organization and uses the Illuminati to criticize megachurches and their pastors.
Look at even Christian churches within Bible-believing denominations. There's a couple of, quote, Jesus people garbage churches that began a few years in LA and Costa Mesa and had a few hundred kids. All of a sudden, the pastor is moving into a $500,000 home and the churches are taking donations out of dominant cause. And where they get the funds to buy a $2 million building overnight? They were preaching gospel. Now they're preaching trash.
I'm really totally with him on this. I also have real problems with megachurches and their pastors. But maybe they're an easy target. But I think it's fascinating that he goes after them, since he is doing this whole Christian thing, and he knows it's going to be controversial with his audiences.
Yeah. It's so weird.
Todd targets a host of big-name Christian pastors, including Pastor Chuck Smith, founder of the Calvary Calvary Chapel movement, which includes some of the largest churches in the United States. Also, the Full Gospel Businessmen's Fellowship, which is a Pentecostal organization with over 300,000 members, and the Southern Baptist televangelist and co-founder of Liberty University, who we mentioned a bit earlier, Jerry Falwell. Whew. That brings us to today's word. Charismatic Christians. Ready for that?
Was that the word I was wondering about? Because I feel like I've been wondering about a lot of other words.
Well, I'm going to give you 2 words, actually. There's a bonus word in here, so we'll see if that gets you. But if you have any other words, Bree, feel free to bring them up. let's talk about the charismatics. So charismatic Christians believe in the work of the Holy Spirit to perform miracles through believers. They span denominations with both Catholic and Protestant believers, but they are a minority among Christians. Some of the practices associated with charismatics include laying on of hands healing, speaking in tongues, and prophecy. For an anti-occultist like John Todd, these practices are strikingly similar to the witchcraft magic he abandoned. Now I'm going to give you that bonus word. A bonus word you might have been wondering about is the Jesus movement. Is this it?
No, I was still worrying about ethnic witches.
Oh, okay. Well, I will get there, but that's later. That's coming later. Okay. Bonus word you might have been wondering about, the Jesus movement. The Jesus movement was the... Do you know anything about the Jesus movement, John?
Like, the specifically Jesus movement? It sounds like a much larger thing.
It was actually a counterculture movement. So it was part of the 1960s. The Jesus freaks is what they were called. And it was their answer to the hippies. So they dressed, they acted like hippies, except they had a Christian message.
So it was Jesus Christ Superstar.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it was sort of that moment. I think Jesus Christ Superstar is the sort of popularization of what was really a popular movement unto itself. But yeah, it was the Christian answer to hippies.
Okay, makes sense.
They believed in living as Jesus did, which looked a lot like living like hippies in their eyes. They practiced communal living, also faith healing, much like the charismatics, and they de-emphasized churches in favor of more itinerant styles of worship. If you read the Gospels, yeah, it's not too shabby. That is closer to how Jesus actually lived than your standard organized church. Their ministry naturally involved a lot of outreach to counterculture hippies in an effort to convert them into Jesus freaks rather than, the pansexual LSD freaks that they were.
Regular freaks.
Yeah, I'm talking broadly here. A lot of hippies were not involved in it, so they just went to Woodstock and smoked some pot. That's the end of that's the word. That's the word you may have been wondering about. +1 today. All right, here we go. Todd distrusts any organization and any individual that accumulates wealth, fame, or power. I'm with it. I can't say I disagree at all. The corruption in megachurches and preachers of prosperity theology is a well-known cultural trope, especially if you watch The Righteous Gemstones. It's right out there for you. You guys watch that show?
No.
You should check it out. Righteous Gemstones. But Todd is no socialist, as we see with his next target. Todd's deep reservations about the counterculture say more about his fundamentalism than his radical politics. So he's in lots of different areas. Very unique thinker. Still a horrible person, don't get me wrong, but it's unique the different attitudes he takes.
Unique thinker is one way to put it.
Yeah, I know. His ideas are so interesting and all over the place that it's difficult not to sound like you're praising him for it, but he's pretty horrible. If you haven't already, if you're not a Star Wars fan or a C.S. Lewis fan or a Tolkien fan, then you already think he's horrible. The peace symbol is not a peace symbol, he says. So now I want to get to his attacks on the counterculture.
Oh, wait. Is it like, I think I've heard something like this before, where it's like, it's like the line with the two diagonal lines coming off of it. It's kind of like a broken cross, sort of.
Ah, yes, beautiful. Thank you. Yes.
Wow.
It symbolizes a rejection of the Christian church. So, yeah, can you picture it, Bree? The cross turned upside down, and then you break the arms. Yeah. So the broken cross is actually the name of the first comic that John Todd inspired, of Jack Chick's, in which part of the ritual is the breaking of the cross. But we'll get there in the next episode. So the use of hallucinogens, a hallmark of the hippie movement, he describes as a form of sorcery, even if the user has no occult intentions. Charles Manson, the underbelly of the counterculture, is at the center of Todd's effort to pull the counterculture into the same collage with the charismatics, the Freemasons, Star Wars, Tolkien, C.S. Lewis, and soap operas. All these people are part of the same conspiracy, remember? He tells his audience, so now it's time for Manson. Bree, you ready for this? Put on your Manson pants. We're going for it.
They're already on.
Are they always on?
Yes.
He tells his audience that Charles Manson has united the prisoners from coast to coast in a mass army. When the Illuminati, quote, turn the lights out in New York, it will be to launch the revolution, and this army of prisoners will suddenly rise up. Striking air traffic controllers, so air traffic controllers going on strike, also longshoremen going on strike, will bring transit to a halt. Striking air traffic controllers could also be very attractive air traffic controllers.
Yes, that's what I was thinking, and I was very confused until you clarified.
The planes will crash into the tower because they're so drawn by how beautiful the air traffic controllers are.
Yes.
So, and the boats will crash into the docks because the longshoremen will be so attractive.
The ultimate attack on our transport.
So these guys are all going to go on strike. Transit's going to come to a halt. The prisoners are taking over New York. The lights are out. Former Green Berets and Navy SEALs are at this, well, as Todd is speaking in 1978, training prisoners at a camp in West Virginia. Gun laws will take guns out of the hands of citizens so that Manson's army can take over. So when they come for you, you won't have your gun to shoot them, they just shoot you. Or, get you to do whatever they want. Some creepy Manson thing. Also, Bree, name a creepy Manson thing. What will he make us do when he comes to our house?
Take a bunch of belladonna and then let us live with it for the rest of our lives.
Ouch.
And then claim that he didn't do it.
What a busy day we're going to have. Charles Manson comes to our house.
Yeah.
Do that house by house.
Yes.
Okay, so laws will be passed to prevent people from storing food to survive for longer than a month. So again, the government can keep control on us. I currently have an enormous bag of flour that I assume the government will come and requisition from me. Todd says that Manson, who actually died serving a life sentence in a California prison in 2017, would be released 2 years from the time Todd was speaking in 1978. Again, the year 1980 looms large for Todd as the beginning year of Armageddon.
I know Mason. He's an old buddy of mine. I know what went on, and it wasn't a mass killing. It was a contract killing.
I refuse to believe it.
They also knew the Beatles. Todd did not believe that Tex Watson, who was convicted of killing Sharon Tate, was really a born-again Christian. Tex was a member of the Illuminati, says Todd, and as such, if he was really born again, the Illuminati would simply murder him in jail. Sharon Tate was an Illuminatus who had been targeted for her attempt to quit the organization before the birth of her baby, and that's why the Illuminati killed her.
I'm screaming inside.
Chapter 3, Charles Q. Manson. Q stands for Lindsay. Okay, so the Manson theme. So getting back to Manson, Charles Manson was the living embodiment of John Todd's personal demons. Like Manson, Todd had a criminal talent for seducing teenage girls, a proclivity Todd was, for obvious reasons, inclined to keep hidden. And Manson was a rising acolyte and sometime participant in the music business that Todd blamed for the demonic seduction of America's youth. Interestingly, they would both meet very similar ends. In 2007, 10 years before Manson's death, Todd would die a ward of the state before serving out the duration of a 30-year sentence for a violent crime. So I want to compare these two guys. I feel like they're Manson, Todd sort of picks up as a kind of alter ego. Although many of our, so that, in other words, that's why Manson keeps coming up. He's obsessed with Manson because he sees himself in Manson. He's like a mirror image of Todd.
I can kind of see it.
Yeah, he really is. He's dark Todd.
Yeah.
But Todd is also his own dark Todd.
Yeah, Todd's not doing great.
Yeah. I mean, and in 1978, like, he's playing Light Todd, but in order to play Light Todd, he has to pick on Dark Todd, and Manson is sort of like that mirror image of Dark Todd.
It's like Anakin and Darth Vader.
Oh my god.
Although many of our listeners are probably familiar with Charles Manson, much like Bree, I'd rather not take it for granted that everyone knows Manson's claim to fame. I won't go into detail, but if y'all will permit me, just do a brief outline. Manson ran a small commune that he relocated from San Francisco to Los Angeles in the late 1960s. According to scholar Jeffrey Melnick, who's my main source for what I'm going to say about Manson today, Bobby Beausoleil had his own group in Los Angeles that he ended up joining up with Manson's group when Manson's family moved to the Spahn Ranch, which was a former movie studio set in southwest Los Angeles County. So far, so good, Bree?
Yes.
Beausoleil, I think the only controversial point in there is that Beausoleil had his own group and that he linked them up, but
yeah,
there's a reasonable amount of evidence that that's true, that Beausoleil was not all on his own, but he was a charismatic guy unto himself, Bobby Beausoleil. So, so Beausoleil was staying with UCLA PhD student Gary Hinman. As a former PhD student myself, I weep big tears for Gary Hinman here when he met Manson. Manson became convinced that Hinman had money and property. Anyone who's been a PhD student knows none of us have money or property. And Manson persuaded Beausoleil, along with fellow family member Mary Brunner and Susan Atkins, to try and get PhD student Hinman to join his family, capital F. Hinman refused because he's a PhD student. He knows better. And Beausoleil, Brunner, and Atkins held him hostage for 2 days. Manson finally arrived and sliced his ear with a sword, so bizarre, and instructed Beausoleil on how to stage Hinman's murder. Any things about that, Bree?
No, this is because, so I did a presentation on Charles Manson a while back, and literally the next day was the day he died, but it was really weird. But, like, I talked about all this stuff, so I'm just remembering it all, and it's so weird. Like,
yeah,
the Hinman
so
stuff
the
is
sword.
so weird.
Yeah. So on the 27th of July, 1969, Beausoleil stabbed Hinman repeatedly and then took turns with Atkins and Brunner smothering him with a pillow, ultimately killing him. So brutal way to die.
Yeah.
Like multiple ways of killing and maiming him. Beausoleil then wrote "Political Piggy" on the wall in Hinman's blood, which ultimately inspired prosecutor Vincent Bugliosi's controversial but still dominant theory that Manson was trying to start a race war. Am I saying that right, Bugliosi?
Probably good enough.
Yeah, close enough. Because there's a pronunciation that he really hated, Bugliosi. Bugliosi? I don't know. There was the defense attorney, I think, for Manson kept calling him this other pronunciation, really pissed him off. Anyhow. Beausoleil was arrested on the 6th of August, and 3 days later, Manson orchestrated the Tate LaBianca murders. Family members Tex Watson, Susan Atkins, Patricia Krenwinkel murdered Sharon Tate, who was then 8.5 months pregnant, along with 3 friends and another visitor at the house she rented, along with the movie director Roman Polanski at, I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce this, 10,050 Cielo Drive? Oh, is this ever?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's hard to pronounce that number as an address, but it is 10,050 Cielo Drive.
Yeah.
Okay. How is it said in other things?
That's
the Cielo.
I
often hear the Cielo Drive house. Yeah. 10,050. Manson's commune on the Spahn Ranch was full of young runaway women who joined Manson's makeshift family. Whether or not Manson's girls were there of their own accord is not a question we can solve today, but from the perspective of the American public analyzing Manson in the wake of the Tate LaBianca murders, his relationship with these women was not in their best interest. The family that Manson created with them was a kind of travesty of American family relationships. Manson and his crew didn't use the word family. It was actually projected onto them after the murders, but they functioned much like a family unit, with Manson as the head, as a kind of father, substituting for the fathers of the girls and women he took in. In many cases, these girls had run away from home. His sexual relationships with the various women in his commune then took on incestuous undertones. It's not a far leap to suggest that Manson was taking advantage of these women's vulnerability and need for companionship in order to create a culture of group sex. So far, so good? Yep. Melnick disputes Manson prosecutor Bugliosi's claim that the Tate LaBianca murders were an attempt to instigate a race war. Rather, it was out of loyalty and love for Beausoleil. By committing the second set of murders while Beausoleil was in jail, the Manson family hoped it would convince the police that Beausoleil was not guilty of the murder of Gary Hinman. You see, it's sort of like is that a false flag operation? I don't know what that is. Some kind of operation. So it was a deep, dark expression of a kind of familial love that culminated in the murder of a pregnant woman and her unborn baby, also for innocent strangers. Manson's non-traditional family not only recommended him to Todd's darker nature, it also made Manson a perfect candidate for a wide-scale Illuminati plot in the eyes of the more credulous members of the congregations that John Todd spoke to. Conservative Christians, with their focus on the family, would find Manson's sexually deviant, homicidal family unit a direct threat to their way of life. And his associations with the hippie counterculture would only prove their point about how dangerous and destructive the hippie lifestyle, with its promiscuous sex and recreational drugs and communal living, truly was. For his part, Todd was doing something very similar with the women in his occult bookshop, taking advantage of his presumed authority to convince them to perform naked rituals. Despite his protestations, either as a Wiccan, through the auspices of Isaac Bonowitz's Aquarian Anti-Defamation League, or as a representative of the Christian Underground, an organization that may or may not have existed, Todd was a convicted sexual predator several times over. Like Manson, there was also a similar trajectory of escalating violence. In the Christian Coffee House in 1973, at least 2 women said that their relationship with Todd was consensual. At the occult bookshop in 1976, at least 1 teenage girl said that she had been forced into oral sex. And in 1987, Todd was convicted of raping a South Carolina graduate student at knife point. What are we on, chapter 4? Is this chapter 4?
The last thing I think you said was chapter 3.
That would make this chapter 4.
Yes.
The music industry. Todd made his connection to Manson explicit in his attacks on the music industry. Manson is often considered a failed musician. Is that how you describe him, Bree?
Yes and no. Okay. So if you ever actually listen to his music, it's not bad. It's actually enjoyable, especially the song that the Beach Boys stole and turned into one of their biggest hits. But that's besides the point.
A very famous person is about to agree with you, and I'm not talking about me. Because I am not very famous. I'm internationally known. I'm internationally famous. So, let's start with Terry Melcher. He was the previous occupant of the Cielo Drive house where Sharon Tate and her guests were murdered. He was also a record producer who had rejected Manson's efforts to become a recording musician. But as Bree's pointing out, Manson was a little bit more than just a failed musician. He did have legitimate ties to the Los Angeles music scene. Manson's girls camped out at the home of Beach Boy Dennis Wilson for months. Wilson paid to have Susan Atkins' teeth fixed. And the Beach Boy even recorded, as Bree points out, a song that Manson wrote. It was their song Never Learn Not to Love, which was the B-side of their single Birds Over the Mountain. Not huge hits for the Beach Boys, but still. Yeah, they recorded a Manson song.
His song, I'm pretty sure, it was originally called Cease to Exist. You can look it up. It's actually pretty good.
Cease to Love, yes. Yes.
Cease to Love.
That was pretty good. That was a good memory. Okay, now here's that famous person. And Manson played with Neil Young.
Yeah.
Played with Neil Young enough for the Canadian rocker to vouch for his talent and promote Manson to Bo Austin, then president of Warner Brothers Records. So, Manson it really does have more legitimate ties to the music scene than I think people realize. In his sermons, Todd said that rock music is written by witchcraft believers. He claimed to be personal friends with counterculture celebrities David Crosby and Graham Nash. The front 2 names on Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. Well, I guess the front with the odd number names, 1 and 3. They cast spells over their songs to make them hits, he said. Todd recounted how Elton John made the statement that he had never penned a song that was not written in witch language. And that's why his songs are incomprehensible unless you're a witch and get high.
I don't think that's why they're incomprehensible.
I don't actually know how this logic applies to a song like The Bitch Is Back, for example. That's pretty on the table.
Yeah.
But, Benny and the Jets, like, who knows what the hell he's saying? Benny and the Jets. So I see Todd's point there.
Yeah.
But the larger point about Elton John, and I do like Elton John's music, is that Elton John actually didn't write his own lyrics. So Todd must have not been referring to Elton John, but rather Bernie Taupin, who did write Elton John's lyrics. Elton John has always written music, Taupin has always written his lyrics. But to return to the concept of pastiche, the conspiracy theorist is only ever interested in the surface of things. The detail that Elton John didn't write his own lyrics, and so couldn't have spoken to how comprehensible or incomprehensible they are, make Todd seem uninformed, and that hardly matters. It hardly matters to the conspiracy he's suggesting. It's all pastiche. Rock music is still evil, even if he's never heard of Bernie Taupin. Every rock record, says Todd, like the toy in a box of Cracker Jack, comes complete with a demon.
Now that means when you go and buy an album and you take it home with you, it is just like buying a box of Cracker Jacks. You get a free surprise too. It's called a demon.
Allowing children to listen to rock music invites Lucifer into the home and can ruin a house's finances or cause the members to catch a cold occasionally. Have you been catching colds lately? If so, you might have the demon that came through your rock records. You would never get sick if you kept Lucifer away from you, a literal thing Todd believes. Country music is not any better, I'm with him there, with its focus on lust and drinking and fighting.
I can't argue with them on that one.
Yeah. Do the demons have a southern accent for country music though?
Demons like the twang.
They say.
Oh, that hurts.
That's painful.
The rock music is used to underscore witchcraft ceremonies, and the movement to create Jesus rock, what we call Christian rock today, is just as pernicious because it is not what is sung, it is the music itself that corrupts the soul and leads good Christians astray. So even if you set an Elton John song, you'd replace the bitch with Jesus is back, that's still bad because it's the music itself that's conveying the demon. So all that.
Wasn't there like the devil's note or something like that?
Yeah, it carries the demon in it. So jars of clay and whatever, no good. What's a contemporary Christian rocker? Do you guys know?
I know nothing about that.
Well, how about like early 2000s? Do you know any?
Falling Up, Reliant K, Family Force 5. Like I got you.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. There you go. Those guys, demon purveyors. FYI. Among the most powerful musical compositions in the world of popular music is, of course, the Beatles' White Album, which serves as a book of prophecy for witches. The White Album brings us back to a familiar theme. Can you guess where I'm going, Bree?
Yeah.
Charles Manson. It holds a special place in Todd's fear-mongering because of its association to Manson, who instructed Watson and Atkins to write Helter Skelter in Blood at 10,050 Cielo Drive. I think they actually misspelled it.
They did misspell it, yeah.
Helkers.
That's like one of the things that's pointed out the most about it, is that you spell it right.
Right, which means that they did not have much of an understanding or connection to the Beatles in any way whatsoever.
Exactly.
Anyhow, in Todd's narrative, Helter Skelter is the name of the Illuminati's plot to unleash chaos on the American public and conduct a mass genocide of America's Christians. It's not the race war that Bugliosi claimed it was. It's this other war, this war on America's Christians, taking their guns and their canned goods. In this way, Manson haunts most, if not all, of Todd's cultural critique as an alter ego of the man himself, secretly violent, falsely benevolent, sexually overdetermined, and desperate for attention. That's all I have to say about that. In fact, this is the end of part 1 of 2 about John Todd and the Illuminati witch cult. In our next episode, we will try and uncover the man underneath the legends and conspiracies John Todd spun about and around himself. Was John Todd an occultist, or was he a fundamentalist? Was it possible for him to be both? And what happened to John Todd after the apocalypse failed to arrive in 1980? Had he really been shot at by Illuminati agents, and was he running a retreat for escaped Illuminati witches in an undisclosed location funded by the fundamentalist congregations he preached to? These answers and more on our next installment. But first, this gong. Let's do the order of confessors. All right, we heard from Reagan N27. We're bringing joy to Reagan in these uncertain times, and Reagan has just discovered us. Welcome to the crew of listeners, the confessors there, Reagan. One more thing I got to say while we're in our order of confessors, our Facebook group is a thing that exists that you can join, and we've got some cool folks posting. We got. Have you guys been on the Facebook group?
I've seen the memes.
The memes, yeah, the meme posters.
Yeah, I enjoy some of them.
Yeah, they're generally pretty good.
Yeah, I haven't really seen one that's like. Yeah, they're pretty solid.
So I want to give a shout out to we've got some very active meme posters who are delighting all of the alchemical actors. We've got Delta S and Ayla, a regular contributor to our various corners of the world. Ayla we know well, and Emily R as well. Thanks guys for keeping the group active. But we invite all of you to join the Facebook group if you are Facebook inclined, or find us on Instagram, all those other things, and write a review. Since we're all holed up and we have at least a few extra seconds in our days than we ordinarily do because we're not driving to work, go ahead and write a review of Occult Confessions on wherever is convenient, Facebook, iTunes, or otherwise. All right, gang, that's it for us. Bree, do you know the words to get us out, or should I do that?
I hereby do something and declare
Adjourn.
close this meeting of.
Hereby adjourn and declare closed.
I hereby adjourn and declare closed this secret meeting.
It's not a secret meeting. This is a podcast.
No, this meeting of the secret order of alchemical actors until such a time that we should get together and do it again.
Oh, so John knows it?
A little bit. I don't know.
We'll test you next time. Yeah, that's pretty good. You got pretty
All
close. All right, good. So joining us today on Voices, Voices for the series is going to be Brandon Wallace is doing the voice of John Todd, and we've also got Andrew Mims joining us in our Voice Collective. Here on the episode, we had our patron progenitor, Johnny Cook. Bye-bye. Our metallurgic prophet, Bree Literal.
Goodbye.
And I am your host, Rob C. Thompson. Join us next time for part 2 of 2 parts on John Todd and the Illuminati witch cult.
Occult Confessions is brought to you commercial free with the generous support of our patrons. Visit occultconfessions.com and donate to help keep the history of the occult on the particular areas.
You're not on television or in the movies because you're good. You're there because you paid a price. Whatever the producer wanted. Now, it's witchcraft. In the early 70s, late 60s, it was homosexuality. Before that, it was the producer's couch, and so on.
That was John Todd, also known as Lance Collins, a fundamentalist Christian preacher who claimed to have been a witch and top-ranking member of the Illuminati. We discussed the ideas he espoused as an itinerant preacher, that the music industry was placing demons in America's homes through rock record albums, that President Jimmy Carter was the son of Lucifer and would help to initiate a mass genocide of Christians led by Charles Manson, as well as an army of prisoners, and that Star Wars was made by witches to popularize witchcraft ideas. Todd made himself an enemy of occultists of all stripes, the hippie counterculture, the Christian elite, and the mass culture industry. Today, we'll ask the question whether it's possible for Todd to have ever been a practicing occultist, whether his story of his own upbringing among witches, elevation to the Illuminati's Council of 13, and Christian salvation at a Jesus Movement coffeehouse in Phoenix hold water. Who was the real John Todd, and why did he end his life in the behavioral disorder unit of a state mental health facility in South Carolina? My name is Rob C. Thompson. I am the Supreme Hierophant of the Secret Order of Alchemical Actors with my PhD in things ritual, to be totally honest, but occult rituals, to be totally specific. I am joined by Bree Literal, our metallurgic prophet.
Hello.
What's going on?
I'm still in a pantry.
Yeah, nothing has changed really. This is part 2, so we're just carrying on here.
Yeah.
John, any news from you in the pantry?
No, not really. More food is around.
Can you eat it, or is it all, like raw?
It's all like dried. I mean, I see some Tide Pods are really tasty, but
No.
I just want to clarify, John is not eating Tide Pods right now.
not now.
Let's
No,
make him
not
pledge so that he doesn't put anything in his mouth. We, the members of the secret order
The
of
secret
alchemical
order of
actors,
alchemical actors
do solemnly commit
ourselves to a full and honest telling of the history of the occult as far as we know it.
Bree, do you know how to do this now? Plugs, dude.
What do I
Plugs.
do? Oh, plug.
Wonderful. So this is pre-recorded, so we are not up on our patrons, but I will give a general plug for our Patreon page. We are adding members literally every episode, every week, but we could still use some more because we have not quite reached our target goal for keeping the podcast funded, which we are just got to do. We got websites to pay for and equipment and things like that. So if you've got $1 to spare and you wouldn't mind joining the patron crew, just even $1 will get you access to all of our bonus episodes. And then as you give more, there are more bonus treats and things that we offer. So that's all I got to say in the plugs today, Bree. You can close them up.
Plug.
Ooh, that last one was simultaneous.
Yeah.
So part 2, or in part 2, this is chapter 1, part 2. Chapter 1's title is Jack Chick. Not an easy name to say.
You don't know Jack Chick?
On page 1 of The Broken Cross, popular fundamentalist cartoonist Jack Chick credits John Todd as an ex-Druid priest for what he calls the authenticity of the occult information used in this story. Essentially, John Todd spoke to Chick, this fairly popular fundamentalist cartoonist, and I own these comics. I bought them from Jack Chick's website. You can still buy these comics. They're from the 70s. And John Todd told his story, and Jack Chick adapted it into 2 comic books. So this comic book begins with a 14-year-old girl. A 14-year-old girl with a bare midriff, I might add, and camping gear, who is picked up by a van that looks like a boring version of the Mystery Machine from Scooby-Doo. It's just green instead of, fun. And by page 3, but otherwise they're pretty much identical. By page 3, she's been drugged and sacrificed on an altar by Luciferian priests. So I hope you didn't get too attached to her.
That is a quick jump in plot.
3 pages in, she's dead. The author notes on page 3 that this is a ritual that takes place 8 times a year in witches' covens. Information
That sounds fake.
that he has undoubtedly gleaned from the lips of John Todd himself. You don't think that covens are doing this 8 times a year?
Not 8 times.
Not 8 times. That's way too many.
How many times do you think? How many times do we sacrifice a
Yeah, it
14-year-old
also
girl with a bare
is a
midriff?
weird number. Well, it depends, because you could do it for holidays. You could do it for, no, you don't do it for fun, John. There is a practical reason behind a sacrifice. No.
But Bree, now, not a 14-year-old girl.
No. Maybe
You're talking like a squirrel or
40-year-old man. I don't know.
Daddy, it is now 6 o'clock p.m.
Let's carry on with the comic, shall we? Jim Carter and Tim Clark, 2 buff, God-fearing Christians who might be mistaken for an interracial gay couple in any other context. These 2 guys decide to investigate. They're the heroes, by the way. In case you didn't get it.
You say Jimmy Carter?
It is Jim Carter. Isn't that weird? Yeah.
That is a weird.
Jim Carter and Tim Clark. So they decide to investigate, but the local pastor, who is a liberal Christian, won't help. He also, by the way, doesn't believe in the second coming of Christ. The librarian of the town has removed all of the occult books from the shelves, and the sheriff tells them to quit poking their noses into the occult's business. Jim and Tim discuss how all this Luciferian occultism came about. Ready for this? So now we're going to do a history lesson. Jack Chick loves to do these history lessons in his comics. That's what I gather from these two books anyway. It started when Lucifer fell from heaven, got dominion of the atmosphere of the earth. So he wasn't in charge of the earth, and he wasn't in charge of real heaven. He's just in charge of, like, the stratosphere. Then Adam fell, and the war for human souls began on earth itself, original sin. Then Nimrod started the practice of child sacrifice and satanic worship, which has persisted in certain branches of Catholicism. Oops, I meant Christianity today. Jack Chick credits Alexander Hislop here from a couple episodes back, our Luciferian covert operations. Finally, the Wiccans, or wise ones, emerged during the fall of the Roman Empire. This was the birth of Wicca during the fall of the Roman Empire.
Oh, joy.
Right, not in 1940 with Gerald Gardner, but during the fall of the Roman Empire. The Wiccans were... Of course. Right, naturally. The Wiccans
when else would it happen?
Not a moment too soon. The Wiccans were overshadowed by the Illuminati, who are now called the Moria. I didn't actually look into why they use that word, but it's interesting. We learn that Satan's organization on Earth has funded the production of Godspell, also Jesus Christ Superstar, and the popular movie The Exorcist. Jim and Tim meet Jody, who wears a pentagram and tells them that Lucifer is one neat dude.
I hope that's verbatim.
That's exactly what the character says. She's a witch because she totally craves the power. I'm not making any of this up. I'm taking as many of the words from the comic as I possibly can.
Totally craves the
Totally
power.
craves it. She just didn't dig the church scene because they don't do it anymore. Satan totally allows her to control anyone except those Jesus freaks who repel her spells back onto her. When Jody learns from Jim and Tim that Jesus does protect people supernaturally, she realizes Jesus is super groovy, and she's sad that she broke a ceramic cross that she held upside down during her initiation into the witch cult. Broken cross, the peace sign that John was talking about in the last episode. But, say Jim and Tim, you already belong to Satan and never knew Christ. Fun fact, that's the truth for all of us. So you couldn't reject Christ or pledge yourself to Satan, because Satan already had you and you never met Jesus. So here's your chance, Jody. You can be saved. After she decides to go Christian, her old gang attempt to sacrificially murder her, but she's saved by Jim and Tim, who make the occultists vomit by quoting the Gospel of Luke at them. I'm sorry. Holding it together. Jody is saved. The end.
Okay, so there is this movie that was adapted from a comic series. It's very similar, except instead of it's like the same thing, except it's all surrounding the game Dungeons and Dragons, and it's pretty much that Dungeons and Dragons is like Lucifer's game, and it's like this whole witch cult thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was also the same time. But it was this comic that was made, and then later on they made a movie about it, and it's the stupidest thing I've ever witnessed.
What's it? Do you know the name?
Oh, I don't remember. I'll have to look it up for you later.
We'll put it.
Yeah.
Dark Dungeons?
I think it's Dark Dungeons. No, it's Dark Dungeons. Darkest Dungeons.
That's Jack Chick.
It is?
That's the same guy.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. It's like the stupidest thing I've ever watched, the movie version of it. Oh my god, it's so bad.
He was big in the anti-occult scene, and I think that's why he was so drawn to John Todd. So a lot of the Crusader series was actually oriented toward an anti-occult perspective. Let's do the other John Todd inspired one. That's the Spellbound question mark. And this one, actually, this is issue 10 of the Crusader series, and it features a cameo by Todd's alter ego, Lance Collins. And Collins professes to be a reformed Druid priest, much like Todd does. The issue starts with a rock star nearly dying and confessing to Jim or Tim. I can't really tell them apart. One is black and one is white, but otherwise, I didn't really decide which one was Jim, which one was Tim. So decides that so he confesses to them that he's not going to heaven. He's made a contract, presumably with the devil. But Jesus can break any contract at all, says one half of the interracial, ambiguously gay pair, Jim and Tim. Jim and Tim, yeah, I think they through this whole series, I'm guessing. I've only read these two, but it seems like they're in every issue. They're like the heroes. So Jim and Tim go to a party at the rock star Bobby Dallas's house and are surrounded by occult believers and paraphernalia, like you have at any rock star party, of course. Meanwhile, Lance Collins gives us a history lesson. Back to the history lesson. The Druids were old school Satanists who went door to door on Halloween night looking for a peasant girl or a princess to sacrifice.
Wait.
This is house to house. Oh.
You guys got a princess in there?
That was the original trick-or-treating. It was both a trick and a treat.
No.
The treat is that they get a virgin. The trick is that you lose a virgin. So they take the princess, you know, like you do, and they sacrifice her to the horned hunter of the night, or perhaps the oak god of the underworld, or the god of death, also known as Lucifer. Are any of these familiar to you, Brie, as a neo-pagan?
Like, it's like they take certain actual things and they change their names to be really stupid.
Right, the horned god is a thing, but not horned hunter of the night, right?
Yeah, no. Like, they just change them to be some weird extra version of what it actually is, just to make it seem worse, I think.
Yeah, it does make it a little spookier. Anyway, that's Halloween. So, during these rituals, the Druids played music. That's important. The Druids were outlawed and went underground around the year 180, but they have reemerged, propagating their satanic beats through the music of the Beatles and, more recently, Christian rock. Lance Collins convinces a congregation to burn their teenagers' rock records, and then the witch cult tries to run Lance off the road, shooting at his car. But Lance survives and lives to preach another day. A news reporter calls the record burning fascist, but good Christians know better. The end.
What?
Yep, that's number 10.
I also can't get over satanic beats.
Yeah, that sounds like an album name.
It does.
I would listen to that.
I would too.
You do listen to satanic beats whenever you put on the old rock records.
Oh, well. Okay.
Yeah. Just so you know. Like James Taylor, satanic beats. So, Jimmy Buffett, satanic beats. But we're going to get to Jimmy Buffett actually later.
Oh my God,
not today, sorry. We'll get to Jimmy Buffett another time. So this is the content of the comics. And I'll tell you, I try to read these things with a mind like a person who would be open to these ideas, but it just gets so bizarre that it becomes difficult even for me in that mindset to continue along the logic, because it's just so out of whack from reality. Chapter 2, John Todd the Occultist. So these comics reveal a caricature of occult believers and practitioners that, as I've just said, is so badly distorted, it's laughable. We're laughing. We're doing some laughing. It jives with the way that Todd tended to talk about his occultism, which suggests that he didn't seem to understand much about occultism, but I actually tend to think that he was a real member of occult circles, but fabricated and exaggerated his experiences in order to appeal to the prejudices of his evangelical audience. Going back to what Brie was saying about those gods, that those names are distorted to make them seem spookier, but inside the name is the name of actual neo-pagan deities, right?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
That's sort of captures the way Todd and the occult function. Todd as preacher when he's talking about the occult. So let's get to Todd's occultism. He appears to have been a bona fide occultist, even if he was taken to flights of fancy that undercut that authenticity. He's able to name drop major works in the demonological canon, like, for example, the Key of Solomon. And he makes reference to actual real-life participants in Gardnerian Wicca and Druidism. Remember that name, John?
Yes.
Oh my God. Good one, John.
Can you do it? Can you say the name?
Yeah, John, say the name.
Starts with a Raymond. Raymond.
Yep.
With a B.
You got it, Rob. You're almost there.
Raymond Buckland. Raymond Buckland.
Right. This is part 2. That was so long ago.
It's been 2 weeks. You're right. We haven't moved. Raymond Buckland, doctor of anthropology at Columbia, met John Todd in New York, and became his Illuminati handler. These are all, remember all these details from part 1. He was for real, an actual person, and a actual leading figure in Gerald Gardner's nascent Wicca movement. Todd is incorrect in labeling Buckland a Columbia professor of anthropology. He actually immigrated to Long Island and worked as a flight attendant for British Airways. So,
wow.
Nowhere near anthropology professor. I mean, I guess both anthropology professors and flight attendants travel places. Yes, but as part of their job, right? But Todd is right that Buckland was a significant importer of Gardnerian witchcraft into the United States. Buckland was sort of a major figure in forming various covens around the U.S. More telling, though, are his regular references to a man named Isaac Bonowitz. Bonowitz pops up as a sort of a nemesis for John Todd in his narrative, perpetually conspiring against him. He somehow sponsors legislation to curtail Americans' gun rights, according to John's conspiracy theory, and routinely harasses John Todd personally. The true story about Isaac Bonowitz is that he was a prominent neo-Druid, a real guy, an actual neo-Druid based in Michigan, who had refused to come to John Todd's aid when he was accused of sexual misconduct in 1976. He was a founder of the Aquarian Anti-Defamation League, which is why Todd turned to him in the first place. And he stepped in when witches were unfairly accused because of prejudice against neo-pagans. But Isaac Bonowitz concluded that Todd was abusing Wicca and Druidism in order to perform these sexual acts, and left him to the authorities. Basically, wouldn't help him. So ever afterward, Todd would only invoke his name as this propagator of this evil conspiracy when talking to Christians. But the fact that his name comes up at all, I guess, is the point I'm trying to make, that Todd was probably a legitimate occultist, that he actually ran in occult circles, that he probably did make a phone call to Isaac Bonowitz. He's not just talking about Lucifer or Darth Vader. Like he's dropping some deeper cuts in real Wicca practice and Wiccan circles. On a more obscure note, historically, Todd makes reference to the disappearance of William Morgan, an early 18th century anti-Mason. In 1825, Morgan had been planning to publish a book exposing the Freemasons' various secret rites and practices when he was suddenly thrown into debtor's prison in Ontario County, New York. While the jailer was away, a group of men convinced the jailer's wife to release Morgan into their custody and brought him on a 2-day journey to Fort Niagara, the last place Morgan was ever seen. He may have been drowned in the Niagara River or paid to disappear, but Morgan was never seen or heard from again, dead or alive, and is on that long list on Wikipedia of missing persons. Mysteriously disappeared persons. Yeah, so it's an interesting story. I might one day like to get to an episode on this guy, but John Todd knows about him and references him accurately as an anti-Mason who mysteriously disappeared. It seems like he's poking around in occult literature as well. Like he knows about these weird, deep-cutty kind of things. He also knows people in the Wiccan community and the Druid community in the United States at this time period. So weird. It is, isn't it odd? Yeah. So, but then he goes and does this bizarre thing. We're like, oh yeah, Rob, he seems so authentic, but then okay. And then it falls apart, like in one word, it falls apart. His authenticity begins to degrade when he starts talking about the source book of all witchcraft. Now listen closely when I say what this source book is. It is the Necromonicon. The Necromonicon. Now, John, why are you laughing at the pronunciation of the Necromonicon?
Because he switched a couple letters around.
Yes, yeah. It is a malapropism of H.P. Lovecraft's fictional Necronomicon of Alhazred. but over and over again, this is not like he screwed up once, like he does it constantly. He mentions this book many times when he's preaching, and he always does it as the monicon, not the nomicon. It's kind of nerdy, but it really shows you that in some instances, he just isn't digging below the surface. He claims that all witch texts have been derived from this source, the Necromonicon, including the Book of Shadows and the Book of Mormon.
No! What? Oh my god.
Yes, Mormons are totally witches.
They made Star Wars.
Witches who made Star Wars. Yeah, George Lucas, and they're all a bunch of Mormon witches. Mitt Romney, the guy who played Chewbacca. Does anybody get it? You guys know his name? He just died recently.
Oh yeah, he did.
So Todd seems to think, we'll put that in the on the resources page. Todd seems to think that Lovecraft was a genuine occultist, HB that is. He tells one congregation that a recent movie adaptation of Lovecraft's Dunwich Horror, which actually our group is currently working on an adaptation of radio style, but this movie starred Sandra Dee. He said it included a real depiction of occult practice. The Dunwich Horror is one of a handful of Lovecraft stories that makes direct reference to the Necronomicon. The plot centers on a family who manifest monsters on Earth by mating a human woman with one of Lovecraft's otherworldly gods. The cross-dimensional monsters and invocations read from an imagined book do make for good reading, but they have nothing to do, Bree, back me up here, with any known occult practice whatsoever. No, they do not. Lovecraft was not an occultist at all. He had a fantasy of occultism at best. In one reference to the Necromonicon, Todd confuses it with the Book of Enoch, saying how it related a version of Genesis in which the sons of God had sex with the daughters of men and produced giants.
How do you confuse? Okay.
I mean, how he confuses, it's a good question, but he just, because he doesn't read these books, he just knows their titles. He might not even be aware that the Book of Enoch exists.
He does not even know their titles.
Right. The titles of fake books within books. Yeah, because that's not the title of anything. Well, it is now. I think somebody's probably, some Lovecraft person has written the Necronomicon. At the time, it wouldn't have existed as a book. Let's see, what else? He incorporates some of what at the time was cutting-edge extraterrestrial theory. He says great wise ones descended to